September 1906. In the small town of Cobalt, Ontario, a group of men building the framework of a mine would spot a creature that has long intrigued the cryptid community. It all began when off in the distance, they spotted a creature walking on two legs. This thing was about 7 to 8 foot tall and near 400 pounds, covered in dark brown, almost black hair. But the most odd characteristic was its yellowish blonde hair that stuck out like a sore thumb, eventually leading to this thing's name, Old Yellowtop. Over the duration of working on this mine, they would continue to see the creature off in the distance, and even seeing it relatively close a few times. They reported that whatever it was, it did not seem aggressive or territorial, more like it was curious than anything else. However, construction on the mine was finally completed later that year, and the men packed up and left. And that was it for a while. Actually, for about 2 decades. It would then be in 1923 that 2 prospectors in Cobalt were out working in the woods when they came upon what they first believed was a bear. It was crouched down under a bush eating blueberries and did not see the men. Since it was blocking the path, they figured they needed to scare it away, so one of them decided to toss a large rock at it and hit it from behind, and sure enough, they did. And then the rock bounced off its back, and the creature jumped up 2 feet, turned towards the men, walked forward a bit to get a better look, and then walked away. They would describe it as being covered in black hair, but having yellowish on top, and then the men assumed, whatever it was an adult. After this, and a few more sightings, the cryptid would become well known around the area, but it went into hiding again and wasn't spotted until 1947 by a woman and her child, and they stated he was walking along the edge of the forest heading towards the lake. The creature by this point would have been about 40 plus years old. Searchers did eventually find the big tracks left behind, and some reported hearing growls coming from the forest that night. The final sighting, and maybe the most important, came in 1970 when a bus driver taking 27 miners to work seen a much older Yellowtop crossing the road directly in front of the bus. It actually caused the driver to slam on the brakes to avoid hitting it, and this driver had always stated he had not believed the story of Yellowtop and thought that people really seen a bear, but after this, he would state that he was wrong and that Yellowtop was definitely not a bear, because it walked too smoothly and effortlessly on 2 legs. Now what's interesting with this sighting was not only were there 28 witnesses, but they described the same creature, yet more mature. The yellow hair on its head was now a yellowish white and hung down to its shoulders. By this point, the creature would have been 60 plus years old, which might be why it was the final sighting, most likely passing away from old age. And while this sounds like nothing more than another wild cryptid tale, in this case, we do have at least one photo, one that is well known in the cryptid world, but it has just as much confusion around it as the cryptid itself. It is often mistakenly referred to as the 1923 Old Yellowtop photo, but it was not taken in 1923. Here's where it gets conflicting. Some sources claim it was taken in 1978, which would mean that it happened after the last confirmed sighting in 1970, while another source claims it happened in 1976, so it's just mislabeled on various sources. Regardless, we know it happened sometime in the 1970s. Of course, the photo is in poor quality, so you can't really see anything, and a lot of people think it's just a sunlit branch or log, or maybe even a doctored photo. But it's time for theories. What do you think it was? Well, looking online, the theory that comes up most often is a black bear. Actually, in 2 of the sightings, 1923 and the one in 1970s, the witnesses at first thought it was a bear. And actually, bears can develop yellow-stained or sun-bleached patches, especially after feeding on berries, which could explain the yellow top on its head. Next we go to a hoax. I mean, there's only the one photo, and the quality is terrible. Not to mention, many point out things on the photo which indicate that it was altered in some way. Of course, it's also possible that people are just seeing faces in random patterns. Next, it simply could have been a hermit, choosing to live off the grid in crude fur garments and letting his blonde hair grow out on top, giving the appearance of a wild man, which could explain why it was spotted with white hair in the 1970s, although this doesn't explain the estimated height of 7 to 8 feet and weighing close to 400 pounds. Finally, we have to touch upon, what if this was a regional variant of a Sasquatch, maybe a cousin to the Bigfoot, sorta like the Yeti or the Yowie in Australia. Maybe it was the last of its kind, which is why it has never been spotted again. If you have ever played a fantasy game like Dungeons & Dragons, chances are you have come across one magical item known as the Ever-Burning Torch, which, as the name hints at, is a torch that cannot be extinguished. It of course worked based on the fantasy element of a magic spell that had been cast onto an ordinary torch. But, like a lot of things in Dungeons & Dragons, this too was based on stories from our very real ancient past. The ever-burning lamp, or torch, is a long-running mystery dating back for centuries, with many ancient scholars attesting to its veracity. But, were they real, or just a legend? First, let's look at some of the examples. One of the earliest mentions goes all the way back to Plutarch, the Greek historian in the 1st century AD. In one of his treatises on the decline of the oracles, he would note that a lamp had been burning over a door at the temple of Jupiter Ammon in Egypt, where priests had confided in him that the lamp stood in the open air and neither rain or wind could put it out, which matches other stories from the time, particularly at the temple of Apollo Carneus in Cyrene and the temple of Vardøger in Armenia. Then, if we move forward a couple of more decades, we have Greek geographer and traveler Pausanias, who would tell of a gold lamp he's seen at the temple of Minerva Polius in Athens. This lamp had actually been created by another ancient scholar, Callimachus, and what made it special was it was able to maintain a flame steadily for a year without needing any fuel added or even having its wick trimmed. This account is particularly important because for centuries, historians believed Pausanias was documenting these things based on secondhand accounts, but now they believe he witnessed them himself. More curious accounts pop up a half a millennia later in 527 AD, under the reign of Byzantine Emperor Justinian, when Persian soldiers on the border discovered an ever-burning lamp and image of Christ sealed over a gateway at Edessa, Syria. This lamp was enclosed to keep it safe from the wind, but according to its inscription, it was first lit in 27 AD, of course meaning that it had burned 500 years straight with no fuel added. The Persians, of course, put it out. But there's more. Let's jump 1,000 years into the future to 1534 AD. This would be when King Henry VIII broke England away from the Catholic Church. As part of that, he ordered the closing down of monasteries in Britain, and unsurprisingly, many tombs in the country were also hopelessly plundered. And it's one of these, in Yorkshire, that a burning lamp was found in the tomb of one Constantius Chlorus, father of the great Constantine. And since he died in 300 AD, the lamp presumably would have been burning for around 1200 years. And these are just a few of the stories, but there's actually over 170 medieval authors alone that document the ever-burning lamp. And before we look at the mystery of if they were real, let's look at how they would have worked, because there are many man-made ever-burning torches now. The difference is, they are almost always connected to natural gas. It shouldn't be a surprise, but these ever-burning lamps have often been said to have been created by ancient aliens, who then passed on the tech to ancient man, and at some point, it was all forgotten. But there is a more logical explanation, and that is our ancient ancestors, who were much smarter than we give them credit for, and a few inventors in their time somehow, some way, created these ever-burning lamps. How they did so is open to speculation. Some have theorized that it could have been an early form of using electricity. This theory is almost always packaged in with the Baghdad battery, which we have looked at in the past. Others think that it might be the work of alchemy, a certain blend of chemicals that made this burn forever. One fascinating suggestion was mercury. First of all, it's well known that was one of the main chemicals that alchemists dabbled in, specifically because of the odd effects that it could create. Now the blog I found this on, Trendfinity8.com, ran by Dr. Kathy Forty, dives really deep into how this would work, but to save time, I'm going to try to sum up. Basically, in 1705, the first ever gas discharge lamp was created, and it was operated with static electricity, sort of like a modern fluorescent lamp. It would eventually lead to other kinds of discharge light sources, and about 100 years later, one of these was a high-intensity discharge lamp, which used mercury vapor. So it's theorized the ionized gas from the heated mercury could build up in these lamps, or even in a sealed tomb, which in turn creates an electrical charge that fuels the light. In fact, there are some reports of tomb explorers finding silver liquid drops inside, which could be mercury, or why some tomb robbers and archaeologists have reported feeling ill or sick. Maybe it's not a curse, and it's just a mercury. In fact, beneath the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent in Mexico, there were allegedly large quantities of liquid mercury found by archaeologists. This would also match up with a few other accounts of someone finding an ever-burning torch, only to have it go out once the glass shattered. Others point to a somewhat more simple setup, one which used some kind of oil that was connected to a hidden chamber which fed it for centuries, or they could have even been connected to natural gas vents. Finally, we have the most skeptical take that the whole thing was nothing more than an urban legend passed down over centuries, a story, or at the very least, the lamps were being relit by custodians under the cover of night, and then the secret was kept for ritual purposes. Early July 1947, rancher W.W. Brazel was working along his property when he would make a discovery that put this little known town in New Mexico on the map. Here he found some wreckage that he couldn't really explain. Not knowing what else to do, he collected some of it and took it to the sheriff, a George Wilcox, who was living in Roswell. This would be the beginning of the Roswell incident. Before long, Sheriff Wilcox, also not knowing what else to do, contacted a Colonel William Blanchard, who was commanding the Roswell Army Airfield, and asked him to come take a look. Now it's super important to note here that leading up to this event, several stories had appeared in papers across the country which documented the so-called flying saucers. So it's easy to see where these men, who had found all this weird debris, might leap to the conclusion that this was the crash of a UFO. And actually, as the story spread about the crash, that's exactly what the newspapers would begin to print. Within 24 hours, the Roswell Army Airfield would even release a statement confirming the rumors that they did in fact recover a flying saucer, and they were investigating it now. However, within a day of that, they took back that story. This would not be the last time the Army would do that. Now they claimed it was actually debris from a weather balloon and released photos of a Major Marcel posing with the debris as proof. And to be fair, there had been several balloon trains lost in New Mexico that summer. But the pressure was already on as the public smelled a cover-up. But it would be nearly 50 years before they would do a 180 and admit the weather balloon story was totally made up, and that the rancher had really discovered an early spy device from a secret program called Project Mogul. It was basically high-altitude balloons equipped with microphones that would fly over the Soviet Union and monitor for atomic bomb testing. This technology in 1994, of course, was now so old that it didn't matter. So they just cleared the air, explained that the UFO story was just a cover to hide it from the Soviets. If that was all there was, then maybe you could write the whole thing off. But there was more. Like some of the eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen alien bodies taken from the crash. These humanoids had large heads like light bulbs and large eyes, with 4 elongated fingers, yellowish or tan skin. Could the government actually explain that? Well, it seems they could. As they stated, this was nothing more than fallen parachute test dummies which had been used. However, there were serious doubts to this claim and the UFO claims, and people point to a much more plausible theory. What if it was neither a UFO nor a top secret American project. What if the US was just too embarrassed to admit a Soviet spycraft had gotten over the border? Maybe even with a couple of Soviet pilots who crashed to the desert floor. Maybe this is the real reason why the UFO cover story was invented. Actually, this theory would take on a much darker turn, because according to national security journalist and author Annie Jacobson, she made contact with an engineer at Area 51 who told her that the evil Nazi concentration camp doctor, Joseph Mengele, had designed a program to make adolescent children look deformed, or like aliens. And the Soviets, working along with him after the war, pushed the experiments further. And according to this source, the plan was to fly this craft over New Mexico, where it would crash with these children that looked like aliens that would inevitably be found inside, and then create pandemonium in the public over the thought that the country was being visited by people from Mars, which would then ultimately cause America's radar system to be overwhelmed with so-called UFOs. That is all a crazy theory, but it could explain everything. Although, it has to be pointed out, the Soviet archives have no record of this. And we have to go with the final theory that maybe it was a UFO crash. If you follow the paranormal world, then I really don't even need to tell you about Skinwalker Ranch. It's probably one of the most iconic spots in the history of the supernatural, with the reports popularizing the strange phenomena starting around 1996. These included UFOs and orbs seen moving around the ranch, along with cattle mutilations, cryptid encounters, like Bigfoot, that are said to be impervious to bullets, but maybe the most interesting is these weird glitches that have occurred with various types of technology, or like in our mystery, cameras. The origin of this one actually goes back to the forum at the AboveTopSecret.com website, in which a user, CTJ83, discussed security camera footage that was shot in 2004. The video was made up of 80 frames and was shot at 8:52 p.m. And this one is really strange. It doesn't show a spooky ghost or a skinwalker moving around. Instead, it's like these two towers just form out of nowhere and disappear. Although, what is actually happening is hard to discern, as you can see here. What we do know for a fact is the footage is genuine and was shot on a security camera at the ranch and was not edited in any ways. We also know that most likely the footage is standard def, considering the year was 2004. Next, CTJ83 would go on to deduce more information, pointing out that in all likelihood, it was recorded onto a VHS tape originally, citing the reduced quality. However, the next part is also strange, because this footage did not come from the original tape itself, but instead, someone recorded it from a monitor, which means whoever recorded it was never given access to the original tape, or the person at the time just had no way to digitize the analog footage. But there's other oddities with this so-called security footage. Like, in this footage, we see the standard HH/MM/SS time format. But, in the other frames from the same source, the seconds part of the format has been removed. Of course, maybe someone could have intentionally done that in the settings, but it seems a little sketchy. But it could also be the tape was set to record in long play mode, which would make it skip seconds for more compression, something like 30 frames per minute. But there's a problem with that. As mentioned, this is just 80 frames total, 90 if you count the 10 frames where it fades in. So if you're recording 30 frames per minute, then 90 frames would take 3 minutes. But that is not what's reflected on this video. Then you got the other oddities on the film, or should I say, the oddities that are missing from the film. VHS tapes, if you are old enough to remember, often begin to deteriorate over time, leaving you with that bouncing or weaving movement when watching the film. But this scene looks perfect. No jittering or instability at all. Of course, maybe it was digitally stabilized, but that seems odd for 2004. In spite of all that, the fact still stands that the towers appear naturally on the footage and have not been digitally laid over as an after effect. Before we get to the theories, it is worth pointing out that this footage got its fame thanks to Jeremy Corbell, the filmmaker who's become well known in the UFO community for his documentaries on the subject. But although Crabell brought it to the public, he is not the one that filmed the original monitor footage. That came from someone else, and Jeremy himself stated he was never even allowed to see or film the original footage, leaving more questions. Really, the technical aspects of the video footage is a little out of my wheelhouse, but I will share the theories that I found. The one mentioned most often is it's nothing more than an atmospheric mirage. Considering the towers pop up in that one spot without affecting the surrounding area, it's most likely heat haze. You know, that shimmering you see in the air near the ground that seems to bend terrain? It's often seen in movies, and it would totally explain the so-called towers, which seem to materialize out of nowhere. Another thought along that same line is there could be a hidden flame or even hot exhaust coming off a vehicle near the camera, right off frame, which could distort the video, given the appearance of towers way off in the distance, when in reality, there's a heat haze very close to the camera. Then you have the other weather elements, like a fog or a mist that is slowly evaporating around a silo, water tank, or some other normal ranch structure. After this, the theories are pretty much what you might guess. A camera malfunction, insect or debris on the lens, a hoax, or maybe, just maybe, a real paranormal phenomenon. Shag Harbor UFO Incident, October 4th, 1967. Around 11:20 p.m., residents of Shag Harbor, a small fishing community of about 400 residents located in Nova Scotia, were about to enter UFO lore in what many would go on to say was the Roswell of Canada. It all started when the townsfolk noticed orange lights in the sky. Most would say there were 4 in total. These lights seemed to flash in sequence, and while these people stood there watching, not fully understanding what they were looking at, a whistling sound pierced the night as the lights began to rapidly descend down to the water at a 45-degree angle, where it hit with a bright flash and explosive roar. It then started to float on the water, about 900 feet off the shore. The scene was dramatic enough that the witnesses who had been watching began to suspect they had just witnessed a plane crash, and they quickly rushed to call emergency responders. Now, just coincidentally, a RCMP officer named Ron Pound had already been in the area, and he had seen the lights himself and was already en route to the harbor. He too would later tell investigators that the craft had 4 lights and appeared to be about 60 feet long. He pulled up and was met by a police corporal, Victor Werbicki, and Constable Ron O'Brien, along with many other residents, and the men walked down to the shore where they would watch and study the object. The officers would record that a yellow light on the water began to slowly move away, leaving a yellowish foam in its wake. The craft went further and further out into the icy waters, where it disappeared from view, either due to the horizon or because it submerged down into the water. By this point, the Canadian Coast Guard was reaching the area, along with regular folks from around town who had boat access, and they would all sail out to the spot where the light had been seen. But by this point, it had done vanished. However, what they did find was strange. The yellow foam they had seen from the shore was still there. It was about 200 feet in diameter and smelled of sulfur. Authorities were convinced a small aircraft had went down, and the Coast Guard continued to search for survivors all the way up until 3 a.m. when they finally surmised that if anyone had initially survived, they would have now succumbed to hypothermia, and they scheduled the search to continue at daybreak. However, the RCMP by this point had began checking to see what the air traffic had been in the area at that time, and that's when they found that every aircraft in the area was accounted for, both military and civilian, which was made more odd by the fact that by the next day, the Rescue Coordination Center filed their report on the matter, concluding something of unknown origins had hit the water of Shag Harbor. Soon, the Canadian Navy reached the area and deployed divers who would comb the ocean bottom for several days, and reportedly discovered nothing. Canadian officials then came out and basically stated nothing had ever happened, and the whole thing was blown out of proportion, and the story was quickly forgotten and was out of the newspapers in no time. However, the case lingered in the minds of many ufologists for years. They couldn't really buy into the thought that nothing had happened, nor did they really believe the rumor that it was somehow linked to a Russian submarine that was spotted in the area at the time. So MUFON investigator Chris Stiles began to look into the case decades later in the early 90s, and he claimed to have found a lot of interesting details. He began by digging through old newspaper archives and found many names of the witnesses who were interviewed years ago. He then started tracking these people down and asked to meet with them so he could go over their accounts again. Chris would also discover odd things that had led up to the incident, like at 10 p.m., just a little over an hour prior to the Shag Harbor sighting, UFO reports had begun to come in, specifically from Halifax, about a 2.5-hour drive away, while there was also a Captain Leo Howard Mercy of the fishing ship MV Nicholson, who called in a report about 4 bright objects in a rectangular formation hovering near Halifax. He had actually called into the Rescue Coordination Center asking for an explanation of what they were looking at, because by this point, the entire crew of nearly 20 fishermen were just standing there on the deck watching this craft move about. But there were even more witnesses, as apparently numerous people had called into a local radio station at 10 p.m. to talk about these objects that were flying around Halifax, a full hour before the craft landed in the ocean at Shag Harbor. But there was an even earlier report, one from a pilot flying in Toronto. The captain of Air Canada Flight 305 reported at 7:15 p.m. that he and the first officer had spotted an object traveling a parallel course just a few miles away. He stated that it was a very bright, rectangular object with smaller lights trailing it. Within a few minutes, they noticed a silent explosion behind the object, and then, a couple of more minutes later, a second explosion which faded to a blue cloud around it. These are the official things that had been discovered. But there were other more unofficial rumors that the UFO investigator allegedly uncovered, like the so-called craft which descended into the water where it then traveled for about 25 miles to the general vicinity of a submarine detection base. It was allegedly picked up there by Canadian sonar, and in response, naval vessels were sent to the area to monitor it. When it didn't move for days, they began planning a salvage operation when a second underwater craft was observed, which Chris Stiles believed had came to the aid of the first craft. And before divers could be deployed, the Canadian Navy was dispatched to a new threat. The same Russian submarine that had been spotted off the coast days before had now entered Canadian waters, which drew the Canadian Navy's attention there, and the so-called UFO/USO had vanished afterwards. Of course, this all came from ufologist Chris Stiles, whose report we can't confirm, as he claimed the people telling him this were ex-military personnel who would only speak off the record. What can't be disputed, however, is the events of the original so-called crash. Something was spotted that night, and whatever that was is open to debate. Skeptics believe the most likely scenario was marine distress flares. They can appear as bright, slowly falling lights that burn as they float on the water, and could have left that sulfurous smell. Maybe a drunk wild party on a boat led to the firing of one of those, and then, seeing the disturbance it caused, left the area. Other skeptics suggest that it was something like a meteor which had broken up into multiple pieces, which would account as to why some of the sightings took place in Halifax. Of course, maybe it really was a UFO, especially when you consider the multiple credible witnesses like the RCMP, military, the airline captain, and first officer, along with the fishermen who are on the water late at night all the time and will probably not be fooled so easily. Bridgeport, Connecticut, November 1974. A lonely bungalow-style home located on Lindley Street would play host to one of the most well-documented cases of supernatural phenomenon ever recorded. The home was owned by a couple, Gerard and Laura Gooden, who first brought attention to the strangeness when they reported to their neighbors and friends that their house was having all kinds of weird things happening. And of course, according to the Goodens, this was being caused by paranormal forces. Now, if this was just going by their word, you could possibly just skip ahead. However, that's the important part in this one. It's the fact that this stuff that was happening would be witnessed by many. And it wasn't just neighbors. Witnesses consisted of reporters, priests, police, firefighters, and of course, paranormal investigators. Not to mention, 2,000 people from the city that came by just to look upon hearing the weird news, resulting in gridlock for the tiny neighborhood. And it's cause of this that this case is one of the most important in the study of the unexplained and unknown. Usually hauntings or poltergeists are witnessed by a single family or just a few friends, and the activity is never able to be successfully reproduced. In this case, however, there were a number of witnesses, and reputable ones at that. In fact, it was when the firefighters and police officers were on site that they would report seeing a 300+ pound refrigerator levitating, along with crucifixes which would just fall off the walls, and knives that would even fly across the room. But there was also the audio, like knocks coming from unknown locations, or even spookier, the disembodied voices. Those voices might have been the most strangest of all, as this poltergeist was said to have spoken in front of several witnesses and said things like jingle bells and bye-bye. Even the decorative swans on the front lawn would make spooky noises. In total, 77 people considered to be credible witnesses saw some kind of unexplained paranormal activity. Now, like cases we have covered in the past, you may not be surprised to learn that the poltergeist focused on one particular person, the adopted daughter, Marcia. In fact, the poltergeist activity only began when she had been adopted 3 years prior in 1968, and it was only increasing in intensity in 1971, which resulted in the police being called a year later in 1972, after not being able to locate the source of a pounding they heard all night, as well as the doors opening and closing themselves. But if we go back to 1974, this would be when the real investigation began, and it included the American Society for Psychical Research, the Psychical Research Foundation, and the police. And the house was staked out and the family was interviewed, especially Marcia. It was this time frame when several of these unexplained events were officially documented, and it was also around this point that it began growing from a local story to a national story, and the press showed up all the time, as well as curious onlookers who often drove out of state just to see it. It got so bad, the neighbors started to get upset, and at one point, one of them tried to burn the home down. But here's where things would get strange. One night a few weeks into the investigation, a police officer claimed to have seen Marcia tip over a TV with her foot when she thought no one was looking, and soon it all came crashing down. After the police interrogated her, Marcia confessed to being behind all the paranormal activity in the home, and she even explained how she done it. The police closed the case and stated the whole thing was a hoax and encouraged everyone to go about their business. But why would Marcia do this? That is unclear, but it is worth pointing out that she was a full-blooded Five Nations indigenous girl who was brutally bullied at school. She was once beaten so bad that she required a body brace. So could something like this have contributed to her wanting to make this stuff up? Maybe for attention? Or was it the fact that the subject of poltergeist were still high due to the critically acclaimed movie The Exorcist, which had just came out in 1973? Well, see, that's where the catch comes in. Even after the crowds went away, and after Marcia apologized, the strange happenings continued to occur for the next several weeks, although it did eventually end. Not only that, many of the officers and other credible witnesses continued to stand by their accounts and believe Marcia could have no way been responsible for what they had seen. And it should also be mentioned that the Goodens never tried to get any fame or any financial gain from the whole situation, which has led some to suggest that the town authorities just wanted the whole thing to go away and pressured Marcia into falsely confessing. April 13th, 1897, Neilwood, Illinois. It was about 2:30 in the day when three men were out tending to their farm in this small town in the central part of the state. And it's here, tilling the field in the nice spring weather, that they noticed something truly unexplained. Off in the distance, they would spot what they later described as a cigar or boat-shaped object, which had oars running from the bottom and a picnic canopy on top. which seemed to be hovering in the air. The weird craft would come to settle down on the field below, and I'm guessing it was far enough away from these men that they couldn't make it there in time to see exactly what it was, because about 15 minutes later, it ascended back up into the air and flew off in a northerly direction. It would be about 3.5 hours after this, in an area called Green Ridge, that it was spotted again. Curiously, Green Ridge is only a 5-minute or so drive away, so it makes you wonder what this craft was doing in the meantime. Well, it could be that it was still having some kind of mechanical problem, because it was this sighting where a man allegedly stepped forth from the aircraft itself and began working on it for about 10 minutes, where it seemed to have fixed the issues and the craft headed back on its way. Next, around 8 p.m., about 2 hours later, he would be seen in Sherman, about 40 miles away, and then on to Williamsville, even further north, about 8:45 p.m. Curiously, by 9 p.m., reports about a similar craft were made in St. Louis, over 100 miles away, suggesting there were 2 crafts, or this thing was really quick, which might actually be the case, because the following night around 8:30 p.m., more than 100 residents of Whitehall, north of St. Louis, reportedly seen the craft flying at a great speed, around 150 miles an hour, but these were the most recent sightings. Since word traveled slow in those days, it wasn't until later that residents realized this had been going on for a short time. Even as early as April the 10th, 3 days before it was spotted in Millwood, it had actually been seen in Jacksonville. No, not Jacksonville, Florida, the one in Illinois. This time, he would even be seen by local authorities, including police officers and firemen. The following night, the foreman of the Sangamon County Jail in Springfield watched the craft fly over with a, quote, radiating light, not unlike a locomotive headlight. He said all in all, he was able to observe it for about 30 minutes. The sighting would actually be heavily debated, with many of the city's leading scholars suggesting that everyone was really just seeing a star that was brighter than usual, and they blew the whole thing off. There would be a few more sightings within the coming days before the whole thing was quickly forgotten, with the last coming from Hillsboro, where it was said to have been observed in the western sky by a number of the more respectable citizens. Now, what's different about the central Illinois sightings is, instead of going along and exaggerating the narrative, the media here was largely skeptical. Of course, I already pointed out that many of them believed it was a bright star, or maybe a planet, while others suggested a more prankster-type theory, such as a group of people around town that were sending up balloons shaped like ships, which they simply attached lights to, all in an effort to hoax the town and get a little bit of attention. But maybe the simplest explanation is folklore. In fact, that sighting in Springfield by the jailer wasn't the only one. There was another story that 2 men were about 3 miles west of the city and they seen a large light in the sky land about 200 feet away from them. At first, they were scared, until a long-bearded man approached them and said his airship had made it there from Quincy in about 30 minutes, and these 2 men were invited on board to go look at the aircraft, where this mad scientist's wife was also at. They noted that its frame was made of aluminum and covered with canvas and carried an ordinary locomotive headlight. What's interesting is that this exact same story happened in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We actually covered it back in the Southern series, meaning that this story was written and copied by several journalists and spread throughout the country. Or there were several mad scientists around the country tinkering with these aircrafts. When it comes to American explorers, there are no names bigger than Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, or better known as Lewis and Clark. They were commissioned by Thomas Jefferson in 1804 to explore what was then called the Louisiana Purchase, what is basically the main interior of what is now the United States. When the US bought the land from France, very little was known about it, other than they knew it would have to be explored before Western expansion. So it's of little surprise that there would be the need for some kind of expedition just to get a feel of things and make some maps and records of things they seen along with Native Americans they met. The goal was simple. Starting in Missouri, they needed to reach the Northwest Pacific. The 2 men that were selected were perfect for the job, and along their journey, which was helped by Sacagawea, the men made great discoveries, including 178 plants that had never been documented before, plus 122 animals, all completely new to Western science. Maybe the most famous of these was the grizzly bear, but it's one discovery they made that doesn't get a lot of recognition. That is the center of our mystery. It comes from the journal that Meriwether Lewis had kept along the entire expedition, which detailed practically everything. He would note on hearing a strange noise coming from just north of due west that was loud and sounded exactly like a 6-pound cannon firing about 3 miles away from them. His men would mention it to him since he was kind of ignoring it, thinking it was the sound of thunder in the distance. But a few days later, as they were walking out over the open plains, he would hear the sound of the cannon again, which was bizarre because there was not one single cloud or a breeze, but it was unmistakable. Someone was firing a cannon in the area. What makes that peculiar was there were no Europeans in this area at the time. The French had never actually colonized this far north, and instead had just made claims to the land, which they then sold to the US, while the Spanish was concentrated in the southwest around California. The British, too, had no fortifications or men here, so that left the question, who the heck was firing this cannon? Well, Lewis had no idea, but he would note, if he had time, he could probably figure out where it was coming from. Alas, he did not have time. After this, there would be 2 more accounts by Lewis where he recorded the artillery of the Rocky Mountains. He would also talk about meeting the Pawnee and Arikara Indians on the Missouri River who had told him about this same mysterious noise, which seemed to come from the Black Hills in South Dakota. He had ignored them, thinking it was a rumor or a silly superstition. But it wasn't just the Native Americans that would tell him about this. One of the most famous traders from that time period, the French-Canadian Jean Vallée, who had hosted the men in his home on the Cheyenne River the previous year, told them that in the Black Hills they would hear a great noise frequently. But it wasn't just Lewis that documented it. Clark would weigh in too. He would note, it's possible that the large river upstream from the Great Falls, running towards where the sound seems to come from, was named Medicine River, now Sun River, because of this mysterious rumbling. Among the Missouri River tribes, anything unexplainable is often called medicine. This was only the start of a weird phenomena that would startle the earliest settlers crossing the vast western plains. One of these was Oregon County explorer Wilson Price Hunt, hearing the noise on his way to the mouth of the Columbia River. Again, it came from the area of the Black Hills. Even close to 7 decades later, in 1872, the phenomenon was still occurring, because when a Northern Pacific Railroad sent a man named Thomas Roberts to Montana to conduct a survey, he would write in his journal about hearing the same sounds that Lewis and Clark had heard all those years ago. And again, he noted that it was a strange coincidence that it was coming from around the Great Falls of Missouri. So what exactly were Lewis and Clark hearing? Just a year after their expedition ended, many of the day's scholars would come forward to offer up their explanations. And maybe, unsurprisingly, the first suggestion was none other than avalanches. One of these was a French explorer named Alexander Henry, who noted seeing snow crashing down from the slopes of mountains and watching them from a distance only to see the snow and debris hit and a loud sound of thunder echo through the valley. Today, though, the leading theory is atmospheric ducting, which is when temperature inversions in the atmosphere can refract and channel distant sounds, like thunder, mining blast, or even artillery, which then travels way further than it normally would. Another theory is brontides, which are very low magnitude tremors, too weak to make the ground shake, but strong enough to make audible booms in the air, while some suggest pressurized pockets of methane gas, which are trapped underground and suddenly rupture, thus causing explosions. When it comes to UFO sightings across America, South Dakota, our next mysterious state, ranks near the bottom, coming in at number 46 in recorded sightings, with 272 reported between the years of 2021 in 1974 when the National UFO Reporting Center began tracking them. Now most of you will know that fact has more to do with South Dakota's small population than anything else, but that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because when it comes to these sightings, it's not the number that matters. Instead, it's the quality. And South Dakota actually plays home to one of the most famous UFO cases in history, the Ellsworth Air Force Base incident. It all began on August 5th, 1953, around 8:05 p.m., when a woman named Mrs. Killian would spot something odd in the sky. She was in the Black Hills, about 10 miles away from Ellsworth, when she noticed a glowing red light emitting from above. See, Mrs. Killian was actually a member of the Ground Observer Corps, which is a volunteer program that worked as part of the United States Air Force Civil Defense Service, and whose task was mainly to go out to one of these 14,000 observation points and watch for any Soviet aircraft that might be flying overhead, possibly spying, or even worse, planning to attack. And it's important to point out here, these volunteers were trained by the military, specifically to watch for enemy bombers, and that will prove significant later on. After spotting the light, she would call to the local Ground Observer Corps, who in turn forwarded her call to the radar controller at Ellsworth Air Force Base. It's here she began describing what she had seen: a red light that moved some 30 degrees to the right, then shot straight up, then moved to the left back to its original position. After this, it began moving south towards Rapid City. In response to this development, the commander at the Air Force Base would dispatch 2 airmen to go up and look for it, and the pilots found the light exactly where the spotter said it would be. Not only that, but by now, back at the control tower, the radar indicated the movement as well. The officer monitoring it knew that the weather could sometimes cause the radar to give anomalies, so he studied it for a few minutes, but it remained well defined, solid, and bright as it moved slowly across the sky, displaying 2 blips. He would call out for an altitude reading, and another officer found that it was flying at a height of 16,000 feet. By this time, the pilots who were flying the F-84 jet fighter had tracked the light and stated it circled Rapid City and was now moving back to its starting position where Mrs. Killian had first seen it. The first pilot was giving the orders to engage it, and when he got within 3 miles of this object, it began to move. And again, this was visually confirmed by not only the pilot and Mrs. Killian on the ground, but also the radar operator. 4 blips verified its movement. The last blip was some 70 miles away, pulling further and further away from it, until it got around 120 miles away to the north, where the pilot began to run out of fuel and had to turn back. Interestingly, when he landed, he would tell the officers on the ground he had observed an object that was silver in color and varied in intensity. While this was going on, the second pilot was given the order to engage. This man, a World War II and Korean War vet, stated that it did feel like maybe he was just chasing a star in the sky, but there were things about it that disturbed him, that made him question if he was really seeing a star, like the fact that it appeared to jump in elevation, or like when it appeared to parallel his course. The pilot checked in the cockpit for anything that might be giving off a reflection, creating an illusion that he was seeing, but there was nothing, which was odd because he said this thing was considerably brighter than a star and could change intensity and color from green to white. As he climbed higher and higher in pursuit, the object climbed as well. At around 26,000 feet, the radar again picked up the plane and object. The pilot, to his credit, began doing a number of tests to rule out common causes for so-called flying saucers, like he turned off his instrument lights and kicked the plane around to make sure he was not chasing a canopy reflection. He then started paying attention to the stars, and it's here he seen the object move across them, ruling out that he was chasing a planet or a star. Finally, he turned the radar gun sights on. This was important because this type of jet had a light on the instrument panel that indicated a lock-on when the target moved into the radar sights. And when this red object moved into frame, the light on the instrument panel came on. Although, it has to be noted, the pilot later on stated that the radar gun lock continued to malfunction on its way back to the base, so it might have just been a glitch. Regardless, after 3 hours of tracking the object, it finally vanished for good. last seen heading to Fargo, North Dakota, where multiple volunteer spotters on the ground reported seeing a fast-moving bright bluish-white light pass over. The whole incident would go down as one of the best recorded UFO sightings in U.S. history, with 45 civilians, many of these trained, and multiple U.S. military air defense system personnel. And because of that, it's one of the go-to cases when bringing up a real true unidentified flying object. However, there are skeptics, of course, like some who state that it can all be chalked up to radar anomalies caused by temperature inversion, which can distort radar returns. And as far as the two pilots go, they more than likely just seen stars. Or maybe there was a meteor witnessed by numerous people. In any case, it was explainable. Another theory speculated that it could have been just a secret test flight, or military aircraft, or maybe even a weather balloon. And it's possible that the officers at Ellsworth Base were not made aware of the test, or maybe they were part of the experiment. Either way, it was easily explainable. After this, you get the less believed theories, like ball lightning or mass hysteria. It was a warm summer's morning on August 15, 1950, when a man named Nick Mariana would walk out and inspect the baseball field before the day's upcoming game. Nick was the general manager of a minor league team known as the Great Falls Electrics, based in Montana. It was here, around 11:30, that him and his secretary, Virginia Ronning, were walking around the empty stadium when something extraordinary would happen. Nick, standing and looking over the baseball diamond, would have a bright flash of light catch his eye from up above. Looking up, he would see two bright silvery objects rotating over the town of Great Falls at a speed he would later estimate to be around 300 miles per hour. These objects were about 50 feet wide and were 150 feet apart. Nick was stunned and knew immediately he needed to get proof of this. Thankfully, these objects became stationary over a smelter stack, so he would run out to his car and retrieve his 16mm movie camera and set it up and began recording the crafts, along with Virginia, who also watched. And since this was 1950, you can just imagine that the cameras, especially ones that were sold for amateur use, were not very good. In fact, he couldn't even record sound, but thankfully, the video was in color. In total, he only got about 16 seconds worth of footage, but it's footage that has went on to be iconic. The crafts then flew off into the distance, no longer observed by Nick or Virginia. This was just 3 years after the Roswell crash, and because of that, UFO interest was at a peak. But even though Roswell had the big documented photo of the so-called recovered crash, and although there had been several other reported UFO crashes, there had until that point never been any video footage. Nick would be the first in history to finally have it. Nick would then leave and go back and review his footage, and was happy to see what he had gotten. He then took it to a local newspaper who ran with the article. In the meantime, local citizens began asking to see it, so he began organizing times for groups from the community to come in and watch. The story by this point was picking up steam, with publications from every town in America beginning to print the story. One of these was a journalist who had actually went to see the film for himself, and after witnessing it, he would call Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and inform them of the sighting. And as you can guess, it didn't take them long to dispatch someone out to investigate. This would be U.S. Air Force Captain John Brynildson. He would go on to interview Nick Mariana as well as Virginia Ronning, who both told the investigator that, right after the UFOs passed, 2 fighter jets did as well. With this, the investigator thought he had a simple answer. What they had really seen were just reflections of these 2 jets that flew by. But he asked to see the film to take it back to Wright-Patterson where they could analyze it better. And this is where our first discrepancy comes up, because Captain John Brynildson would tell a reporter in Great Falls that he was taking back about 8 feet of film with him. Yet, documents would reveal later on that his official message to Wright-Patterson read that he was sending 15 feet of film back to study. This is important, and we'll come back to why in a second. Once the film arrived, it was examined very quickly and determined to be nothing more than the reflections of F-94 jet fighters that were seen in the area at the time. The film was then sent back with a letter which said, "There's nothing unusual about it." But here's where things got interesting. When Mariana got the film back, he noticed that the first 35 frames from the film were missing. These same 35 frames, or 3 seconds of footage, clearly showed the UFOs he had seen, which were spinning metallic discs with a notch on the outer frames. This was now gone. And if you think this is just Mariana's attempt to get famous, well, it wasn't just him. Because remember all those people he showed it to in the community? They stood behind Nick and confirmed that the film they were now seeing had been tampered with and that a few seconds from the beginning had been removed. Of course, the Air Force strongly denied this and instead claimed they had removed one frame only, and that was because they had damaged it during analysis. Mariana did not take this well, as you might imagine, and neither did the rest of the country. Because of this, the Air Force would contact Mariana 2 years later and began convincing him to let them analyze the video again. He reluctantly agreed, only after the Air Force signed an agreement that they wouldn't remove any more frames from the film. Their conclusions at the time stated that the objects were not birds, balloons, or meteors, nor were they reflections from jets. They simply did not have an answer. This was followed up on a year later though, after the Air Force and CIA brought in the era's top scientist, who examined the best cases in Project Blue Book. After a careful study, it was ruled once again that these crafts were just reflections of the fighter jets in the area. What makes this intriguing is in the previous year, the Air Force investigation was led by a man named Captain Ruppelt, who would state that the F-94 jets weren't even in the area to cast a reflection. Not only that, but they were too steady to be reflections. This back and forth arguing over the video has went on for decades. It's been studied over and over, with some finding that it was just reflections, while others claiming it might have been birds, and others admitting they had no idea. The biggest study, though, would come from the Condon Report, which brought in a prominent physicist, Roy Craig, and psychologist, David Saunders. Craig would state when he interviewed Virginia Ronning and asked her more questions about that day, she hesitantly said, "What you have to remember in all this is that Nick Mariana is a promoter." And since then, many skeptics have implied that due to this statement and a few other things, that Mariana was just trying to draw attention to his baseball team. It doesn't help that he claimed for years to have been in possession of a letter that he had gotten from the Air Force, where they admitted they deleted some of the film, only for him to go on and claim that he had lost the letter. The comment from Virginia was enough to suit Craig, who chalked the whole thing up to nothing more than aircraft flying by. David Saunders, however, will go on to state he believed the video was more convincing of UFOs than anything that had been discovered up to that point, and many researchers have since agreed with him. The film is so important that it was stored in the National Archives, where it can still be found today. It's been featured in countless documentaries, TV shows, and videos online. It's never been debunked, although many would state you cannot prove a negative, and that's why today most people still believe it was just reflections of nearby aircraft, or maybe even actual aircraft that were flying overhead. But for ufologists, this is one of the biggest proofs of alien visitation. 1992 Quebec Alien Corpse. UFO footage is notorious for being hit or miss, with people generally falling into one or two camps. There's the group that believes almost every UFO sighting is legit, versus the other group that doesn't believe in UFOs at all. When it comes to extraterrestrial beings, though, there are tons of stories, but very little in the way of photographs or videos, and in what does exist is almost always said to be a hoax. Most famously was that 1995 alien autopsy film, which garnered huge ratings, yet was debunked as a hoax pretty quickly. Which brings us to our mystery. Yes, even Canada had a fairly similar account to the alien autopsy that took place in the US. Although it happened in 1992, our story actually begins in 2008, when a YouTube channel going by the name E-Trange's Videos uploaded one clip which had a duration of 1 minute and 16 seconds, although an extended clip of 1 minute and 21 seconds would be uploaded again in 2013. The video seemed to document this alien corpse which had been found. In total, there were about 10 photographs. In the description, the uploader would tell a pretty long story of how he had came across these pictures, with the last update coming in 2020. He would recall back to the winter of 1992 when he was living in Montreal, and a friend of his roommate came to their apartment to show them some strange photos. These photos, as you see here, are supposed to be of an alien, which is seen laying lifeless. According to his friend, a man and a couple of his buddies were riding around on snowmobiles near Rivière Rouge when they happened to come across this strange thing laying in the field or wooded area. Now, to make this story even more convoluted right away, this friend who had the photos wasn't actually there. Instead, it had been his cousin who had been there to take these photos. Because after they discovered the body in the snow, he went home to get his camera, possibly a 35mm. In any event, they snapped off these photographs, and then at one point, they would pick the being up with a stick, as they were afraid to touch it for fear of getting an illness. They would hang the body across a cable they had tied to a tree, and then took another photograph. They reported that it had a strange smell, but it was totally frozen. Since it was late though, and they were a bit shook up, they decided to leave it there and come back in the next morning when there was more light and they could see it better. So they just left it, and then when they came back, they were shocked to see it was gone. Presumably, a coyote or other wild animal had taken it, although I don't know how they reached that conclusion. But why do we have a video of these old photographs? Turns out, the quick-thinking uploader had a video camera, and he didn't want to take a chance on these photos ending up being damaged or lost. So he would lay them out and then began to record them with his camera. And remember, this is an old school early 90s camera, not a cell phone. At least, not for now. In the coming weeks, the guys who had snapped off the photographs though, took them to a ufologist who lived in the area named Claude McDuff, who wrote The Trial of the Flying Saucers. Interestingly, he had told them it was not the first time he had seen a photo of this type of entity, but he advised them to keep it quiet or they would be made fun of relentlessly by the public. So they did just that. Meanwhile, our uploader would save his video and show it to only a few select people in his inner circle that were open-minded. He then sat on it for the next 16 years, when in October of 2008, he wanted a bigger audience to see it, and what better way than YouTube? He did not have a way to convert VHS to digital, so he did it in an easier way. He would take his cell phone and record the video that he had made on VHS all those years ago, so it's essentially a video of pictures. He would also leave an email address in the description for any investigator that wanted to offer and help crack the case. He said that there didn't seem to be much interest though, which was strange, considering the video would slowly climb up to nearly 500,000 views over the next 8 years. Now this whole story is already a little off and strange, but it doesn't end there. For one, the original channel that uploaded this clip eventually vanished without an explanation, although rumors online suggested that it was taken down by YouTube due to copyright infringement, which doesn't make a lot of sense, and I wasn't able to confirm that anyways. Likewise, 2 other channels that would go on to share the video would eventually have it removed as well. This would be followed in 2016 by a channel called New Beat 2021, who would do an investigative and analytical video about the pictures, only for it to be deleted. However, in his video, he did point out certain things like the details of the eyes, the neck, and the detailed musculature, particularly in the legs, which he claimed would be extremely hard to replicate, especially in the early 90s. The skin too showed what appeared to be peeling or blistering, suggesting it had been exposed to the cold for a while and maybe had frostbite or possible bruising. Not to mention, the face seemed to suggest that it was freshly deceased, something that would be difficult to mimic with a prop. There was also the nostril slits, which were filled with snow. In conclusion, he felt that whatever it was had not been faked. To add to the weirdness, on September 24th, 2016, another video was posted by the channel Conspiracy and Lie Nibiru, UFOs. And in this one, it shows the head of a small gray, very similar to the one filmed in Montreal, and not long after it was uploaded, the entire channel was removed from YouTube, while the original Montreal video would be uploaded again in 2020. And this time, the description read, that it had been uploaded to the dark web in 2017, which was obviously not the case since it was on YouTube in 2008. Anyway, that's pretty much it to this crazy mystery. At first glance, it looks laughable, I know, but there's actually quite a few ufologists and alien believers who think, well, it's a real body, and we'll get to that in a second, as it's quite interesting why. But first, let's take a look at the most plausible and mentioned theory. It was indeed a hoax. There's not much to explain here. It's kinda obvious. The story as a whole doesn't make sense. These people made the discovery of a lifetime, and then just ran off and left it there. The original uploader, too, doesn't even have access to these photos, and nobody knows where they are. Not to mention, he never shows on the video the actual VHS tape that it's supposed to be on, which could suggest that it was never recorded to VHS, and it could be a much more modern creation around 2008 when it was uploaded. Although, multiple people have pointed out that the clothing worn by the men in the photos does point to the early 90s, as well as that flashlight in the background, who some online posters claim is an early 90s model. There's also another huge issue with this story, and that's the chain of custody. The photos arrived to this uploader via a friend of his ex-roommate who wasn't even there, but was given the photos by a cousin that had been. That's insanely dubious. However, as I've mentioned, quite a few in the unexplained phenomena community believe this is legit, and let's start with the most obvious reason why. The anatomy is very detailed, as mentioned by several of the people who have studied it closely, not to mention the signs of frostbite, swelling, and skin slippage hints at a real post-mortem body. That would be difficult to pull off outside a Hollywood studio in 1992, which brings up the next question: why? This isn't like the 1995 alien autopsy video that debuted to huge ratings on Fox and made a ton of money. That was all shot professionally with the goal to make money. In the Montreal one, if it is a hoax, multiple people went through an excruciating amount of work and paid a lot of money for very little in return. If it was really created in 1992, it took nearly 20 years for it to get any attention, and even then, it's never been that huge of a video. It never really went viral. I can't imagine the money that it earned was more than it cost to make. It's those reasons that's left some to suggest a much darker theory, that yes, this is a real corpse, but it's not alien, and might just be human. One that was deformed, diseased, mummified, or mutilated. How it ended up here is anyone's guess, and how it vanished is equally perplexing. But the anatomy looks very human, and maybe that's why it has been yanked from YouTube multiple times. Of course, I'll close by suggesting the less likely scenario, that it was an art project or something made by a student. It just seems too elaborate for that. And finally, the real mystery here is if it was a hoax, why hasn't that person came forward? I mean, there are a few posts online that claim someone did come forward in the years past, but that seems to be a fabrication too. Also, who are the other people in the photo? Why have none of these people ever been identified or spoke out? See, that's the real mystery to me. Forget the photos, because personally, I just don't see it. But it's the strange story around the photos themselves that make this mystery totally baffling. Sometimes, mysteries begin in the oddest places, like a YouTube comment section, and that's just where this one starts. On a Coast to Coast AM video from late 2017 featuring Dave Pilatus, speaking of course about missing 411 cases, and it's this interview a paranormal researcher named Joshua LaRue just happened to be listening and began scrolling through the comment section when one caught his eye. It simply read, quote, "I know what's doing this. I saw it when I was a kid." LaRue was intrigued, and over the next few days, he began trying to get into touch with this YouTube commenter, also he could hear his story. He would finally arrange that 1 week later, when he got him on the phone and started listening to his account. The man, who would go by the name John, would tell a story about growing up in the mid-1990s in a rural part of Pennsylvania. It's here he lived surrounded by his cousins aunts, uncles, and grandparents, whom he saw all the time. In particular, he often played with his cousin Tim, and one day, John, his cousins, and a few other kids were playing in the fields and woods. As nighttime came, they wrapped up and everyone parted ways. John and Tim walked off together and started going up the dirt road back to their homes. Tim was out in front by a few feet when suddenly, John would see it. He described a black hole opening in the edge of the shrubs along the road. Then, a pitch black outline of a person reached out and grabbed Tim, pulled him inside, and the hole instantly closed. John, like anyone would be, was shocked, and he didn't know what to do. So he took off running home and rushed in to tell his parents and grandparents, who obviously didn't believe him, thinking it was some kind of prank. So, like most parents, they just sent him to bed. The next morning, he would awake, and he was still panicking. He couldn't believe what had happened. He jumped up from his bed and rushed to his aunts and uncles, nearly hysterical, and he would ask, "What happened to Tim? Where is he?" Tim's parents, in a casual tone, simply replied, "He's in the back bedroom, playing with your little brother." John must have thought he was losing it, especially once Tim and his brother walked into the room. John was stunned and asked Tim what had happened, and he acted like nothing strange had occurred. He then told John to come outside and play. John, though, was flabbergasted and watched as they ran outside. Just then, Tim stopped at the doorway, held the door open, turned back and smiled, in what John would describe as a sinister, inhuman smile, the most disturbing one John would ever see. He then walked out the door, and the two never spoke about the incident again. However, John would finish up by stating that years after the incident, Tim became wheelchair-bound and spent years in and out of the hospital due to various medical reasons, none of which were ever diagnosed. So what about theories? Considering that it was the twilight of the evening, and he might have been nervous walking home in the dark and surrounding forest, perhaps Tim slipped off without John seeing him do so, and he just imagined the whole thing. Or the memories over the decades just become distorted. Of course, another likely scenario is this random YouTube commenter was just spinning a tale and was just happy that someone asked to hear about it. Or maybe John himself was somehow pranked by the other kids. Or maybe this really is the answer to the missing 411 cases. Our next mystery takes us to the confines of the National UFO Reporting Center website, where users can go and file reports on their own weird sightings. The following comes from May 2003 in Illinois. The letter would open by stating he was writing this on behalf of his sister and her friends who had just told him a crazy story. As he had began researching what they had described to him, he came across the website, and he was now searching for an explanation. According to them, his sister and her friend were attending a bonfire out in the country with about 15 to 20 other kids. It would go on until around 2:45 a.m. when everyone started winding down and going home. His 17-year-old sister and her 17-year-old friend, whom he simply called E, was with her 19-year-old sister, A, and these three remained behind to clean up. They had drove their mom's van to the fire and started loading in the chairs to take back to the shed. After unloading them, they went back in the van when the author's sister would notice something standing off in the driveway in the distance. She motioned to E to come look at it. They at first thought it was someone who had attended the party, but they soon realized that everyone had already left, so they jumped into the van. They would then take a look back at the driveway and the house, and that figure was no longer standing there. His sister claimed that it looked like a man, except lighter colored, or like he was wearing white clothing. Regardless, they started the van after convincing each other that it was safe and that it was probably just E's dad who had walked out to check on them. They then went back towards the fire to finish picking up. It was around 3:20 a.m. by this point, and they headed up the driveway and into the grass, and down the hill towards the fire. The van had its brights on, and his sister would suddenly spot what she described as frozen things, some kind of figures or creatures in two separate rows, about 15 in each row. These beings were 3 to 4 feet tall and were standing about 15 feet directly in front of this van. Their heads sort of looked like a Christmas light, and they were connected to the body, but she couldn't see how. They held up their arms, but the girls were not able to see hands. In fact, his sister described them as looking like stick people, dark gray or brown in color. These beings stood there, not even moving, but it scared his sister enough that she began to cry. Then the girl screamed for E to get the van going, which she did by pulling out and leaving town. They then drove around a bit, trying to calm down, and rationalizing what they had just seen. Was it a deer, trees, or something as simple as bushes? Well, deep down, they knew that none of those were the answer. They would eventually calm down about 2 hours later and went back, and by this time, the sun was out. They would even go to the spot where they had seen them, and nothing was there. After this, his sister would come home and tell the family. The event had shook her up enough that she couldn't sleep nor eat. He would close the report by stating he hoped someone had similar accounts, and he was simply looking for an answer. So, let's give him one. More than likely, the headlights from the van were cutting through the darkness and making ordinary objects like a fence post or tree branches look like frozen humanoid stick figures. Our brains are wired to recognize shapes and patterns anyways, and it could be quite easy to do at 3 a.m. in the morning. It's also possible they simply saw chairs stacked up, left from the bonfire. Regardless, once one of them began to panic, they all got scared and group panic took over, and they all began to believe they were looking at stick figures. Of course, it's also possible someone was out there trying to play a prank on them. 1985, Dodleston, England. Ken Webster and his girlfriend Debbie, along with their friend Nick, were renovating an old 18th century cottage together. But it's this simple act of renovation that would start off this weird mystery that only became an internet mystery decades later in 2011, when a blogger, Nick Pence, began documenting the story. The case started strangely with the three finding 6-toed footprints which went up one of the dusty walls. Assuming it was a prank, they cleaned the wall and just painted over it, only for those same prints to return the next day. But it wasn't just that. They found strange footprints in the dust on the floor too. And then, cat food they had left out had been stacked into a pyramid. They were also subjected to frequent cold gusts of wind, shadows moving about, and the feeling of a strange presence watching them. However, Ken, who had planned on moving in, was fairly sure that it was his buddy Nick who was pranking him. Or maybe someone else, and he ignored the weirdness and moved on in. Before long, Ken would decide to bring a computer home from school where he taught at, and this is back in the earliest days of computers. But when Ken got this computer home, he would have a strange message pop up. Actually, it was a poem, which read, "True are the nightmares of a person that fears. Safe are the bodies of the silent world. Turn, pretty flower, turn towards the sun, for you shall grow and sow. But the flower reaches too high and withers in the burning light. Get your bricks. Pussycat, pussycat went to London to seek fame and fortune. Faith must not be lost, for this shall be your redeemer," which is certainly a weird poem. But it got stranger, because a few days later, Ken would get a second message. This time, it was not a poem, but written in a very old form of British English. It read, "I write on behalf of many. What strange words you speak. You are a good man who has a fanciful woman, and you live in my house, with lights which the devil makes. It was a great crime to have stolen my house, L.W. This L.W.'s first name would be revealed later on as Luca, and he claimed to be messaging them from the year 1546. Over the next year and a half, Ken would receive messages like these through Luca, and he became obsessed with figuring out who was really doing it. He began responding to the messages, asking questions like where he was from, and who the leader was in his time. The person, or thing, messaging him would reply, but he often left many of the questions unanswered, and he would fire off his own questions trying to find out more about Ken and Debbie. However, in all this correspondence, Luca's real name would come out, and he was a man named Thomas Harden. So of course, Ken and Debbie, being very curious, decided to do some researching to see if this man really existed. And this was way back in the old days, before you could find anything on the internet, so they actually had to go to a library to do real research. It's here, that they finally found out that Thomas actually existed, and he was the vicar of a church in Gloucestershire in the 1550s. This is already strange enough on its own, but it got weirder yet, because although Ken and Debbie had learned much about Thomas, he was learning more about them. In his messages, he started commenting about things going on at his newly renovated cottage, like some of the photos on the kitchen table that had been left out by Ken. And it got weirder yet, because at some point, Ken would mention living in the year 1985, which threw Thomas off. And he would reply, "But I thought you were from the year 2109, like your friend who brought the box of lights." Ken was stunned at this point, and logically, the only thing he knew to do was to try to write the person in 2109 to see who that was. This individual would tell Ken and Debbie and Thomas they were going to change history together, and he, 2109, who might actually be an AI, will be nudging them along the way. So as you can see, this is all getting very strange and confusing. Next, 2109 starts messaging Ken and Debbie and tells them this is all part of an experiment that they are in. This went on and on until Ken finally had enough and called on a paranormal investigation team to come look over the cottage. They visited and studied 3 times and were never able to come up with any answers. Shortly after this, Thomas said he was being forced away from his land and he never messaged again, but left them with a little promise. He said he was going to leave them a book that they would discover in the future, which was supposed to confirm everything, I guess. Regardless, this book has never been found. So this is a pretty crazy one, and the theories are pretty obvious. The first and biggest theory is that it was a hoax by none other than Ken and Debbie. In fact, Ken would actually go on to write a book about it 4 years later called The Vertical Plane, meaning he did in fact seek some money for the whole story. It was just kind of forgotten about or never made big news until it was rediscovered in that blog in 2011. There's also another strange caveat. That PC he was using was a BBC Micro, which did not have the ability to network, nor could it run background processes, meaning any genuine remote or automated messaging was entirely impossible, suggesting any text on the screen was manually entered by someone in this dimension and time. But that doesn't necessarily mean Ken, because the BBC Micros had sideways ROM slots and could be used by someone technically adept enough to boot up a custom program and set it to display upon powering up. And since Ken was constantly taking floppy disks between home and school, a prankster there could have placed the text on it then and set it to display upon booting up. Of course, the other 2 theories are of the more supernatural type. First, it was a real poltergeist, those ghosts that can cause random objects to move, or to make footprints show up, or send messages to a computer screen. Next is time slip. Those messages that came from Luca, or Thomas, really did display correct spellings and word usages for mid-16th century English, which means the prankster was very intelligent in that field, or he was a real time slip. Of course, none of this explains the 2109 entity. All in all, a strange one. For this next one, we go back in time through the web archive and visit a site known as UFOfreeparanormal.com. It was a website where readers would send in emails about their paranormal experiences that would in turn be posted to the stories section. This one would come in 1997 from someone going by the name Nermal. And Nermal was in his 50s when he sent this and would tell a story recalling his childhood way back in 1944 or 1945 as a young boy around 4 to 5 years old. He would write that in Kissimmee, Florida, he and his mother were standing on the side of the road waiting to be picked up by his father and grandmother. The area where they were waiting had very little traffic, and from here, they would see the family vehicle, a black Ford, start driving towards them. Soon, he spotted his grandmother and father inside driving, and strangely, neither occupant would look at him or his mother. Instead, they just drove on by, even in spite of the fact that him and his mom were sitting there waving at them to get their attention. Regardless, the car kept going and went on around the corner. He would then turn to his mother, and they were both surprised. And then his mom began rambling and saying bad stuff about her husband and mother-in-law. as she was pretty upset that he was making her stand there and wait. However, the car would return several minutes later, and this time it slowed down and stopped. They would get into the car and they ask, "Why did you refuse to slow down and let us in the first time?" And strangely, his father said, "We just got here." He then told them they must have seen another couple that looked just like them, because they had not been passed by. His father and mother then began to argue before they dropped the discussion and proceeded on with the drive. Fast forward to 12 years later, and Normal would bring up the weird experience to his father again, asking if he had remembered that occasion and the ensuing argument with his mother after they got into the car. He replied he remembered, but then he told Normal something else. That had actually happened to him one other time, in the early 1940s, and this weird phenomenon seemed to run in the family. Normal would close his account by stating that although he clearly seen the car and his father and grandmother, it made no sound, nor was there any smoke coming from the tailpipe. He also noted that his mother would sometimes remember the incident and other times was not able to recall it. He would also note after this, he would be seen in places before he arrived. Now interestingly, this phenomenon is not known well here, but it's actually a big part of Scandinavian folklore, and it's known as Vardøger, and basically, it's this weird occurrence of a spirit predecessor who precedes a person in a location or activity. They do this by mimicking their footsteps, voice, scent, and or appearance. It's often described as a warning spirit or phantom double. So did Normal see a family Vardøger? Well, unsurprisingly, the skeptical take is it was all mistaken identity or coincidence. The two just saw the same model and color car with two strangers who looked vaguely familiar to his dad and grandmother. But it's also possible that his memory was just distorted over time, along with his father's, and considering that his mother didn't remember the story at all sometimes, it could also suggest the same. But maybe he really did see a Vardøger. The Beauport Poltergeist, August 1989, Beauport, Quebec. A teenage resident named Nancy was laying in bed in her family's apartment while her mother made breakfast, when her peaceful late summer morning sleep would be disturbed by a large crash from inside the home. Unsure if she was dreaming or what, she got up and began to look around the room. While she stared on in her half-awakened state, she heard another boom as a powerful thud caused the entire wall in her room to vibrate. Now that she was fully awake, that's when she would notice the hole on her bedroom wall. This last noise, which was as loud as a pistol firing, was just the beginning, because soon the walls themselves began to move, rocking back and forth, making loud cracking sounds throughout the entire two-story building. By this point, the neighbors had came out and began to complain. Or they did until it started happening to their apartment. Within the first 2 days of that noise coming from Nancy's room, tenants would report 19 more violent impacts that shook the entire building, shaking so much that the plaster on the walls began to break and fall off. The tenants, by this point, were highly agitated and began to point their fingers at one another, suspecting that someone was involved in a prank or maybe something illegal. Eventually, the landlord was called, and he couldn't believe it, although he would stick around and witnessed it himself. He at first worried that this could all be due to a gas leak, and everyone was evacuated out of the building until someone from the gas company could come by and test for a leak. They would arrive shortly, and as they were there, the top floor began to shake violently, and they ran upstairs and found nothing. After testing the entire facility, they ruled out a natural gas or methane leak, and they left. Next, a building inspector was called in, and he would begin going over investigating every room and found nothing. But curiously, he would stop and lean his shoulder up against the wall, and it struck him hard enough to leave him dumbfounded. In spite of this, he could never locate the source. Next, geological engineers were called out to inspect the home's foundation, and these engineers quickly found what they thought was the problem. They believed that the summer had been unusually dry and had simply dried out the clay soil the foundation sat on. While that sounded like a good explanation at first, this would later be ruled out because of a period of heavy rain that would hit the area in the weeks following. and although the soil was now dampened from days of rain, the noises continued. It's also worth pointing out that no other home in the neighborhood had this happening, even though they were all sitting on the same soil. Finally, the police and firefighters were both called out to inspect to see if someone was somehow doing this intentionally, but they found nothing. Because of all of this, the city officials ordered the building to be evacuated, since at this point, multiple walls shook randomly every day. The tenants would stay somewhere else temporarily, while the city continued to investigate. Towards the end of the month, the tenants were allowed to return briefly to collect their belongings and abandon the building. They felt it was safe enough to do this, since the noises had become less frequent and less powerful. By this point though, the media and local area was following the story quite closely, as rumors about a poltergeist had begun to swirl. But unlike other stories of poltergeist activity where we have no real video proof, this one we do, because when the tenants went back to get their belongings, a woman was interviewed about the strange activity, and while talking, the building roughly shook, as you can see here.
Precisely what's going on in this house?
Well, the wall is moving back and forth, just like that. And then it makes a kind of noise, like that. Oh, cow, it can't get any better than what you're seeing right now before your very eyes.
Eventually, the noises and shaking stopped altogether, and new tenants were allowed to move back in, and it never happened again. This series of events would eventually become attributed to the Beauport Poltergeist, and it's went on to become a fairly popular case for the proof of paranormal activity, since it was observed on camera, and continued to happen after the building was emptied, not to mention the fact that all of the experts who studied it could never actually provide an explanation for what was happening. However, as you might imagine, skeptics still don't believe it, and they pitch an alternate, more down-to-earth theory, like the one the geologist had came up with, that this all had to do with very dry soil. But what about the rains? Well, likewise, if clay-rich soils change volume due to a lot of rain, it can also produce the same effect, although the houses on the same block should have also been affected. Not to mention, in cases where this does happen, the noise is usually slow, or like a progressive cracking, not sounds like gunshots or the whole building moving. That's why others have suggested that it may have been a poorly constructed building, and the loud noises were just the wood or other materials shifting from moisture changes in the air, although the building inspector reportedly ruled that out. But maybe the strangest part of this all was, after a month of trying to trace down the cause, it just stopped. So maybe it was a poltergeist. 1952, Essex, England. It was a warm day when 9-year-old Bill Ramsey went outside to the garden and began to play around, never expecting something so innocent to become a lifelong strange mystery. Bill, despite the warm weather, all of a sudden felt an icy blast of frigid cold sweep over him, leaving his perspiration to freeze on his skin. But that was just the beginning, because he would next smell a foul odor, like garbage that had sat out in the summer heat for days. This caused him to vomit. The reaction was overpowering, and all he could do was stand and dream about running away to the beach, and strangely, wolves. Suddenly, his mom would call for him, and it snapped him out of the trance. But this was only the beginning for Bill. The child that had been known for being well-mannered soon began to have anger issues, sometimes to the point it completely overtook him, such as the day he ripped a fence post out of the ground with his bare hands and began to swing it at his parents when they tried to approach him. Then he began to let out aggressive growls and snarls, and of course, this shook his parents up, especially when he began to chew the fence. They eventually ran inside, and Bill had a chance to calm down. That is a bizarre moment, and it makes it strange because, over the next 15 years, Bill was completely normal. He even got married and had a family. He did have problems though, such as the recurring nightmares where he was often chasing, or sometimes stalking, his own wife, only for her to roll around and scream after seeing Bill's actions in his sleep. The dreams did slack off, thankfully, but it came back about 2 years later when Bill awoke one night to the sound of growling. He was certain he heard a vicious animal somewhere in the home, and it didn't take long for him to realize that animal was him. But stranger things were yet to come. By 1983, about 14 years after the growling incident, he would go out with some friends to a local pub where he spent the night drinking, and he began to feel the familiar chills that he had experienced as a child, and he excused himself to the bathroom where he tried to resist the anger inside, before finally looking into the mirror in an attempt to regain control. But when he looked, he realized he was staring straight at a wolf. Bill decided he needed to get home and tried to contain the beast during the car ride, but he began to growl and could not stop. His friend, who was sitting beside him in the back, must have been stunned to look over and see Bill twisting his hands into the shape of claws, and then bending over and trying to bite him on the leg. The driver was forced to pull over, and the friends ejected Bill from the vehicle, where he soon regained his composure and finished the ride home. But the attacks grew worse. Later that year, Bill started to suffer chest pains and thought he might be having a heart attack, so he went to the emergency room. But halfway through the blood pressure exam, he would bite the arm of the nurse before jumping up, running down the hallway, and trying to escape. Strangely, his shoulders were hunched over and his fingers were bent in the shape of claws, and he had his lips curled like a rabid animal, knocking people down along the way. It would actually take several people to finally tackle him and drag him to the ground. Even after being handcuffed, a tranquilizer had to be used. The next morning, a doctor came to see him and listened to his story and recommended he stay in the hospital for observation, but Bill declined, and the feelings went away for a short while, until he visited his mother, and he felt the urge coming on. He rushed back to the hospital to try and stop the transformation. He was late though, and he tried to attack a nurse and lunged at an orderly. Officers were soon called, and he would snarl at the men, and a scuffle broke out, leaving one officer severely injured before the werewolf, Bill, was subdued. Again, he was referred to a mental hospital, which he declined and walked away. It would happen again though, just a few years later in 1987, when Bill made a citizen's arrest on a local sex worker who solicited him. After getting to the police station, she ran inside, and a policeman came out to question Bill, and after lightly touching him on the shoulder, Bill snapped, and he went full werewolf, throwing the officer to the ground and began trying to choke him to death. It took around 6 officers and 2 injections just to subdue him. After this, he was held, and multiple tests were ran, including MRIs, X-rays, and psychiatric evaluations, but they could find nothing wrong with him. Soon the news spread, and it was picked up all over the world. Bill, meanwhile, would just voluntarily turn himself into the police every so often when he felt the urge coming on, and they would put him behind the jail cell to protect himself and others. But he was beginning to get desperate, and he eventually would reach out to a Father McKenna who offered to do an exorcism. So they would get together, and for the first 30 minutes, it seemed to not be working. But Bill began to change. His face contorted, and he even tried to attack the bishop. But suddenly, it all stopped, and Bill seemed relaxed and normal. The exorcism was successful. A photo was even taken after the event outside, and Bill never changed back to a werewolf again. Crazy story, but what are the theories? Well, it has to be pointed out. Clinical lycanthropy is a very real, very rare psychiatric syndrome in which the person genuinely believes they are transforming into an animal, usually a wolf. Although, this doesn't explain the cold sweats, stench, or Bill's strength, which was said to be superhuman. It's also possible he was suffering from a form of epilepsy where seizures in the temporal lobes produce intense hallucinations, fierce rage, or even smelling hallucinations, and it can also cause involuntary movements. Or he may have just had intermittent explosive disorder with dissociative features, a psychiatric condition marked by sudden impulsive aggressive outbursts with hardly any or no provocation. Or maybe he was really possessed by a demon. June 16th, 1659, Quebec City, in what was then New France. A ship would touch shore, bringing more French immigrants to settle the very tiny colony, which at this point was about 1,700 people. And getting off this ship was a young 14-year-old girl named Barbe Hallay. Her father had actually came to the colony some 3 years prior and was now bringing his family over, who all hoped at a shot at a better life. Barbe, in particular, would soon find employment as a servant, where she would do many of the typical, quote, women chores, like cooking, cleaning, and washing, but she also did work with the farm animals and garden. But it's one day when she was attending to these chores that she heard a knock at the door. Barbe, being the servant, went to see who was there, and when she opened it, she was met by a man named Daniel Vu. Daniel would tell Barbe he had come to ask for her hand in marriage, because apparently he had already made a deal with her father that in exchange for land, he could marry her. But see, Daniel didn't have the best reputation in town. First of all, he was dishonest, and he was known to have a short temper, and maybe worst of all, he was a Protestant, much to Barbe's dismay, since she was actually Catholic and on her way to joining a religious order, presumably a nun, although I could never find confirmation. And since Barbe was considered the age of consent, she had actually had the legal right to refuse the proposal in spite of what her father had offered, and she did just that. And Daniel got really upset about this, and he stormed off in anger, and he wouldn't leave it at just that. He wanted to force her to marry him. Now what happened next is lost to history, but what eventually would happen is he would reach out to some of his shadier connections, like witches, magicians, or any of the occult figures in the early colony that Daniel was said to hang around with. He would ask these people for help, or he conspired with them to conjure up an entity to terrorize Barbe into marrying him. As ridiculous as this sounds, this whole account was recorded by Marie of the Incarnation, a nun who has since been declared a saint due to her work for Catholicism, particularly in New France. And what's really crazy is, bad stuff started to happen to Barbe. Marie would straight up record that she was vexed with demons, while other records from the time cited that she had become afflicted with malfeasance. Several people that visited the home would confirm some of the weird things that were happening, like flutes and drums playing by themselves, pieces of stone coming off of the masonry from the home and flying across the room. Barbe would begin to complain of seeing phantoms at day and night, appearing as men, children, beasts, or demons. Sometimes it was Daniel himself who appeared to her. Before long, the news spread, and a bishop, Francois de Laval, would send priests to exorcise the demon, which would be the first time in Canadian history. But when these priests failed, he went to do it himself, and he failed too. But now, he would set out to get proof that Daniel had been the source of this satanic possession, and after some political back and forth, the case against Daniel was brought forward. He was arrested in September 1660, and after a trial in October 1661, he was found guilty and executed. This is part of historical record, and you can look it up. But there is some dispute over if this execution was really due to putting a demon on Barbe, because some sources claim he was really executed for trading liquor to the local Iroquois, and it had nothing to do with witchcraft, but seemingly no one else was ever executed for the liquor trade. Most were just banished or punished in some other way, so that part's confusing too. Regardless, Barbe's demon possession did not stop. She eventually ended up at a hospital where her ailments were claimed to have been caused by a natural spirit, something more akin to a fairy and not a demon. That's when another important nun would enter the story, Marie Catherine of St. Augustine. She did not believe it was something as innocent as a fairy. She still believed it was a demon, caused by witches still living out on the fringe of the colony. She would begin to try getting rid of the demon herself, which quit attacking Barbe and began attacking Marie, so much to the point that it left her arm full of bruises, always trying to get her to question her faith. She would do everything she could to try to cast the demon out, but it never worked, until she got an idea. See, in 1662, a missionary named Jean de Brebeuf would suffer a terrible fate. After spending years working with the local indigenous peoples, he was kidnapped in a raid by the Iroquois, who then tortured and killed him. He was later canonized by the Catholic Church for all the work he had done in the New World, but that's getting a little bit off the subject. What's important is that his remains were brought back to Quebec, where his name had already grew in fame. They would boil his bones and lie, which would then become relics. Some were sent to France, others were kept in New France. One of these was a rib, and Marie's idea was to take that rib and place it against Barbe's body in an effort to get rid of the demon. According to 3 witnesses, her body began to contort and the demon screamed in pain because the rib of this venerated holy man was burning the demon. Marie then commanded the demon to leave the body, and although it refused at first, it could no longer take it. And then something came out of Barbe's mouth, something like breath, but visible, and then vanished. Barbe then began to cry and pray. The possession was over. After this, she basically lived a fairly normal life. But what do we make of this story? One that was documented so well, and by reputable people. It should be no surprise that most think that she was either mentally ill or just under a lot of stress. Colonial life was very difficult. There was a lot of labor, a very cold climate in the winter, and she may have been depressed. The sudden visions were just stress reactions, maybe even brought by malnutrition, or she could have even had epilepsy or some kind of other disorder the 17th century colonists all associated with the devil. As far as Daniel goes, the family could have made up the whole story about him putting a curse on her, or about conjuring up the devil. He wasn't well liked anyways, and if Barbe was pretending to be possessed, it might deter Daniel's advances. Actually, maybe it would deter most of the men. She lived in a colony where the ratio was 12 men to 1 woman, and what better way to take yourself off the marriage market than to make everyone believe you are possessed. Arrigo. We have all seen the famous faith healer, who many call a grifter, Benny Hinn, whose act on stage has been going on now for over 4 decades. You might see him often touching people who then fall to the ground miraculously healed. However, as you might imagine, he's often believed to be nothing more than a con man. But what if there was a faith healer who, not very famous, did seem to really have some kind of gift that allowed him to heal? That brings us to Jose Pedro de Freitas, or better known by his nickname, Arrigo, meaning country bumpkin. He was born on a farm in Brazil in 1918, and as a child, he began to have visions of bright light and would hear voices talking in a strange language. Arrigo, unlike his other brothers, did not go to college. In fact, he dropped out of school and worked on the family farm until he eventually took a job in the mines in his 20s. But it was by his early 30s things would get strange. He began having recurring dreams of a doctor with a German accent, who he later identified as a deceased Dr. Adolfo Fritz. Fritz would apparently tell him he had chosen him to work as a medium to continue his work as a healer. This terrified Arrigo, and he went to get advice from his real doctor and even spoke to a priest who would warn him to stay away from spiritualism. However, it was too late, because soon Arrigo began feeling like he should give in to Dr. Fritz's orders, and one day, upon running into a friend who walked on crutches, Arrigo yelled, "It's about time you got rid of them." He then snatched the crutches away and told his friend to walk, which he was able to do. These verbal commands proved effective for others, but it was in 1950, when he was working in the election campaign for a senator, that he would become famous. Lucio Bittencourt was suffering from cancer, and one night, when he was unable to sleep, Arrigo came into the room holding a razor and clearly in a trance. He spoke in a German accent, telling him the operation had to be done. Bittencourt lost consciousness, but when he awoke in the morning, he found his shirt had been cut and bloodstained, with a neat incision on the back. Strangely, the next day Bittencourt went to see his doctor for a planned examination, and it was here the doctor told Bittencourt the tumor had been removed by a surgical technique never seen before in Brazil. The senator would talk openly about his miraculous recovery, and before long, Arrigo was working a full-time schedule as a faith healer, although he declined all payments or any favors for the healings. The trance-like state he would go into was not like Edgar Casey's dream state. Instead, Arrigo turned into a whole different personality. He held his head higher and spoke with a German accent. His diagnosis was instantaneous. He didn't even look at the patient's records or ask questions. He would then write out a prescription at an incredible speed. Sometimes the medicines were obsolete or had not even reached Brazil yet. Sometimes he would carry out rudimentary surgery, like taking a paring knife and removing a cyst. Sometimes the patient would even be standing against the wall. The operation would be performed in minutes using an unsterilized knife or scalpel, and the patient would get up and leave with no pain, even though there had been no anesthesia, antisepsis, or stitches used. The incisions closed themselves, or sometimes Arrigo stopped the bleeding by prayer, and of course, when he would snap out of it, he could remember nothing that had happened. Interestingly, there were some patients he turned away, telling them they could see a regular doctor that could help, while telling others there was nothing else that could be done. He was also, for some reason, unable to treat himself or relatives. Over his career, he allegedly met and treated at least 1 million people, many of them famous. Brazilian doctors began researching him in the 50s, and noted on one occasion he brought a patient with inoperable ovarian cancer, and following his treatment, completely recovered and even had a child. There was even a woman with cancerous growths on her abdomen who was given 2 months to live by her doctor, but after 3 prescriptions by Arrigo, she completely recovered and lived a normal life. He would also be tested by another doctor who had gained fame for exposing faith healers, but after seeing him perform 4 operations, including the removal of a liver tumor, he stated there definitely needed to be more research done because he had no idea how he was doing it. Despite making no money from this, he would eventually be arrested and charged with witchcraft and practicing medicine without a license. He was sentenced to over a year in prison, and interestingly, patients would still come to the jail to see him while the guards turned a blind eye. Now, there was a lot more research done during his life and in the years after, and some strange things have been found, like in 545 cases in which records were kept, it was discovered 95% of these, Arrigo's diagnosis matched the conventional doctor's diagnosis. However, as you might have already figured out, skeptics dismiss many of the claims and state that he was carefully using sleight of hand for most of these so-called psychic surgeries, and as far as his medicine, their healing was chalked up to as placebo effect. There was also a study that came out in 1973, just 2 years after he died, and in this study, 836 patients were tracked down and asked about their treatment. About 16% of them claimed that there had been improvement, while 56% claimed there had been no changes at all, while the others just didn't respond. It's also worth noting the Dr. Adolfo Fritz that came to Arrigo in his dreams didn't even exist. Petropolis, Brazil, October 25th, 1957. A young girl, whom we only have the name Señorita Lais, was going through something that would bring a tear to nearly anyone's eyes. She was suffering from stomach cancer, terminal. It was something that had brought the family bedside, as it was clear that her end was near. Now, we don't have a lot of information about this family, so it brings up an interesting question. How do we even know about the story? Well, there was one witness who came forward. He was actually the family's maid, Anazia Maria, who gave this account to a journalist. According to Anazia, the girl had been given many treatments to control the cancer, but the doctors had finally told the family all hope was lost. They did not want to give up though, and would move to a small farm in August of 1975, hoping the change in climate would help. But of course it didn't, and she only got worse. The only medicine she received was morphine to help with the pain. She couldn't even eat anymore, which brings us back to the night of our mystery. It was in those hours of great sadness that the family fully expected her not to make it through the night, and the injections were no longer helping. With grief, her father sang a verse by her bedside, and then something strange happened. A light burst into the window. Everyone turned around to look, and this light, strong and bright, seemed to shine directly onto the home. Her brother, a boy named Julino, would shout, "Look," and he ran to the window and saw a disc-shaped machine sitting there in the light. Anazia was not sure of the diameter, but it wasn't big. She did note that the upper part was enveloped in a luminescence of a reddish-yellowish color. The craft was now sitting in the yard, and the family watched the port side door open and 2 small objects emerged. They began making their way towards the family home, while a third being remained inside the craft, and Anazia would note she could see a green dim light shining from within the craft, where the third being was still standing. These things, whom she would describe as human, came into the home. She said they were short, maybe about 3'10", with large heads, reddish ears, small slanted eyes, and vivid green skin. She would notice as they came in that they wore white thick suits and something on their hands that appeared to be gloves. The suit's chest sides, and cuffs shined brightly. They came up to Senorita Lais, who was moaning in pain, looking at the beings, and of course, did not understand what was going on. No one did. Everyone remained quiet. These beings then pulled out instruments and placed them on the cover. If you think it's crazy so far, you haven't seen anything yet, because he would place his hand on the father's head, and then, with a bluish light, showed all of Senorita Lais's interior, specifically her belly. He then took another instrument and pointed it in the direction of the stomach, and everyone could see the cancer. They then began their operation, which lasted half an hour. Senorita Lais fell asleep, and the beings left. But before they did, they communicated with her father telepathically, telling him to give her this medicine for the next month. They then handed him a sphere made of stainless steel-like metal, which contained 30 small white pills, which she took over the next month, and she would get to feeling better. And at the next visit with her doctor, he verified her cancer was gone. So what to make of this crazy account? Obviously, it's most likely a total hoax. The whole story hinges on this one maid's testimony, and the girl's identity cannot be found because we were not even given her full name. In fact, the case mirrors a couple of other famous ones from the same time frame. Okay, but what if it did happen? Well, I guess the theories would be some secret clandestine medical team did all of this under the guise of the aliens so they could test out some experimental cancer treatment, or maybe it was real aliens. Susie's dying. During the 1970s and 80s in the United Kingdom, a peculiar set of rumors began to swirl. These rumors stated that if you went to a public phone box and dialed a specific number, you would hear a woman's strangely monotone voice saying repeatedly, "Help me, help me, Susie's dying," over and over again, as if it was a recording playing back at you. The exact number varied depending on who told the story, but the most common version was 20202020. This mystery spanned decades, and even now, people still wonder what the truth was. Did this number and message actually exist? And if so, why? The first detailed account that really brought attention to the mystery appeared in 2000 from a man named Rob Dickinson, who stated the following, quote, "Back around 1975, when I was 9, some of the kids I knocked around with insisted we all pile into the nearest phone box to hear a spooky message by dialing a number. I think it was made up of zeros, twos, and ones. Without needing to insert 2 pence, a woman speaking in a curiously monotone voice would be heard saying, 'Help me, Susie's dying,' over and over. Some of the lads said she sometimes said, 'Help me, Susie's drowning,' always in the same slow, seemingly bored tone of voice. Was it some weird engineer's test signal? Hence, no money needed?" End quote. The other accounts would later verify Rob's story, and from here, we know that the phone box is around the town of Burnley, up north in Lancashire, where the calls were supposedly made. These 4 accounts make up the most detailed versions of this weird mystery. They originated from a book entitled It Happened to Me, Real Life Tales of Paranormal Volume 1. The stories in that book came from letters sent to the magazine 40 in Times, which focused on reports of the odd, mysterious, and unexplained. Since 3 of those letters were sent during the 1970s at different dates, with similar details, plus Rob's recounting, which came decades later with consistent elements, many believed it had to be real. After the mystery spread further and eventually got rolled into some creepypasta stories online, even more accounts appeared on the internet verifying the strange phone message. Of course, it's the internet, so many of these stories were likely fabricated, but some seem to have an air of authenticity. As for what was really happening, one theory suggests that this was actually some kind of test message meant for telephone company repairmen, and someone either stumbled up onto it or leaked it. Over time, it became the stuff of an eerie urban legend. However, there's another layer to this mystery. Why would such a creepy message be used for a test in the first place? Well, according to one theory, the recording didn't actually say, "Help me, Susie's dying." Instead, it said, "Hold please, user dialing." Because of the poor sound quality of the line, it was simply misheard and misinterpreted. Another less widely believed theory holds that it really did say, "Susie's dying," and that it was some part of an emergency response test, possibly related to training first responders or testing communication systems. Whatever the truth, the story of the "Help Me Susie's Dying" phone box remains one of the eeriest and most persistent pieces of British telecom folklore. February 18th, 1936, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. A 40-year-old man named Jeffrey Desrosiers found himself lying in bed of a small room in the hospital. It was here that he was recovering from an injury that had been lost to the sands of time. But it's not what got him in the hospital that brings this mystery to us. Instead, it's what happens after he gets here. See, in this small room was 4 other patients that Jeffrey would get to know. In particular, a man named Harvey Davenport. And it was on this day that Jeffrey would ask Davenport to pass him the room's mirror, which just happened to be laying on a table beside him. Jeffrey had wanted to take a second to comb his hair, so Davenport tossed it to him, and Jeffrey grabbed his comb and held the mirror up and stopped. He began staring at it, as if in some kind of trance. The other 4 men were baffled and wondered what it was exactly that he was looking at. Jeffrey then took the mirror from his gaze and laid it down, and slowly turned his head on the side and looked at the fellow patients in the room with him. They would record that his eyes were wild and his face become pale and sickly. Jeffrey then looked at Davenport and got hysterical, exclaiming, "I'm going to die, Harvey. I see it in the mirror." They must have thought at this time that he was losing his mind, but it's what happens next that makes this truly bizarre. Jeffrey seemingly got weaker, and he took what strength he had left and tossed the mirror onto the steel top of the table where it had laid prior. It would land near the edge, and Jeffrey would look at his roommates and state, "You won't be able to pick that up." He stared for a minute as if he was frozen. Then the coffin came, and it was obvious to all that Jeffrey was not going to make it. And within a few seconds, a nurse ran into the room and she tried to do what she could, but Jeffrey died. Now here's where the paranormal part comes in. Davenport was struck odd by what Jeffrey's final words were. What did he mean, "You won't be able to pick it up"? He would wander over and try to grab the mirror, and true to Jeffrey's prediction, the mirror was stuck to the table. Davenport soon asked the others to try and lift it, but they all failed too. Soon, the whole bizarre saga was brought to the attention of the hospital staff, and nurse after nurse and doctor after doctor all failed to remove it. Before long, the doctor in charge of the ward came in, a Dr. E.J. Maloney, who would also try and fail. At this point, the strange story spread across the city and would pop up in the local papers. This only brought in more people from other walks of life to try and come up with a way to remove it. This included cooks, plumbers, and even the journalists covering the story. Yet, none of them could get the mirror to detach from the steel table. A few people would even lift up the table with the mirror and carry it around, and it still would not come apart. By this point, no one really had any idea on what could be done until a nurse from the operating room named Adeline Knopf would walk in with an ice pick and began trying to pry it, and it worked, but it instantly splintered and destroyed the mirror. Dr. Maloney, who as we mentioned was in charge of the ward, was interviewed about his thoughts, and he didn't really have an answer, but he did state he was certain that no adhesive had been used, nor had Jeffrey used saliva to try and make it stick. When the reporter followed up by asking, was this some kind of supernatural event, Dr. Maloney cleverly replied, "Do you think I look superstitious?" That would be the same thoughts among skeptics, and one professor, Paul Harbrecht of the University of Detroit, would study the odd case later, and he had his own thoughts. See, the back of that mirror was actually made of mercury, and the professor thought that Jeffrey's hand may have chemically reacted with that mercury, causing it to stick to the table, although this one was later deemed not very likely, while a Professor George W. Carter at Wayne University suggested that the mirror and table were so perfectly smooth that it forced out all the air between them, which he would go on to explain would mean that the molecules of the tabletop could have exerted an attractive force on the mirror's molecules which would be strong enough to hold them together. That is actually very possible. Others would suggest, however, that it was nothing more than mass hypnosis, while Davenport, the other patient, had a supernatural theory. He thought Jeffrey, the dying man, simply cast a spell on the mirror before he passed away. But the most likely theory is there was some thin film of liquid which sat between the mirror and steel, maybe perspiration, condensation, or spilled water, which caused a nearly airtight contact to behave like a suction cup. One final note on this one. This is not a fictional paranormal tale. Jeffrey certainly existed, as you can find records for him, and from what I can find, all the other people too. In 2014, in a remote village in Yemen, a 12-year-old girl would become the focal point of a medical mystery that would take the internet by storm. It was a dusty afternoon when Saadiya Saleh was overcome by emotion. The reason for it is never explained, but it's what happens in her crying that is weird, because as she reached up to wipe away the tears, she would feel fragments, and falling from her eyes were little hard stones. This would not be an isolated incident. Soon, it became an everyday thing, where around 100 of these tiny rocks would come out of her eyes. There was never any pain or swelling. They would just tumble out of her eyes and onto her lap. Her father, a man of modest means and a big family, watched this for weeks, and he became desperate. Meanwhile, reporters heard the rumors and began covering the story, and it would be captured on video. It happened almost every evening, and it would start out of nowhere, and it was always normal tears mixed with the stones. Interestingly, it never occurred while she slept. Local doctors would soon hear the news and would bring her in for x-rays and tons of tests that her family normally couldn't afford, but was now being covered by others, and these tests found nothing. There was no reason for the eyes to be doing this though. Now if you're thinking, this was some kind of hoax, well, doctors thought so too, but they were there during the crying episodes, and they watched closely, and they could never find any instance that this was some sort of prank. And with that, many chalked it up to being a rare genetic quirk, or possibly something from the landscape causing it. In fact, this was not the only time that this had happened here. See, about a year prior, in the same province where she lived, another 15-year-old girl experienced the same exact thing, except in her case, in addition to the stones, she suffered blackouts and swelling. After some charities stepped in though, she was flown to Jordan for treatment, and the issue stopped. So that must mean this is a local phenomenon, and legit medical mystery, right? Well, maybe not, because almost 20 years prior, back in 1996, a Lebanese girl suffered the same issues. She would cry sharp crystals from her eyes for months. Reporters showed up from all over the area to record them falling from her retina. It was a big story for the time, considering the internet didn't spread news as quick back then. However, years later, after the girl had become an adult, she would tell reporters in follow-up interviews that the whole thing was a publicity stunt orchestrated by her mother, although she would never explain how she did it. So, is this the same thing in Saadiya's case? Well, doctors that have studied it in person admit that they can't explain how it's being done, but do suspect a hoax. It is interesting to note that the videos appear unedited, so if it is a hoax, it's not through the work of manipulated footage. Some suggest that the small stones are placed into the conjunctiva sac so they appear to fall out when the eye is wiped, possibly even a caregiver suffering from Munchausen by proxy. July 22nd, 1629, in a frontier outpost in what is now Albuquerque, New Mexico, a man known as Friar Alonso de Benavides was awaiting the arrival of the man that would take his place as custodian of the Franciscans. He had been superior of the Franciscan missions of New Mexico since 1622, and it was their sole goal to try and convert as many natives as they could to Catholicism. He had served the faith well and was now ending his term, to be replaced by someone else who would continue the cause. That man's name was Friar Pereira, and he showed up to the remote outpost where the two men met and began to converse. Friar Alonso would give Friar Pereira the basic gist of the day-to-day operations, and they would begin the transition of duties. And it's here Friar Pereira would give Alonso a letter that it came from the Archbishop-elect of Mexico, and it was a curious report. According to this letter, a woman named Mary of Jesus of Agreda had made contact with a tribe of indigenous peoples in New Mexico called the Humanos and Tidlos. What is odd about this, you might ask? Well, Mary was still living in Spain. See, she was actually the superior at a community of nuns back in Agreda, and since 1620, she had claimed she had been visiting New Spain via an ability called biolocation, something we have discussed on this channel before. Biolocation is the alleged psychic ability, or in this case, miraculous ability, to be in two different places at the same time. According to her, and witnesses that vouch for her, she would go into a trance and would be teleported, or she sometimes said, transported by the aids of the angels to settlements of these two tribes, who were in New Mexico. It's here at these settlements the Blue Nun, or as she would come to be known, the Lady in Blue, would minister to them, all the while never leaving the monastery. Interestingly, she gave very descriptive reports of New Mexico. During her prayers, she would go into her trance and see bronze-skinned men and women in the wilderness of what is now New Mexico and Texas. She would note they used jawbones and teeth of animals to fashion their weapons. Their food was primitive, and for light, they used wooden torches. She knew she had been sent to bring them the Word of God, and she would visit over 500 times in that 9-year period, using this spiritual teleportation. She was even able to speak to them in their own language, and she even healed the sick. As she began to gain converts, she urged them to contact the local Franciscan friars, where our man, Friar Alonso, was at, and asked them to construct new missions for other tribes. Safe to say, she had created quite a stir back in Spain, and if not for her close relationship with the king, she probably would have faced the wrath of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, the Archbishop had sent Alonso this letter, and in it, he wrote that he had not heard of a tribe called the Tidlos, which Mary claimed to have visited, but he had heard of Tejas, which were on the far reaches of New Spain in what is now Texas. He assumed Tejas was the Tidlos that she had visited, but the Humanos, that was an exact match, because there was a tribe known to be traders, farmers, and bison hunters called the Humanos who roamed New Mexico and Texas. Friar Alonso was dumbfounded by all of this news. He couldn't believe the story of Mary's alleged travels. Actually, they had never even heard of Mary of Agreda, but Friar Alonso had his own story that was going to shock Friar Perea, because just recently, a delegation of 50 Indians and their chief had just set up camp nearby the mission, and their name was the Humano. The delegation had came 500 miles from the east, probably somewhere in Texas, and they had told the Spaniards that they had been visited by a woman who dressed in blue. She taught them about her faith, speaking in their own language, and had converted many of them. They told her they wanted to be baptized so they could live as Christians, so she urged them to go find the local missionaries. Even more interesting was Friar Alonso stated that the Humanos had been coming in increasing numbers to request missionaries since 1620, the first year of Mary's teleportation to the southwest. At the time, there wasn't enough friars, but this year, the Humanos had become convinced, more than ever, that the Franciscans could now fulfill the request. Then, another friar who had worked under Alonso, a man named Juan de Salas, stated that since 1626, the Indians had been telling him about the Lady in Blue, and since he had spoke several Native American languages, he probably didn't misunderstand them. However, he had blown off the stories from the Humanos, thinking they had probably heard about Christianity from other Native American tribes. But when the Spanish showed the natives a small painting of another nun from a convent who wore the same clothes as Mary, the natives stated that it did look like the woman in the portrait, except Mary was young and beautiful, which Mary was, unlike the woman in the painting. They also stated she had came to them from the sky. The Spanish knew they had to investigate further, and they traveled the long distance back to the village, where they met with many thankful Humano villagers who had already built crosses and altars, because the Lady in Blue had told them to. For several days, the friars baptized the Indians, and they taught them prayers and healed the sick. With this evidence, Alonso went back to Spain, where he would inform the king and the pope of the news, and would even meet with Mary herself. And Friar Alonso, after spending many months interviewing her, stated her detailed knowledge of New Mexico was legit. And that brings us to the mystery. What did the Umano tribe really see? Before we get to that, I do have to note that all of the people in this story were very real, even Mary, and she did cause quite a stir in her time. And it was also documented by the missionaries that had met the Umano that no group of Indians that the Spanish would ever meet knew as much about Christianity as the Umano. They were said to have been very knowledgeable about the scripture, so much so that it shocked the Spanish. But having said that, what about theories? Well, the first one is sort of a hybrid theory. The Umano were coming to the Spanish more and more and had been asking for baptism and to be taught Christianity. And meanwhile, Mary really was a mystic who claimed to have had these abilities, but the whole thing was just a coincidence, and neither were connected to the other. A lot of skeptics would even claim that the Umano's real drive in this was protection from the Apache, which once they converted to Christianity, the Spanish would be obligated to protect them. The part about the woman in blue may have came from the Umano traditions, but the friars, who were in need of more converts, just rode with the story of Mary, which influenced the king to keep funding their mission in the Southwest. Of course, this theory doesn't really explain how the Umano knew so much about Christianity, or how Mary had even heard of them. That's why so many believe this was a true miracle, that God had used Mary to reach the Umano and spread the word. But I'll let you tell me in the comment section below. August 7th, 1806, Chimney Rock, Rutherford, North Carolina. It was around 6 p.m. near the Appalachians when 8-year-old Elizabeth Reeves was out playing in a cotton field about 50 yards away from her home when she suddenly spotted something. She would shout for her 11-year-old brother, Morgan, to look up at the mountain because there was a man there. Morgan dismissed his little sister's claims, believing that no one could be up there. But she kept telling him that there was a man up there moving rocks or picking up sticks or something. But then all of a sudden, she could see a whole group of people. Morgan, who was on the other side of the field, slowly walked over to where his sister stood and looked up into the mountain and called out to see if anyone would reply. That's when he would see, quote, 1,000, maybe 10,000 things flying in the air. Hearing all this excitement, Elizabeth's younger sister, Polly, who was 4, along with a black lady who lived or worked there, I assume a slave, ran out to the children and then came back to tell their mother, a widow named Patsy Reeves. Patsy began walking towards the frightened children, and just when she was about 40 yards away, she looked up toward Chimney Mountain and saw a huge crowd of beings that looked vaguely human, but she couldn't make out facial features, limbs, or even if they were male or female. She did note that they came in all sizes, from adult to infant, and there seemed to be more small ones than large ones. They all wore bright white clothing that she couldn't describe. They appeared to rise from the southern side of the mountain, glowing at about the same height as the mountaintop. They then moved north and gathered at the top of Chimney Rock. Once they reached the area, Patsy Reeves seen 2 beings rise together, followed by a third about 2 feet behind them. These, though, moved very quickly toward the main group, and they looked more like men than the others. Then she noticed 3 more rising from the same spot, then moving in the same way, followed by several more in a similar fashion. This continued for about an hour, and Patsy finally sent for a neighbor, a Mr. Robert Searcy, who was reluctant to come because he hadn't seen anything unusual. But after a second messenger was sent, he finally agreed to go. At first, he looked at the mountain and saw nothing, but after a second glance, he saw more white glittering humanoids gathered in this location than he had ever seen humans gathered anywhere. He also noticed the variety in sizes and how they moved in groups, following a curved path between him and the rock. He finally noticed the 2 larger beings moved ahead of all the other beings by about 20 yards, and then they vanished. The whole experience left him feeling strange and weak, and that's pretty much it to this account. What makes it unique, of course, is the age. Coming from 1806, we don't hear a lot of extraterrestrial accounts from then. However, Most skeptics believe it was just an atmospheric optical mirage, like Fata Morgana, when temperature layers can bend and stack distant features or lights into tall segmented floating shapes that look like columns or people. It could easily be spotted as a bright white-looking image glistening off the mountain, which fits this story. It could even be optical effects from moisture in the area, like mist or a thin cloud over the ridge, or a large flock of birds. But maybe it was an extraterrestrial encounter. February 22nd, 1803, the Hitachi province in Japan. Fishermen, whose name had long been lost, would come across a peculiar find that has left a strange and enduring mystery. As they sat on the coast, they would notice what they described as a vessel aimlessly drifting about in the sea. Curious as to what they had just discovered, the men would toss the line out and eventually lasso it and pull it back to the shore. To their amazement, what they pulled in stood a little bit over 10.5 feet high and 17.5 feet wide. They would later describe it as being the shape of a Japanese incense burner. Its upper part was made of a red rosewood, while the lower part seemed to be covered in metal plates. But it got stranger. The upper part of the craft had several windows, which were made of glass or crystal. Some of them were covered with bars and clogged with some kind of tree resin. These windows were completely transparent, so the fishermen got closer and peered inside. What they seen in the inner part of the craft was it was completely decorated with text, written in an unknown language. There were also 2 bed sheets, a bottle filled with water, some cake, and some kneaded meat. But this would be nothing to what they seen next, because as they were looking over these items, they spotted her, a woman, somewhere around 20 years old. She stood just under 5 feet tall and had red hair which had white extensions, made of fur or some kind of textile. The fishermen recorded she was of a very pale pink color and wore smooth clothes that they had never seen before. The woman, probably frightened, began to speak, but they could not understand her. When the fishermen began to talk to her, she also could not understand them. Soon, she was taken back to the village, where the woman soon became an attraction. She was nice and courteous, but there was one thing that really bothered the locals. She carried a rectangular box made of pale material, about 2 foot in size, and any time a villager tried to touch it, she would push them away. No matter how nicely they tried to reach for it, she would not allow them to see it. Finally, a village elder would begin studying the whole saga, and he reasoned she must be a princess from a country unknown to them, which is a reasonable theory. However, the elder would go on to elaborate that this woman must have had an affair which caused a scandal, and the lover was killed and she was banished, probably because she was beloved by the people, so she escaped the death penalty. Instead, she was put on this craft and set to sea, along with the box, which must contain her deceased lover's head. Now, how this elder came up with all this might seem crazy, but there's a good reason why he had, and that's because, in the past, a very similar object, along with a woman, had washed ashore on a beach nearby. In that account, a small board with a pinned head was found, so it was reasonable to assume that this custom was being done somewhere not far from Japan, and the elder of the village simply put 2 and 2 together. Interestingly, the villagers deemed that the time and money put into investigating it simply was not worth it. Not to mention, they were afraid of the whole situation, so they simply pushed a craft with the woman back into the sea and let her float away, although some sources claim she remained in the village and lived out her life there. This is the most descriptive story of the legend known as Utsuro Bune, and it comes from Tales of the Rabbit Garden, compiled in 1825, just over 20 years after the events were said to have occurred, although the story can be found earlier in 1815 from a book called Miscellaneous Notes from the Nightingale Inn. There is another version of this story, which was recorded in an 1844 book called Dust of the Plum, and the details are similar, yet different enough that we could discuss it. They record the date as March 24, 1803, about a month different than the other account. It also does away with the fisherman part, and instead, the strange boat was said to have just washed ashore. They describe it as looking like a rice cooking pot, and around the middle it has a thickened rim. It was noted to be covered with a black paint and 4 little windows on 4 sides. The windows again had bars, and they were clogged with tree resin, while the lower part of the boat was protected by brazen plates, which looked to be made of iron of the highest Western quality. It was also noted to stand about 11 feet tall and 18 feet wide. The woman was very similar too, around 20 years old, just under 5 foot tall, her skin white as snow, and long hair that hung down to her back. The clothing she wore was unknown to the villagers, and she spoke an unknown language and carried a box that no one could touch. And in this account, she was said to have had 2 unusually soft carpets inside the craft, and again, made in an unknown style with an unknown fabric. She had a beautifully decorated cup with ornaments as well. Historians have studied this case for a couple of centuries now, and found similar accounts going back even further, with the earliest being found in 1698. This time, the craft would dock at a different location, and the woman was sent to Nagasaki since no one could understand her. But as far as the historical veracity goes, did it actually happen? And if it did, what exactly was this all about? Interestingly, one of the first investigations came about in 1844 by a man named Kokote Bakken. He would record that a book called Records of Seen and Heard Things from Russia described traditional Russian clothes and hairstyles, and even mentions a popular method to dust hair with white powder, one that was particularly common between 1782 and 1792 in Russia, although it would have been outdated by 1803, the year that this was said to have occurred. The book also described many Russian women as having long natural red hair who wore skirts similar to that of the lady in this craft, so he reasoned that this woman must have been from Russia. Since the descriptions are similar, although there are discrepancies, like one source that claims the woman had 3.6 liters of water, while another source states she was carrying 36 liters of water. He would also question if the fisherman really found strange symbols in the boat, because he himself had seen similar signs on a British whaling boat that had become stranded, which led him to theorize it could have been a British princess, or maybe an American one. Finally, he didn't like the sketches of the craft, noting they didn't match the witness descriptions. Modern scholars take a somewhat different view, and they cite that circular boats were not really unusual at that time in Japan. Only the windows and metal plates make the story odd. Historians have also pointed out there are several legends similar to Utsurobune, and the story usually goes like this. Someone, somewhere, finds a strange girl or young woman inside a circular boat, and she is either rescued or sent out back to the ocean. Not to mention, the oldest version of this story describes a circular open log boat with no dome atop, which leads skeptics to believe the parts about the metal and windows were added later on because so many people would question the seaworthiness of a log boat on the high seas. It's also worth pointing out that this story happened in a time in Japan where they were shut off from the rest of the world, and they were afraid of outside influences. Hence is why this European woman and her craft are always sent away. Not to mention, there's never been a government or administrative document found which records the incident. Strange, since Japan had strict monitoring of foreign contact at this time period. That is why most believe today the whole thing is folklore. That just evolved over time. If it was real, however, it probably was a foreign castaway, most likely Russian, but maybe Dutch, that was washed ashore after some kind of shipwreck, and over time, the story evolved to take on the circular boat part of the legend. And of course, I can't end this one without mentioning the UFO theory. Yep, some believe it was a crashed UFO, or perhaps a USO. When one discusses missing biblical artifacts like Ark of the Covenant or the Holy Grail, one that's often forgotten about is the Temple Menorah. According to the Bible, the Temple Menorah was a 7-branched candelabra used in the tabernacle and temple in Jerusalem. It had long served as a symbol of Judaism and even became Israel's official emblem in 1948. It was made of pure gold, and the only source of fuel allowed to be used to light the lamps was fresh olive oil. It would provide light in the tabernacle for several centuries, first in the desert and then in multiple locations within ancient Israel. before King Solomon built a temple in Jerusalem and had it moved there along with everything else from the tabernacle. And again, it would remain there for centuries until the Temple of Solomon was ransacked by the Babylonians in 586 BC. Basically everything except the Ark of the Covenant, which was hidden, was brought back as war plunder, and the temple was destroyed. However, it would be 52 years later when the Persian Empire would replace the Babylonians as the premier power, and King Cyrus issued a decree granting permission for the Jewish nation in exile to return to its ancestral homeland. And in addition, all of the plundered loot that had been taken by the Babylonians was to be returned. The menorah would once again reside in the Second Temple, only to be seen by priests who filled its vessel with olive oil every day, only taking it out to the courtyard during Hanukkah for the masses to see. It would serve as a beacon for the darkest times of Israel. That is, until the Romans came along. See, the province of Judea had already been under Roman control for a while, but in 71 AD, there was a large revolt. This was promptly put down by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus, and they soon returned back to Rome, where they marched through the city parading prisoners and spoils of war. One of these was the menorah, and we know that for sure because of a relief panel which was carved that marked the occasion, and it still stands to this day. It shows the menorah being carried by Roman soldiers following the fall of Jerusalem. After this, the menorah was stored in a place called the Temple of Peace, which included artwork and war spoils from all over the Roman Empire. It was sort of like an ancient museum, and it would remain there for decades where any Roman citizen was welcome to go view it. And we know in the 2nd century that it was still there, according to some famous rabbis who would later visit. Unfortunately, by 192 AD, the Temple of Peace was destroyed in a fire. It was rebuilt afterwards, but there's no record on what actually happened to the menorah. Did it survive? If it did, was it moved to a more secure location for safekeeping? That is another key question to this mystery, because in 410, the entire city was ransacked by the Visigoths, and then in 455, the city was looted by the Vandals for 2 weeks, and the Goths would go away with large quantities of gold, silver, and artworks which was removed from temples, monuments, and public buildings. So is it possible one of these ancient German tribes stole it? Well, the Vandals were originally from southern Poland, but migrated to northern Africa in what is now modern-day Tunisia, and this is where they took much of the war loot from Rome. And less than a century later, Belisarius, a general under Justinian of the Byzantine Empire, or Eastern Roman Empire, would invade the Vandals, and according to the records, after the battle, when the looting began, the menorah was discovered, and it was shipped back to Constantinople, or modern-day Turkey, where it was once again paraded through the streets of the Roman capital, although this time, the one in the Eastern Empire. But Emperor Justinian was a little superstitious, and he reasoned that Rome was sacked when the menorah was there, and the Vandals were defeated and sacked when the menorah was there, so he didn't want Constantinople to end up with the same fate. So he had the menorah shipped back to Jerusalem. After this, there are no records that discuss what happened to it, so all we have is speculation. We do know that the Persians invaded Jerusalem in 614 AD, and they were known to steal holy relics, as they allegedly had taken the true cross, the one real cross that Jesus was believed to have been crucified on. Others speculate that it remained in Jerusalem only to be stolen by the Crusaders in the late 13th century and then returned back to Rome, where it might be stored at the Vatican. These are the major theories, but there are a few minor ones, like he was melted down for gold by one of the groups that raided and stole it, or he was lost in the Tiber River during one of the sackings. Lying in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean is a set of islands that we have referenced many times before, that of the Azores, whose location has long been used as a waypoint when traversing the ocean. Even now, it's often visited by airliners to refuel. The archipelago is an autonomous region of Portugal who gets credit for discovering it sometime in the 14th century, but no one is sure when exactly, as there are different claims. But it did pop up first on maps in 1351, and although Portuguese technically get credit, new information over the past few decades points to a much earlier settlement of the islands, specifically by the Vikings. In fact, there's some evidence now that they may have colonized the islands sometime between 700 and 850 AD. Some of this includes DNA found in the island's mice which can be traced to the DNA of Scandinavian mice. There's also some evidence of large-scale fires used to clear up land for livestock from around the same time. However, none of these things have ever been conclusively confirmed, leaving the Vikings' claim up in the air. But what if the archipelago was discovered much sooner than that by an ancient sea power, maybe one we have talked about previously in this series, the Carthaginians, Rome's ancient rival? And would it be that unusual, really? I mean, we have already touched upon two famous Carthaginian explorers whose adventures have basically been confirmed. That of Hanno the Navigator in the 5th century BC, who definitely traveled to the west coast of Africa, possibly reaching even as far as Cameroon, while Himilco, the late 6th century BC explorer, almost certainly reached the northwestern coast of France, and most likely made it to Britain, the first of the ancient explorers to do so. So to suggest that Carthage had another explorer whose name is lost to time make it to the middle of the Atlantic, well, it's not unreasonable. But to get to our claim, we have to go to the tiny island of Corvo, the smallest and northernmost island of the Azores. It would be here in 1749 that something extraordinary was discovered, although the world would not know about it for nearly 30 more years. Its first documentation came in a series called The Publications of the Royal Society of Sciences and Letters in Gothenburg by Johann Franz Podolin, an expert in the study of currency and especially old coins. Johann would record in these documents that in 1761, when he was in Madrid, he met a historian as well as a fellow coin expert, Enrique Flores, who handed him 9 coins. 2 of these were gold, while 7 were bronze. What made them interesting was the 2 gold coins, along with 5 of the other bronze coins, were from Carthage, while the final 2 were from Cyrene, which was a Greek colony in Libya. According to Flores, the coins were found in 1749 on Corvo in a black pot or vase after a storm exposed ruins near the shore. Johann, who was no fool, closely studied the coins, and then he compared them to some other Carthaginian ones that were currently in the possession of the Prince of Denmark. It was here that famed historian Alexander von Humboldt would take a look at them too, and after some research, he concluded they were legit, and he stated that this was proof that Carthage had been making voyages to the New World. This would be widely believed for a couple of centuries, even showing up in the Encyclopedia Britannica, while archaeologists in the early 20th century would continue to use it as proof for Bronze Age long-distance exploration. Maybe there was even an ancient trade route where the Carthaginians stopped in the Canaries, then the Azores, and finally Portugal before looping back around, because the Phoenician and Carthaginian mariners regularly sailed around Morocco and knew the Canary Current and Gulf Stream. However, as you might imagine, not everyone agreed. Skeptics, although believing the coins were legit, challenged the fact that they were really discovered in the Azores. First of all, is the big hang-up of the claim. Despite the solid accounts we have of Carthage's travels to West Africa and Britain, there's not one document that speaks of their travels to the mid-Atlantic, nor has any archaeological surveys on the islands found anything earlier than possible Viking visits, leaving most scholars now to suggest that the coins were planted there by some of the earliest settlers in hopes of playing a trick on someone, only for Enrique Flores to be given them centuries later and take them for legit. There's even some speculation that there was a small settlement on the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal called Corvo, where the tin ore in the area attracted the Carthaginians, and over time, the story just got twisted, and the Corvo on the mainland somehow became the Corvo of the islands. But considering it is well documented that the Carthaginians did have 10 trade settlements on the Iberian coast, it definitely gives credence to the theory. Then, there's the whole sketchiness around the claim. Like, Flores claimed that the coins were actually sent to him, not that he discovered them. Allegedly, they had been stored in a convent in 1749 after a storm washed them out. After being held there for a few years, they were sent to Flores, meaning there was time for trickery. And we also can't forget one of the most legit explanations, that it simply could have been from loose cargo after a Carthaginian shipwreck washed up on the Azores. June 2011, the Yukon, Canada. James Mooney, a cultural resource specialist, was out doing heritage impact assessment work for a copper and gold company when he would come across a discovery that no one could have expected. As his team was working the earth on a location that was going to become a road, they would unearth a Chinese coin. And you may ask, so what's the big deal? Well, it's because these coins were obviously old, and once dated, they were determined to have been minted sometime between 1667 and 1671. So, what is the 17th century coin doing in Canada? That was the mystery. Because of the harsh weather and terrain, the Yukon didn't actually see European colonization until the 19th century, even though the British Empire had claimed it as their territory much sooner. But if we back up a little bit sooner, to around the mid-late 1700s, we know that Russian explorers were making their way through the coast of the Yukon to trade with the Tlingit natives, usually trading silk, weapons, tobacco, and clothing for furs. But that still doesn't explain how a Chinese coin that predates these explorers by close to 150 years somehow ended up here. Now, maybe a little surprisingly, these old coins are not that uncommon on the northwest coast of America and up in British Columbia, but there have only been 3 found as far up as in the Yukon, with the oldest being a coin mined between 1403 and 1424, which was found in 1993, which of course has led to wild suggestions that not only was there a much more expansive trade network than originally believed, the Chinese were already here with their communities set up. The theory piggybacks off Admiral Zhang He, who we looked at in a previous video, the famous Chinese explorer who is confirmed to have sailed to Africa and the Middle East, but according to many, also reached North America, which led to Chinese colonies being constructed in the Americas, in particular, with our mystery, the Yukon. There are other claims, of course, that we have covered before that connect to this theory, like the bronze belt buckle from China that was found in Alaska. However, the most likely scenario is that the first Russian explorers simply brought the coins along to trade, and then the natives traded them amongst themselves further and further inland. When it comes to pre-Columbian claims, maybe one of the most intriguing involves 2 notorious and little-known pirates named Diedrich Pining and Hans Pothorst. If you have watched the previous videos, you may recall those 2 names when we were discussing João Vaz Cartier-Real, an explorer whose claim to fame was discovering and naming a region called New Land of the Codfish, thought to be Newfoundland. The discovery took place in 1473 and was a joint venture between Portugal and Denmark, and in that segment, we discussed the claim from Portuguese sources. But what do we know about this mysterious voyage, looking at it from Denmark's perspective? To get a better picture of why this voyage even took place, one has to look at the geopolitical landscape in this time period. Denmark and Portugal were in very similar situations at the time. Both were 2 up-and-coming sea powers who were perfectly positioned to not only take advantage of the fish trade, but also to act sort of as a guard to the trade going to the inland seas, the Mediterranean in Portugal's case, and the Baltic with Denmark. Yet, even though they were in perfect positions, they were both seen as the weaker nation with their neighbor who shared a very similar culture. For instance, Portugal, who is very closely related to Spain, would become the weaker power on the peninsula, while Denmark played the weaker partner to its neighbor, Sweden. So it makes perfect sense why these 2, who were separated by a good distance and really had no relations previously, decided to start working together over the next 50 years in their ambition to start a global trade empire. They actually started in 1425, almost 70 years prior to the Columbus venture, and in 1448, a Danish nobleman began escorting the Portuguese on their explorations of the African coast, on their attempt to find India. But it would be in 1472 that our claim would begin, because if you remember previously, we discussed the Viking colony that settled on Greenland close to 500 years before this in 986, and that colony by now had pretty much evaporated, maybe due to the Little Ice Age. Regardless, all of its inhabitants had left or died, and the former Viking countries, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, had not heard from anyone in Greenland in decades. Because of this, Denmark had launched an expedition between 1470 and 1472 looking for the Northwest Passage to China and India. After exploring the Arctic, they found nothing and came back. This is when Denmark looked at Portugal trying to reach India via going around Africa and suggested that the two work together to just try and locate a quicker route, thus outflanking both Spain and Sweden. From Denmark's perspective, they had the two perfect candidates to send as their representatives, Hans Pothorst and Dietrich Pining. They were given the order to go to the North Seas and look for new islands and lands and re-establishing contact with Greenland, as well as looking at several possible trading settlements and harbors that could be built in Iceland. What is uncertain is if they were really accompanied by João Vaz Courtier Real or if they went by themselves. Likewise, it's unsure if they stopped at Greenland, but there's a good chance they did. Regardless, the key part in all of this was one of the orders given to the two men by the king: investigate the land formerly known in the 11th century as Regions Venetimi, translated to the coast opposite those still remembered but obsolete settlements in Greenland, or in a more simple way of saying, the shores on the other side of Greenland, near where people used to live long ago, though the places are now gone. So, what did he mean by this? Is this land Vinland, which may be Canada, in northeastern US? It sure seems that way, but did they make it there? That is unknown, since the sources are pretty scarce. However, we go to the next part of the claim, which suggests they did make a return to these lands in 1476. On that one, it's most likely again that they went to Greenland, as they reported running into hostile Inuit people, yet nothing suggested they went any further west than that. However, it would be in 1925 when a Danish historian, Sofus Larsen, made the connection that brought us this theory. He cited one specific letter sent to the Danish king in 1551, some 80 years after Pining and Pothorst made their expedition. The letter was describing the expedition, and it read that it was a Portuguese-Danish joint venture fostered by the common interest they had in cod fishing on the Great Banks. And while there is no Great Banks, there is a Grand Banks, off the coast of Newfoundland, known for its great cod fishing. So taking that information and putting it with the king's order to investigate the former colonies west of Greenland, does that mean the Portuguese and Danish aristocracy and traders knew good and well about North America and had been doing a lot of fishing and whaling there for centuries? Meaning that Columbus didn't stumble up onto anything unknown? Well, it seemed possible, and actually, the whole theory prompted German historians to jump into the discussion, citing that both Pining and Pothorst were Germans who were employed by the Danes, so really, the discovery of America belonged to the Germans, although Portuguese historians pushed back, and they claimed João Vaz Courtier Real was the main captain of the whole enterprise, thus, the Portuguese had discovered America. But the question remains, did any of this happen? That, we still do not know. Lake Utopia, New Brunswick, 1863. James Laney, a stonemason from the nearby town of St. George, was hunting for a slab of stone to serve as a step for his home. Amid the thick moss and forest debris, his eyes would spot something unusual, a circular stone, partially hidden, that bore an unmistakable outline of a human face. Laney, familiar with stone and skilled in its manipulation, recognized immediately that this was no ordinary rock. He took the stone home in his boat, eager to examine it more closely. It is about 22 inches high, 18 inches wide, 2 inches thick, and just over 51 pounds. But of course, what made it stick out was that human face carved in a low relief. Although he was very excited about this find, it was not shared by his wife, who felt the face carved into the stone was too lifelike, too deliberate, too watchful, and it kinda creeped her out. She was not very comfortable with it staring at her, and she insisted that it had to be removed from their home. The medallion was eventually sold to a St. George customs officer named A.J. Wetmore. Now it's important to point out here, Wetmore was actually the first one to see the stone in Laney's boat as he was taking it back home, and the two men stopped and chatted. He would note later on that Laney simply didn't have the skill to make such a carving, because although he was a stonemason, he was actually a builder of stone walls, not someone who carved stone, which will be important later when we get to theories. In any case, Wetmore would later donate the strange carving to the Mechanics Institute Museum in St. John. However, it would eventually be moved again because that museum would close, and the stone found its new permanent home in the New Brunswick Museum. where it remains today, yet, after all that time, is still a mystery. From the moment that it was discovered, scholars and amateurs alike have speculated about its origin. Some of the earliest studies came from a man named William Francis Ganong, a noted Canadian botanist, historian, and cartographer. He sent a sample of the medallion for geological analysis, and it seemed to match a stone from St. Croix Island, the site where Samuel de Champlain and his French colonists attempted a settlement in 1604. The theory was convincing. Could this medallion have been carved by European hands, left behind during the hardships of that first winter on the island? He suggested it was the work of a stonemason who had arrived with Champlain and was probably created due to boredom while waiting for the warmer weather, because that first winter there was pretty harsh. Some suggested the actual face is supposed to depict Champlain himself, or a fellow colonist, or even a self-portrait. Modern testing, however, kinda disputes this theory, because more recent analysis suggests the stone closely matches a rock found near Lake Utopia, about 15 miles, or 25 kilometers, from St. Croix Island. So if he is right, why would Champlain's men carve a medallion and then leave it so far from their settlement? If modern tests are correct, then the stone may have been shaped locally, but by who? Obviously, it could have been made by the indigenous people. The Passamaquoddy, a people with a long history in the region, are known to have created some carvings depicting animals, birds, and human figures. Early European accounts, including Champlain himself, describe some of this artistry in detail, and the Passamaquoddy today recognize this medallion as part of their cultural heritage, a credit to their ancestors. It is plausible, given their history and culture, yet it leaves unanswered questions. The medallion's style is unusual compared to other artifacts, and nothing else quite like it has been found in the region. For example, the hairstyle and artistic style does not match any known indigenous artifact in the area. Then we get to the crazier theories, like some have suggested the medallion bears an Egyptian or Phoenician influence, citing the classical look of the profile. In fact, to me, it does sort of look like an ancient Egyptian carving. According to these fringe theories, ancient Mediterranean travelers might have crossed the Atlantic, leaving behind a single mysterious medallion in the forests of New Brunswick. And of course, no discussion of the Utopian medallion is complete without the mention of extraterrestrials, because some ancient alien enthusiasts insist that the carving was not human-made at all, but the work of alien hands left on Earth for, reasons. And of course, we have to touch upon one of the most plausible theories that actually gets brought up in these types of stories. The whole thing was a hoax. Laney, after all, was a stonemason and could have carved the medallion himself. He discovered it alone, under moss and forest debris, without witnesses. Could he have created a piece of art and claimed that it was ancient? The problem is, to perpetrate such a hoax convincingly, Laney would have had to have the required foresight and skill and a careful understanding of how to convince future historians that it was indeed a legit ancient carving, and it's unsure if he could have even pulled that off. It's noted by several people that knew him, and of the stone, that he just wasn't talented enough to pull it off. He was a builder, not an artist. Not to mention, he would have taken a lot of effort, and there's no record that he had a motive to do it. In any case, scholars are still unsure today the exact origin of this stone, and its meaning. But one thing pretty much universally is agreed on, and that is its age. The weathering alone is almost too advanced to have been created by a prankster, suggesting that the carving is at least a few centuries old. But the mystery remains. Was it from one of the earliest French expeditions? Was it from the indigenous people? Or was it created somewhere else altogether, maybe another European explorer, and brought over? Or how about the ancient Egyptians? Or heck, maybe an alien was really bored. What is it with humanity's obsession with magical or special stones? There are many examples spread throughout different cultures and time periods, like the Philosopher's Stone or the Stone of Destiny in Scotland. There are even cursed stones, like the one we are about to discuss, the Booya Stones. The Torres Strait is the body of water which separates northern Australia and southern New Guinea, and it's here where numerous small islands lay about, and the peoples living here are pretty unique, because although they are not the same people of the Aboriginal Australians, nor the people of New Guinea, they are related to both groups, and it's these people that allegedly were in possession of a sacred stone that was said to emit an intense bluish green or violet light, and its rays had the ability to penetrate rock, iron, and even ships. When directed at any living being, it would drive them insane, as well as revealing their organs. Where this story originates is unclear. What we do know is 3 of the stones were said to exist, and they were held by the priest on the island known as Zogola. When the first Christian missionaries arrived to the islands, they began to destroy the local shrines, and 2 of the stones were lost. However, one of them remained and was taken by the villagers and hidden in a deep cave known only to the priest. Once the British found out about this, they began to research the claims, but could never find it, although rumors among the men began to circulate, claiming the stones were linked to Easter Island. Which brings us back to the focus of this narrative, an article from the Canberra Times on December 10th, 1936, when writer Ion Idris would discuss the legend and at least 2 Australians that searched for the stone, men known simply as Rawlings and Musgrove, who believed finding the Booya would make them rich. Noting that the effects might be caused by radium, they would search the island's volcanic mountain, thinking it might hide the stone. After weeks of exploring, they came across a concealed crevice that went deep into the mountain. They would begin exploring it, marking their paths along the way with chalk. Once they got deep inside, Rawlings would spot a blue mist seeping from a rock high above. Climbing up to a hidden platform, they would enter a chamber bathed in bluish light. In front of them, a pillar of violet light would rise from a deep volcano shaft. The rays shined through and illuminated the stone roof. Rawlings, despite Musgrove's warning, moved ahead and touched the rays, which made his body transparent and revealed bones inside. His eyes then turned purple and he began to go insane, and he attacked Musgrove, causing him to flee, escaping Rawlings, who was now a glowing skeletal figure wearing only trousers. Rawlings then lost control and in a trance started climbing down towards the stone, disappearing. Musgrove, on the other hand, tried to escape but found rock now blocking the exit, although the local islanders did frantically dig him out, and they would warn Musgrove that pursuing the Booya would lead to destruction. Now, if this sounds like a totally fictional account, it is, at least mostly. See, Ion Idris was an accomplished fictional writer, authoring over 50 books between 1927 and 1969, not to mention several articles he contributed to newspapers. And while Musgrove and Rawlings don't exist, at least there's no verified records that they exist, that doesn't mean the whole thing is fiction, because what Idris typically would do is take local lore along with some real historical facts and then spin a narrative more palatable than scholarly articles. And while that account was fictional, the stone itself is traced back through the oral history of the islanders, and Idris claimed that some of what he had wrote came from the Zogola that still inhabited the islands at the time of the writing. He wasn't the only one either. Margaret Laurie would become famous for living at the islands between 1964 and 1973, where she developed a strong bond with the natives and collected their stories along with their histories, which led to the publication of her 1970 book, Myths and Legends of the Torres Strait, and the follow-up book, in 1972, Tales from Torres Strait. She would record a very similar story to the one that Idris had collected decades prior. However, the stone's shining violet rays is second-hand account, and neither author observed it. Likewise, the radium part was just something Idris suggested based on its description. But the mystery remains. What were the original stones? Does the one still exist? It seems very possible, considering so many of the native legends revolve around the story, and basically keep the same details. Still, most concede that the stone probably held more of a ritual or symbolic meaning than actually being capable of bursting rays of light. It's also worth pointing out, some minerals do look like they are glowing in low light, which maybe started the legend. One of the more famous mysteries we have looked at on our time at the channel is a case of unexplained phenomena called the Devil's Footprints. You know what I am referring to. It's that case from Devon, England in 1855, when residents awoke to find a trail of hoof-like marks in the snow that went potentially up to 100 miles. But what you might not know is, this was not the only case, as there have been others. One of the strangest of these was actually discovered in the early 20th century in New England. The weird tale actually begins in Croton-on-Hudson, or Croton for short, a small village located in New York's northern suburbs, when a man named Alfred Gardner would purchase one of the more beautiful estates in the area of this state in 1906, a place called Hessian Hill, a huge farm bordered by the Hudson River. But this story wouldn't become the mystery we know of today until 6 years later, when the publication New York Press would pen an interesting account. According to the article, on the east bank of the Hudson River, which ran by the property, mysterious footprints were found embedded into solid rock. They appeared at the bottom of a steep hill on the Gardner estate, where a huge boulder set shadow by trees. The rock, with its smooth surface, showed the imprints of human feet paced side by side, as if a barefoot man had walked down the hill and stood on the stone, while it was still soft. Each toe was clearly defined, and both feet were fairly large. Behind the footprints, all the way to the top of the rock, were weird indentations that sort of looked like a heavy chain that had fell into the soft earth. And if that wasn't bizarre enough, crossing the Hudson River and coming out on the opposite bank revealed the same footprints. Again, they appeared on stone, but this time they were turned toward the river, as if the man was traveling away from it due west. Measurements were taken on both set of prints, and they were confirmed to have been the same exact size. Of course, this led to tons of speculation, which ultimately led to folklore. One of the earliest to pop up was the prints were naturally the devil's, who, for some reason, was chained up in Connecticut, obviously the worst fate. But he had somehow escaped and fled to New York, dragging his chain behind him. Others tried to point to a more plausible scenario, yet still unlikely, that it was from a prehistoric man trying to escape a serpent, who jumped over the Hudson and landed on the other side. The newspaper would continue by stating that the stones were covered with lichens and a thick moss, except for the parts where the footprints were embedded. These areas, nothing would grow. Interestingly, the paper never notes when it was that these footprints were actually discovered, instead speaking of it as if it was a locally known fact. And there is at least one article from nearly 20 years prior, in 1895, in the New York Daily Tribune, in which it documents the Devil's Track, where the imprint of 2 human feet can be found on the rock. However, the mystery in this one is twofold. For one, we don't know exactly what created these prints, and that's because they have been lost. It's quite possible they were destroyed during the construction of a home. As far as what made them, that's a little bit more difficult to say, considering we have no pictures or sketches. However, most believe it's nothing more than natural geological features, or something that was caused by weathering. (1953) Inman, Kansas. 2 young Mennonites, Albert Neufeld and George Regier Jr., hoped to get away for a day of fishing. And they had many options, because during the early 20th century in Kansas, many lakes were drained in the state, leaving small pools of water that the locals would still go use, and they often called these sinkholes. And it's at this locally named Big Sinkhole that this legendary cryptid story would be born. After sitting on the bridge for hours, the 2 young men that were fishing finally called it a day. They began reeling in their lines and putting away their gear in their tackle boxes, about to say goodbye to the water. But it's in that process that Albert would spot something out of the corner of his eye. He at first thought it was a log, but once he noticed it was moving, he thought it was a snake. But this was much different than any snake he had seen. He would point it out to George, who turned around right in time to see this creature break the water, with its dark, flat head and very large snake-like body. As it swam across the top of the sinkhole, they were able to estimate its size at about 15 feet long and 21 inches thick, or sometimes stated to be thick as a tire, with a dolphin-like tail and a broad, eerie smile which was full of teeth. Its skin was described as smooth and dark brown or black. This was unlike any snake native to Kansas, maybe to the whole country. Albert began to panic. Since this thing kept swimming around, it was not attempting to submerge, so he quickly grabbed his .22 rifle and took a couple of shots. He was certain he had hit it, but it kept swimming around, and now it was coming towards them. That's when the boys grabbed everything they had brought and took off running, going home to tell their parents, who in turn told authorities about the large creature down at the sinkhole. This would become the most famous sighting of the cryptid known as Sinkhole Sam. But it was not the first, as the boys soon learned. Apparently this thing had been spotted before. Well, allegedly. It's always suspicious how all these other sightings get reported after the fact. Regardless, this account actually took hold, and the media went to cover it. They would visit the sinkhole many times, along with numerous other people from around the area. Actually, there were even people from out of state that came just to look for it. Which seems odd because it's just an oversized snake, right? Well, if the boy's description is accurate, that would rule out snake, of course. But other reports that came later on would actually state that it was more worm-like in nature. There were other variations as well, like some reports which claimed it had a long fin running down its back, while yet others said the creature was much bigger, like 30 feet long instead of 15. Maybe the second most famous account came from a group of farmers who claimed to have seen the beast sunning on the bank, and at first, they didn't know what it was, but as they got closer, it scurried off into the water and submerged, where it was rumored to live in a cavern system underneath the sinkhole. But there's not one known to be there. And that's a problem with this story. After the original account, all these other reported sightings were more dubious, and probably were just added to keep the story going. In fact, one of the local journalists that covered it greatly embellished the story just because he was kind of a folklorist and entertainer, more than a journalist. So I think it's safe to say everything outside of what Albert Neufeld and George Rogier seen can be ignored. So the question is, could you take them for their word? And if so, what did they see? Well, for what it's worth, the Neufeld family later stated they were greatly embarrassed by the whole account, and they just wished the publicity would go away. Although, Albert never shied away from telling the story to anyone who might want to hear it, while George Rogier was said to have had a, quote, town rogue reputation. But it's worth pointing out, Mennonites aren't known for exaggerations, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they were telling the truth. Then, what was it? Researchers today state, more than likely, it was a gopher snake, which are native to Kansas and can get up to about 7.5 feet long. And if it was partially submerged and moving, one can mistake how large they really are because of the silhouette produced. And gopher snakes are known to swim and look like a much larger serpent gliding, and it could have just been an unusually large gopher snake at that. The second most likely theory is someone had just bought an exotic pet and couldn't or didn't want to take care of it anymore, like a boa constrictor or python. And yes, people done that in the 50s too, just not as much. If someone released one into the Kansas wilderness, he would try to take refuge in a marsh or sinkhole type environment where it could feed on rodents and other small mammals, but it wouldn't survive past the Kansas winter. But as I mentioned, I think you can practically ignore every other sighting after that one, except for the one where the farmer seen it sunning on the bank. Then, you got the minor theories, like it was an optical illusion like a log, or submerged tree, or they could have just seen an exceptionally large snapping turtle. Regardless of whatever it was, it's become one of the most famous cryptid stories coming out of Kansas. July 4th, 1974, Oakland, a small town in Nebraska, would play home to one of the more curious cryptid sagas of the 70s. It all began in the late night/early morning hours when couple Dale and Linda Jones were awoken to a horrendous sound. Outside, they heard an animal scream, and at first, the farmers thought that one of the pigs had gotten its head stuck in the pen, which had happened before. Dale got up and began heading outside to remove the poor animal so they could get some sleep. While he was getting ready, he heard his German Shepherd begin barking from the porch, which had no doubt been awoken by the same screaming pig. Dale, with flashlight in hand, started walking across the farm in the direction of the pig pen and shined the light over, looking for the critter. He stood there for a second looking around, and curiously, no pigs were stuck. He assumed by the time he had made it out there, it had maneuvered in such a way that it had dislodged itself. So Dale, who I'm sure was aggravated at this point, began walking back inside. But it was just then he heard the piercing scream again. This time, it sent a shiver up his spine, and he panicked and took off in a run towards the house. And upon getting inside, he went to look for a bat, as he intended to take it around the farm to check on the rest of the livestock. While he was doing that, his wife Linda went out on the porch to try and quieten their dog. And this is where the mystery began, because Linda would look out into the front yard, and several hundred feet away, she would see a silhouette of a figure, one that spooked her. As she stared, the thing turned and took off running on two legs between the corn cribs and on through the cornfield. She stepped back inside and locked the doors and windows, not sure if she had just seen a prowler or what. But she warned Dale to not go back out, and he didn't. Instead, they waited the night out, checking every now and again, but never seeing the unidentified figure. This was the first sighting of the cryptid, known as Oakland Creature, but it sure wouldn't be the last, as it would be seen all over this small little town in the summer of 1974. It would actually be a few days later when 13-year-old Nick Wickstrom and his brother were delivering newspapers while being escorted by their father, when they would all three see something large running alongside a gravel road. It ran strangely, like it was using its front knuckles to move about. It had no tail, and its legs looked human. The three had all grown up in the country and had spent many days outdoors, but had never seen a local animal like this. And that's another key part of the story here. The descriptions varied among witnesses. Some said it stood about 6 feet tall, with a bear's body and a monkey's face. Others stated it looked like a big mountain lion, while even others described it as looking like a giant possum. The sightings continued, with some local teenagers spotting it at a tree line along the cemetery. They would throw some firecrackers, which spooked the animal, causing it to flee into the woods. After this, the town authorities actually got involved. They didn't necessarily believe it was a Bigfoot, but they did believe people were seeing something. And they may have feared it was a starving cougar or coyote, which was on the prowl looking for an easy human prey. So the police in response took a coyote-trained tracking dog and began searching the area. But even after spending hours and hours searching, they couldn't find any tracks, made almost impossible due to a drought that year. And if you want a little extra WTF mystery on this part, the police chief leading this was Greg Webb, who killed his neighbor/former girlfriend and fled to Florida, only to be arrested 7 years later after he was recognized on Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, that's the same guy who was looking for the Oakland Creature. Anyways, going back to the first couple that spotted the animal, Dale and Linda Jones, they began to suspect that whatever it was living on their farm, and used it as a base of operations of sort. They based this on the fact that they would continue to hear its screams almost every night, but they were never able to locate it. Because of this, the town soon organized a hunting party, and now the media was interested, and they would send cameras out to document the bizarre hunt, though it always came up empty-handed. Interestingly, at the same time this was going on, the infamous reports of cattle mutilations began to come in across the country, which included northeastern Nebraska. So, since they had their accounts, was it related to this animal? Officials at the time did not believe so, pointing out the very precise nature of the mutilations. Regardless, cold weather began to move in by September, and soon the animal screams and sightings all stopped. Because of this, local law enforcement would state that the whole event was probably caused by a cougar who had came closer to town because the drought brought him in along a creek looking for food. And it makes sense. Although it is rare for cougars to go east of the Rockies, it may have, and being spotted late at night or deep in the woods would make their proportions look weird, making them look bigger. But it may have been something like a large feral dog as well. Others suggest an exotic pet which had been released or escaped. Maybe some kind of primate. But it's just as likely that once the story circulated about the Joneses sighting, it caused some sort of mass hysteria where everyone in this small town thought any strange sound like coyote howls or the rustling of corn had to be the Oakland Creature. The year was 1888, in the small town of Winslow, Arizona. It was there in an Old West general store that a man would walk in with a packet of goods in his arms. Moving towards the counter, he set down a large bundle that had been wrapped in a worn-out Navajo blanket, and he then proceeded to unwrap it. The clerk had done business with this frontiersman before, and he knew he was there to sell goods. He watched as the man would pull out an animal pelt that was a rich golden tan color with bold black stripes. The entire thing measured just over 7 feet from nose to tail and was beautiful. While the clerk fixated on this interesting find, the traveler would then pull out a jar which he explained was rattlesnake oil, which was accompanied by a couple of rattlesnake skins. The clerk pretty much ignored these, as the tiger-like hide was really catching his eye, and he would ask the man, what animal did this come from? The pioneer reached down to the counter and grabbed a block of tobacco which belonged to the clerk, and cut a piece off and stuck it in his mouth before replying that he had been out in the mountains for a few days doing a little prospecting, looking for a good location to set up a mine. On the third night, he set up camp, had dinner, and laid down for the night, and that's when he would hear a sound which sent fear into him, the purring of a cat, a very large cat. Knowing this was cougar country, he knew he was potential prey. That's when he reached over and pulled his gun close to his side, rolled over onto his stomach, and looked out into the direction that he had heard the noise. He patiently waited, and just a few seconds later, about 20 yards away in the forest, he saw the outline of the creature, which was lit up by the campfire. Knowing it was now or never, he slowly lifted the gun, took aim, and fired. Knowing one shot wouldn't be enough, he quickly reloaded, which might have saved his life, because the wild cat he thought was a mountain lion would let out a blood-curdling scream and make a jump towards the prospector, but it overjumped him, something the man attributed to the light of the fire causing the creature to misjudge the jump. By this point, he must have assumed he had missed on his gunshot as well, and now here was the wildcat just a foot or two away. The terrified man spun around, aimed the gun at the big cat, pulled the trigger, and killed the animal just before it pounced on him, no doubt saving his life. He got up and took a look at it, and soon realized it wasn't a cougar at all. In fact, he didn't know what it was. Although he had been all over these mountains for the past 13 years and learned quite a bit about the wildlife inhabiting it, he had never seen a creature like this before. Regardless, he would have to get his rest if he intended to travel the next day, and that he did, waking up early the next morning and then skinning the cat, knowing there were dealers in the area that often bought Native American crafts along with other curiosities. That is what led him to this shop in Winslow. That account has been taken from the February 23, 1888 edition of a newspaper from Fort Wayne, Indiana, entitled Gazette. The journalist who wrote it allegedly had gotten the story from another correspondent living in Winslow. He would wrap up the account by stating that the clerk bought the snakeskins and sold them to visitors from the east, and then took the jar full of rattlesnake oil and sold it to customers dealing with rheumatism. But of course, the interesting part in all this story is that hide. The clerk would buy this fur that seemed to be a Bengal tiger. He would hold on to it at first, trying to find someone that could identify it. He first took it to a nearby Navajo reservation, where he showed it to some of the oldest members, but none of them had ever seen an animal like this in the area. The clerk then found a book that gave descriptions of nearly every animal in the mountains of Arizona, and again, he found nothing similar. So what was this cat that nearly killed this frontiersman? Is it possible a tiger was actually living in the mountains of Arizona for a short time in the late 19th century? Well, let's start with the obvious theory, so I can go ahead and get it out of the way. That being yellow journalism. The report came at a time when the newspapers were printing just incredibly outlandish tales, especially those concerning the Wild West and cryptids. So it's just possible the writer at the paper in Indiana made the whole thing up, or the so-called correspondent he talked to in Arizona did. Either one is very possible. but considering this tale isn't real fanciful like some of the others at the time, like the ones about dragons, it's quite possible this cryptid story really occurred, but it still most likely has a very plausible explanation. One being, it was what the man originally thought it was, nothing more than a mountain lion, and for whatever reason, the pelt was described inaccurately or greatly exaggerated. Or another thought is this so-called frontiersman was actually a grifter. He instead stitched up a fake pelt and made up an elaborate story, all in the hopes of selling it for a huge price. Or maybe it was a cryptid. Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Labrador. The year, uncertain, due to poor record keeping, but we know it falls sometime between the years of 1903 and 1913. It was around this time that many of the people still carved out a living in the wilderness, or right on the border of it. That's where the family of our story, the Michelins, lived, roughing it out on the edge of civilization. It's on an autumn afternoon that this family would have their first encounter with something that would lead to one of Canada's most endearing cryptid mysteries. It all began with the Michelin's daughter, whose name and age has been lost to time, was out playing in a field near a thick tree line, which is bordered by the Traverspine River. While she played in the grass, this young girl was startled as she heard these really heavy footsteps approaching her from within the forest. Curious, she would sit up and stare out into the woods, waiting to see what was coming. Finally, she seen it, in the distance. A large dark shape getting closer to the field. As it approached, the little girl began to get nervous and quickly stood to her feet, never breaking eye contact with whatever this thing was. The dark figure continued moving closer, and in response, the girl took a step back, and about that time, the creature finally stepped out from the trees. She looked up and began to panic, as she seen what she would later describe as a dark-haired gorilla-like creature walking on all fours. She was terrified, and thus was unable to move, as she just stood there and watched this creature go from all fours to 2 legs, and that's when she noticed that it had never been on all fours. Instead, what she originally thought was front legs were actually large arms that hung down past the creature's knees. Looking up at the creature's head and neck, she noticed a patch of white hair that resembled a shaggy mane. The girl now was somewhat aware that she might actually be in danger, and she started backing away. But as she started moving, the creature turned its head directly at her and opened its mouth, and then did the unexpected, smiled at her, showing its teeth in a creepy way. This absolutely scared the wits out of her, and now she started slowly backing away and decided to make a break for it. But the creature raised its large hand and motioned for her to come closer, but it had the opposite effect, and the girl screamed and ran as fast as she could back home, while the creature just stood there and watched, with a smile. She eventually made it back to the cabin and burst in and told her father what had happened, and the story isn't clear if he believed that she had actually seen a gorilla, but it's definitely clear he thought she'd seen something. So he quickly began to round up other men from the camp, and they set off into the woods. However, by the time they reached the location his daughter had told him about, there was nothing in sight. So they decided to look around the area, and that's when they found it. There were large 2-toed tracks pressed deep into the dirt that were close to 12 inches long. After seeing this, her father and the rest of the men from the neighborhood, who were lumberjacks, were convinced she was telling the truth. They would all go back home and secure their own doors and safeguarded their own families, just in case this thing happened to come back. Now luckily for this small community, he did not return that night. However, he would eventually make its way back. See, a few days later, the other daughter of the Michelin family was playing in one of the rooms of the home with the 2 family dogs. As she ran around chasing the pets, she happened to spot something out of the corner of her eye. There, in the window, she seen the creature, staring inside, just watching her. The child screamed for her mother, while the dogs began to bark and growl at the window. Mrs. Michelin ran inside to see what was going on, and as soon as she stepped into the room, she was stunned, because standing outside peering in through the window with its large hand pressed against the glass was the creature she described as being nearly 7 foot tall, with a white mane. Mrs. Michelin didn't freeze though. She quickly reached for the rifle, which was kept in the home, and she took off to the front door, opened it, and fired a shot in the direction where she had seen the animal standing. She heard what she described as a meaty thud, and she was sure she hit it, because it dropped down to all fours and fled off into the woods, and the mom fired another shot, missing. She started reloading, but it was too late, and the animal disappeared into the forest, while the dogs barked wildly from the front porch. Mrs. Michelin wasn't done though, and she walked towards the area where the creature had been standing, and she spotted it, under the window, the same large two-toed tracks that had been found by the river. As you might imagine, that night the family was on edge, and kept a gun nearby, but nothing else happened. After a few days, the excitement died down, but not for long. See, by this point, the family had removed the dogs from the house in an effort to use them as watchdogs, and it worked, because during the night hours, barking would awaken the Michelin family, and Mr. Michelin jumped to his feet and ran to the window to see the dogs approaching the creature, growling and barking, and the cryptid didn't know what to do, and slowly backed away, until it reached the tree line. Suddenly, it looked above, broke off a large branch from a tree, and began swinging it at the dogs, but they did not flinch and kept barking. The creature now was getting upset, and it threw the branch at the dogs and missed, hitting the home instead. Meanwhile, Mr. Michelin was ready and pulled up his gun, but the creature, almost as if he was aware that the man was aiming at him, turned around to spot him, dropped to all fours, and fled the area with the dogs in pursuit. Mr. Michelin stood guard, waiting and waiting. A few hours passed, and the dogs returned home. They were wet and a little battered. Mr. Michelin reasoned that the dogs had pursued him over the river, or the creature had tossed him into the water. After this, things will quieten down for the Michelins, and over the following weeks, the creature was not spotted, and the whole affair was soon forgotten. The family assumed that the creature was too afraid of the dogs and the gun, so they brought the dogs back in as the winter was fast approaching. However, the animal must have been waiting for the right time to strike, because it again began approaching the home at night. It followed a pattern as well. He usually started by walking around the perimeter of the home, and then slowly looking in the windows, before eventually tapping on the glass. The dogs would start barking and growling, and the creature would creep around before finally sneaking back off into the woods. This would continue on through the winter and into the following year. It never showed up on a predictable schedule. Instead, it just kind of randomly popped in once in a while to look inside the home and walk back off into the woods, always tapping the glass and getting the dogs riled up, and getting the family scrambling about. Before making its escape, the family grew so worried they wouldn't even leave the home without a gun anymore. Eventually, they just decided to live with the weirdness, and they ignored the creature. Finally, after about 2 years, the creature stopped coming around, and it was never seen again. This cryptid would go on to become known as the Traverspine Gorilla, the friendly Bigfoot. But where does this story come from, and what exactly was it? Interestingly, this all comes from a source you wouldn't really expect, an autobiography by a man named Elliot Merrick. He had actually left his home in New Jersey in 1929, along with his wife, to go work in one of the remote communities of Labrador. It's there the 24-year-old would work as an unpaid volunteer and began documenting the experiences he had with others who had found themselves in this remote area, like trappers, traders, and local First Nations people. Over time, he would collect stories from these people about life in the vast, unforgiving Canadian wilderness, and the one about Traverspine Gorilla came about here. So in all likelihood, Elliot Merrick would not have fabricated the story, and he was just repeating what he was told. So what was it? It shouldn't be a surprise that most people now think it was just a misidentified bear, although Mrs. Michelin, who shot it, was insistent that it was definitely not a bear, not to mention the two-toed prints and white mane. Others think the whole thing was a hoax or folktale told to Merrick, who simply retold it in his book, never actually trying to verify the story. Of course, maybe it really was some type of undiscovered animal, like a Bigfoot. July 2nd, 1954, 23-year-old Ennio La Sarza, an Italian immigrant, was going about his typical duties at the nickel mine where he worked in Garson, Canada, when one of Canada's weirdest UFO mysteries would occur. It was around 5 p.m. in the evening when La Sarza would randomly look up into the sky and notice an object hurling down towards the earth at what he estimated was several times the speed of a jet. Eerily, he thought he was about to witness a terrible crash, but instead this object began to slow down, and just when it got near the earth, it began to hover, Lasarza was in awe, and while it moved around slowly, he was able to study it. He would later remark that it was spherical in shape and about 25 feet in diameter. He would see a set of portholes, or something similar, that went all around the craft, and he also noticed what looked like a landing gear, while he thought he could make out a retractable antenna on top. Obviously, he was shocked and scared, but this little encounter was just getting started, because while he was standing there watching, these 3 strange beings emerged from the craft, and they were all about 13 feet tall, with greenish blue skin, and whose faces were a color combination that he had never witnessed before. But it got stranger. Their bodies seemed to glow, and they had a single eye in the center of their forehead, along with 6 evenly distributed set of arms and or hairy legs. Their so-called hands seemed to be more crab-like claws which opened and closed randomly. They also had some kind of antenna in their head, although, in some sources, they're described as ears that resembled spurs. Basically, whatever these things were, they seemed to be very insect-like. As Lasarza stood there in shock, taking all this in, the one he would describe as the leader began scuttling towards him. As Lasarza tried to move, he would report he felt like the being froze him in his tracks with a hypnotic stare, before a voice began to speak to him telepathically. It's then this being asked Lasarza to do a task that he straight up refused, and he told the being he would rather die than carry it out. What this task was, Lasarza would never confide in anybody, but it was something that clearly upset him. It upset him so much that he fainted, only to wake up and see that the UFO and beings were all gone, and the only thing that remained were scorch marks that still sat on the ground where the craft had landed. Once he gathered his wits, he ran and reported the event to his bosses at the mine, and then phoned the police, as well as the Royal Canadian Air Force, who actually came out to investigate, but did not go public with the story. So how do we know this? Well, that's what makes this one interesting, because as crazy and unbelievable as this story was, and although the Canadian Air Force didn't really speak about it, they would secretly pass a copy of the report to the US Air Force's investigative body, known as Project Blue Book. They would even turn a copy over to the Air Ministry in London, suggesting something about this story shook up Canadian officials. Lasarza, for his part, grew increasingly paranoid, and he was terrified about what these beings had ordered him to do, and the consequences of him refusing to do it. He was so scared that he considered asking Canadian authorities to lock him up in jail as a safety measure. Interestingly, Project Blue Book would note that from what they knew of space being science, being locked up in jail would help him very little. The media eventually got wind of the story though, and they only made it worse, cause they largely poked fun at it, or, in some examples, claimed the beings were from Mars, when Lasarza never said anything like that. The employer at the nickel mine, as well as the co-workers, began to question Lasarza's sanity, and basically hinted that he had a mental breakdown. There would even be psychiatrists from Toronto who came to speak to Lasarza about the events, although what they found was never divulged. Lasarza would eventually state he knew that people thought he was crazy, but he refused to take back any part of the story because he was not lying. The mining officials didn't care, and interestingly, they refused to let anyone from the outside come in and inspect, especially the spot where the so-called burn marks on the ground still lay from where the craft landed. Project Blue Book would even note that if there had been nothing to it, they wouldn't have cared to let outside investigators come in and see the scorched landing site. Although they did note they may have just not wanted to be known as the mine that had a UFO encounter. There are also other strange things about this whole saga that give it a little bit of credibility, like when journalists began interviewing witnesses and Lasarza. One in particular would take a tape recorder in and ask Lasarza a series of questions about the events, which he did answer. However, right after the interview, Lasarza would ask the journalist to destroy the tape because he felt that he had violated terms of an agreement he had made with the Canadian Air Force, which would keep certain facts about the event confidential. The journalist complied, and those recordings would be destroyed. However, the journalist who had interviewed him, Charles Beck and Michael Bolton, hurried back to their office and tried to record every detail about the encounter that they could remember, and they would then re-record the interview themselves based on their memory, and it would eventually reach the radio. Interestingly, the author of the Blue Book letter detailing this account was more perplexed by what these aliens asked Lasarza to do, and he would wonder if it had something to do with the nickel mine itself. Could it be the nickel's association with a substance called cobalt-60, an extremely radioactive compound? Now the physics are way over my head, but at the time, there was a discussion about a so-called cobalt bomb, which was more powerful than any nuclear explosion on record and could destroy all life on Earth. This so-called doomsday device was studied by the US Air Force, but was never actually built. However, the author of the letter wondered if that's what brought the aliens in. Today, most people believe that Lasarza did see something, but it was probably just an aircraft or meteor, and for whatever reason, he misidentified it. Although, that doesn't explain everything, but maybe it triggered some kind of hallucination, or maybe he made the whole thing up. Lake Tahoe, nestled on the Nevada-California border, is one of the biggest lakes in the United States. In fact, coming in 5th by volume after the Great Lakes, while its depth at 1,600 feet trails only that of Crater Lake in Oregon. It has long been a major tourist attraction in Nevada, mainly due to its ski resorts in the winter, and, vice versa, it's nearly perfect weather for summer recreation. But what if this deep lake is home to a legendary creature? Tonight, we're going to take a look at Tahoe Tessie, a large serpentine creature that is said to be as wide as a barrel. Its color ranges anywhere from a jet black to turquoise, depending on the witness. Although some say it might be a more gray color. It is also frequently described as having smooth skin and no scales. And strangely enough, this isn't a recent phenomenon. We don't know for sure due to lack of records, but one of the earliest accounts did go back as early as 1865, when a man we only know as L.C. Coggin claimed to have seen a serpent with a 14-foot wide head, black scales, and colossal body that was over 600 feet in length. And just like the papers would do at the time, they speculated that it was really a plesiosaur that somehow did not go extinct. And it's important to note here, the name Tahoe Tessie wasn't used yet. That wouldn't come until over a century later, when a local resident coined the name in 1975 after going on a kayaking trip and would hear stories about the creature, although he never seen it himself. But by the time that he had came up with it, the serpent-type creature sightings had been occurring regularly since the 1950s, often by hikers, but even more reputable witnesses like police officers, who recorded seeing a large black hump pacing their boat at 60 miles per hour. Most of the sightings, though, came in the late 70s and into the 80s. One of the earliest involved 4 witnesses who claimed to have seen a serpent-like creature hunting a school of trout. They claimed it was 30 to 60 feet long and thick as a telephone pole, and its movement went up and down, not side to side. This one was deemed noteworthy because of the fact that 4 people described seeing the same creature. Maybe the most interesting sighting, or suspicious, came from a local TV station owner, a man named Mike Conway, who actually claimed to have caught the creature on video during a commercial shoot. According to him, it all started when several children pointed to the water and shouted, "It's Tessie," as a noticeable wake in the water appeared. Unfortunately, or maybe conveniently, this video footage was later destroyed and is lost forever. But although the sightings kinda died down over the 90s, they did return by the 2000s, with one particular sighting that stands out. Mickey Daniels in 2005, who was a longtime fisherman and former police officer. He claimed to have seen a large V-shaped wave cutting through the calm water when there were no other boats around, and judging by its movements, he did not believe it was caused by a fish. What makes this sighting interesting is 2 more visitors at the lake, close to the same time, reported seeing a dark shape with multiple humps about 100 yards from the shore. Unfortunately, this was just a little before everyone was carrying a cell phone around with them, so none of it was recorded. Although there have been a few photos over the years that are not the most convincing, but still leave room for speculation. It's also been alleged over the last few years that some kind of video footage exists, and, for whatever reason, is being covered up. The sightings, too, are not completely relegated to being above water. Some of them have came from beneath, which fits the theory, or maybe a long-held rumor, that Tessie lives in underwater caves, In fact, 2 divers in the 80s reported finding an underwater cave and seeing a creature shoot out of it, leaving silt stirring about. They noted that it had left 2 large fin prints behind. Interestingly, this came just a few weeks after 2 fishermen reported seeing a serpent-like creature in the same exact area. So what are people most likely seeing? It should be of no surprise that the overwhelming majority of people err on the side of the skeptics and state that it's probably nothing more than the misidentification of ordinary objects like submerged logs or complex wave patterns that in low light can look like a lake monster, or it could even be a lake sturgeon or some other oversized fish, like a lake trout. Both can be bulky and do surface occasionally. He may even be a group of smaller fish moving together. Of course, maybe it really is a plesiosaur that somehow did not go extinct. 1996, Northern Tennessee, specifically Jackson County. A group of men were out hunting in the local forest when one of them would spot something pretty unusual. It was a cat, a very big cat. The men, probably spooked, would fire off a shot at the large feline, causing it to collapse to the ground. They would then walk over to the animal to see exactly what it was they had bagged, and they were stunned. It was a cougar, or what we call in the Appalachians, a mountain lion. Now this would serve as odd for a couple of reasons. First, according to nearly every biologist and official account, there is no cougar population east of the Mississippi, other than Florida. This has long been disputed by several people in the Appalachians though, who have claimed to seen panthers, or mountain lions as they are called. However, they officially do not exist. So what the men were seeing should not even be here in the first place. But it's the details in addition to this that would really make the story go down in cryptid history, because the cat would later be described as having a golden brown body with black stripes and spots running across it like it was a mix between a leopard and a tiger. But most suspiciously, it had one red stripe running down the backside of its body, and that matched up perfectly with its paws, which were also colored red. The men were not sure what to do. Did they just kill an endangered species? Would they be in trouble legally? Because of this, they kept quiet, at least for the moment, taking it home and then skinning it and taking its pelt, which has not been seen again. But here's where it gets really strange and really sketchy. Apparently one of these men couldn't keep his mouth shut, and soon word would spread around about this shooting of what was now called the Cat of Many Colors, or the Tennessee Multicolored Cat, which also brought in famous cryptozoologists like Dr. Carl Schuker, who would go and meet a local man named Brian Long, who claimed he had actually seen a photograph of this strange creature, and he described it as looking closest in resemblance to a cheetah, except for that black stripe and red patches of fur. However, this photo, which would go a long ways in helping identify what the cat really was, yeah, that's an interesting story too, because it turns out it somehow ended up being sold to a local biology student who can no longer be found, or some sources say is purposely hiding the picture. So with that, what about the theories? Interestingly, Dr. Schuker may have had the best one. He believed that the men had simply stumbled across the rare cougar that had crossed over the Mississippi, to which they then shot, and more than likely, the cougar didn't die at first and tried to run, and maybe even took the hunters an hour or more to track the body, and by the time they found it, the cougar had simply bled out, and those so-called red stripes and red feet were nothing more than dried blood. However, there is one big issue with this. What is the likelihood that these experienced hunters would not know that it was dried blood? One would think it would stick out to them pretty easily, unless they were part of a hoax, which would explain why the biology student never pursued any more details about the cat, or even went out looking for more evidence. If he knew that he had been pranked by this photo, he could have just went home and threw it in the trash after realizing it was nothing more than a cougar, and to this day, he doesn't even know he's part of an Appalachian legend. But there's also another interesting point. What happened to that pelt? If someone skinned it, presumably one of these hunters would still have it. Why not bring it forward to the modern day, when a simple post online could tell you within a few minutes what the creature actually was? Yeah, that's sketchy too, unless you just assumed the pelt was somehow lost, which one would assume that was not the case. Others suggest, however, that it could be a jaguarundi, which is a medium-sized cat with colors of gray and red, and loosely fits the description. Yet these cats are native to South America and Mexico, or maybe the Tennessee multicolored cat is nothing more than an urban legend. Imagine waking up one morning and going out for your day, only to walk by through your yard and discover a clearly defined piece of elongated soil which has been lifted from the earth and placed a short distance away. If you think it's impossible, then you might be surprised to learn that not only has it happened before, but its earliest documentation can be traced back as early as the 9th century, when the annals of the Kingdom of the Franks recorded that men found a piece of earth roughly 50 feet long, 13 feet wide, and nearly a foot thick that had been cut out and placed on the ground nearby. If you have happened to watch the West Coast series, you might remember we actually discussed this mystery previously when it happened in the state of Washington and was referred to as the cookie cutter phenomenon. But it's in Norway and Sweden only that this weird anomaly actually has a name, and it's known as Jordskot, meaning ground shot. And as mentioned, the earliest documentation actually pops up around 822 AD, but it would actually be over 800 years later before it was actually researched, when in 1686, a Professor Andreas Strossander would send a letter to a man named Urban Hajarne, known as the father of Swedish geology, and he would tell him of an opportunity from the summer in which he was able to examine and sketch something bizarre. He would go on to say that at a farm in Weeby, he discovered a flat meadow of hard soil, a block of land that was about 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 1 foot thick, laying on the ground. Beside it was a pit from which it had been taken from. He found it strange because the turf was solid and hard, and it set even with the pit next to it, in which it fit perfectly. He also found it strange that the grass was face up and was still intact, and it had not been shoveled out, which made it more odd because it was so heavy that there was no way that someone lifted it, as he estimated that not even 12 men working together could have picked it up. However, the professor did notice a possible cause. He would mention that it was obvious to him that the culprit must have been steam that threw it out of the ground, because there were cracks in the ground around it, as if something had forced its way up, not to mention the small hose nearby, which he also believed was caused by the same steam. He would also note that the object was shaped like a coffin, wider at one end and more narrow at the other. Finally, closing the letter by stating that the cattle upon seeing the ground ran away frightened, and he wondered if it was a dark omen. Today, we still have the sketch of what Professor Andreas observed, but it wasn't just the professor who documented this account. In fact, it also shows up in a local parish register, although they list it as the grave. It adds new details, like a date, occurring on Christmas or Christmas Eve, and although the measurements recorded slightly different, that was no doubt due to the clergyman eyeballing it versus the professor actually measuring it. But it was what the clergyman also noted that added to this mystery. He wrote that sometime that morning there was a small noise, something like thunder or a slight earthquake, and not long after that, this so-called grave was discovered in the meadow. He also stated it was really heavy, and nearly 30 men could barely carry it. Now going back to Urban Hajarne for a second, the man known as the father of geology in Sweden, well, he would take these reports and send out requests to the country's other provinces looking for similar incidents, and he was surprised to learn that there had been at least 14 more. The biggest had came in 1598 and was about 43 feet long, while one of the more recent accounts had came some 9 years earlier in 1678, when a 7.5 foot long pit was found that was about the width of 2 coffins. But even crazier, it was almost 5 foot deep. The dirt was neatly cut out and set about 2 feet away. It would be 5 years after Hajarne started his research before he would hear of another instance of this occurring, when a church parish register would record that in the spring of 1691, a section of earth was lifted from the miller's field at its wettest spot and was carried about 27 feet to another location where it was set down intact. That piece of earth was about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot thick. Interestingly, this was not the record for the greatest instance moved, because Hajarne would record that there was at least one instance where dirt had been moved 33 feet, and also the soil is not always kept intact, as there are times when the ground is broken into 2 pieces or more, and they can even travel in different directions. As seen in Glamsthorpe in 1903, the account was recorded in a local paper, which stated that 2 large pieces of earth were uplifted, with the larger piece being placed about 16 feet away from the pit, and smaller fragments found about 59 feet away. The blocks themselves were 73 and 45 feet. The pit had a 49 feet long crack in the ground, and on the east side of the crack, the ground had been slightly risen by about 4 inches. The paper would record an update days later, when a woman and child claimed to have heard a strange sound like a roaring waterfall coming from where the pit was found. Another person recorded seeing flashes of what he thought was lightning, and thought he heard the sound of thunder. The 2 large pieces of earth weighed about 6,600 pounds. The theory at the time was that it was caused by an underground gas explosion, although that was eventually ruled out. One key clue in this phenomenon, though, is that practically all the cases come from the northern hemisphere, not only Sweden and Norway, but also England, Latvia, Japan, and the US, which suggests that the soil is freezing in the cold season, which means ice holds the block of earth together in one single piece instead of crumbling. So at least that part of the mystery is solved. But what is actually causing this? Believe it or not, most scholars today attribute it to lightning, because lightning strikes can fuse or vaporize soil and produce shocking effects, obviously, but most importantly, it can produce very localized, violent heating of water trapped in soil or rock sediment, which can then flash to steam and produce an explosive mechanical impulse. That also matches many of the cases where witnesses reported hearing thunder or seeing lightning before the pits are found. Another theory is one that was discussed early on, that of a gas explosion, something like peatland, a wet organic soil that can store methane, and a sudden ignition could cause very rapid gas release, creating an explosion. This is only backed up further by the fact that many of these instances recorded happened in bogs where peat is located. Finally, it could be related to cold temperatures, causing water inside the soil to freeze, which then forms flat layers of ice under the surface called ice lenses. And ice takes up more space than liquid, and as it grows, it pushes the soil above upward, lifting it out of the ground. However, none of these theories have been conclusively proven. April 20th, 1890, Tombstone, Arizona, home of the very famous gunfight at the OK Corral, plays host to this next very weird cryptid mystery. It all started when 2 ranchers were returning from a trip to the Huachuca Mountains about 40 miles away, and when traveling through this desert landscape, they came across one of the most bizarre creatures we have ever looked at. According to the men, resting on the sand-covered floor was an animal resembling an alligator with an extremely long tail and giant wings. The creature, upon spotting them, began flapping its wings in an attempt to escape, and it did make it up into the air, although briefly, before it came back down to the ground. Whatever this thing was, it seemed to be very exhausted and was only capable of making short flights, or at least, that's all it was capable of by the time these men had found it. These men, by the way, were totally shocked and for a few seconds just watched it, before the ranchers regained their composure and, rifles in hand, rode after the beast. They would actually chase it for several miles, while the cryptid would make a series of short flights over and over trying to escape them. Finally, the men closed in and opened fire on the creature, which was much larger than they first thought. It was gigantic. The cryptid, although in pain, turned towards the men and prepared to attack, but because it was so exhausted, could never get close enough to them. The men continued to shoot the animal, which then rolled over and stopped moving. The men were stumped. Why had they shot? The 2 would get closer and began to examine it. From head to the tip of its tail, it was a staggering 92 feet long, while its greatest diameter was just over 4 feet. The wingspan was an insane 160 feet from tip to tip, and the wings were transparent like membranes. The creature only had 2 feet, which sat about a yard in front of where the wings were attached. The head itself was about 8 feet long, and its jaws contained thick, straight, sharp teeth. Its eyes were also estimated to be about the size of a dinner plate, and they protruded out of the head. They also noted that the animal had no hair or feathers, just smooth skin, which of course was no help against gunfire. It would be 5 days later when the ranchers finally made it back to Tombstone, and that's when one of the men would go share his story with the town, and he also let them know he planned to skin the monster and bring it in. And the following day, the story would make it to the local newspaper, which also stated that several of the prominent men from the area were going to try and bring the body back to town before it was skinned, and then send it back to the east for scientists to examine. And sadly, like a lot of weird cases from this time, there was never a follow-up. However, although the article didn't cause shockwaves across the country, a few papers around California picked up the story, and a couple of months later, articles began popping up in Kansas newspapers, and presumably other Midwestern states. Now typically, I would wrap this one up and go straight to the theories, with the main one being that this was a total fabrication by the newspaper, which was not unusual for this time frame, because they were widely known to publish these crazy fictional tales about monsters, airships, etc., just to boost circulation. But this one is a little bit different, because although the story was quickly forgotten, it would be over 70 years later, in 1963, when the story would get a bit of a resurgence. It came about in a magazine article by Jack Pearl entitled "Monster Bird That Carries Off Human Beings." As you can guess, the article was more fiction than fact, and that's because he was essentially just writing his article based on letters by a man named Hy Cramner, who had a theory that Thunderbirds, which had came from Native American legends, were possibly evidence for modern reportings of pterodactyls, and one of these stories he mentioned in particular was our story of the 1890 Tombstone Monster. Now what makes this one interesting is Cramner's letters, as well as Pearl's article, tells a slightly different story. It claims that it did not happen in 1890, but in 1886, and it only states that it was an odd but giant bird that they had shot. And the most important part was that the animal was then nailed up to the wall of the Tombstone Epitaph building, the newspaper place. And then its picture was taken, and it was nowhere near the 160 feet from wingtip to wingtip. Instead, it was 36 feet, and the photo showed 6 men with their outstretched arms touching lined up under the bird to show how big it was. Pearl would finish his segment by stating that according to the original records, all the men knew the bird was actually a pterodactyl. Now you may have heard this story before, but if you haven't, this would end up leading to one of the biggest mysteries in cryptid history, the legendary Lost Thunderbird photo, with numerous people claiming to have seen this old photo in a magazine or a book, but for whatever reason, it has been lost. Interestingly, Pearl's article did not have the picture, nor did Cramner, the writer of the letters so much of this article was based on. But that's because there were no photos in the original newspaper which told the story of the Tombstone Monster, and the only illustrations were black and white block prints and etchings. Photos were most likely not feasible for this small town newspaper, as it's doubtful they had the equipment to do it. But here's where the problem lies. This was 2 separate stories, one being the 1886 case of the 36-foot flying creature said to be a pterodactyl, which was shot, and then a photo may or may not have been taken and might be lost, versus our story of the 1890 monster. And all of this confusion is because of the 1963 article by Pearl, which led to people believing that the photo of this bird that is missing is actually of the case that we are discussing, the 1890 mystery of the Tombstone Monster. Further confusing things is sometimes the story was said to have taken place as early as 1882 or as late as 1901, and that's why I don't want to discuss the photo portion of this mystery that much. It's way too confusing, and honestly, there's a ton of videos on YouTube that explain the story much better. The part I want to focus on solely is the event in 1890. Did these men really shoot down some flying reptile creature whose wingspan was well over 100 feet? If so, what was it? The most likely scenario is that it was just sensationalist journalism to sell a newspaper, which was mixed in with the Native American folklore of Thunderbirds. It's also possible they misidentified a real animal, such as the California condor, whose wingspan can get close to 10 feet, but maybe that one's not as likely. Either way, it's a very confusing case. When it comes to cryptid mysteries, people are usually pretty divided. Some enjoy them, and some don't. But to me, the best ones are of the animals that we know actually existed at one time or another. And one of these in particular has held the attention of cryptozoologists for a long time. One that, if still alive, could explain many other cryptids. So let's dive right in and discuss the Megatherium, or better known as ground sloth, which is actually a diverse group of sloths that are now extinct, but, as the name implies, was most likely an early ancestor of that tree sloth you know of today, except this one lived on the ground. The species varied in its size, with the smallest being about 220 pounds, with the biggest being about the size of an elephant. And as mentioned, they went extinct around 12,000 years ago, most likely due to overhunting and climate change. Although there is some evidence to suggest that the ones living in the Caribbean, specifically Cuba and Hispaniola, may have lived as recently as 1550 BC. The first fossils were discovered in 1788, and at first, it was thought that the remains were of an enormous mole that had came to the surface accidentally. However, once scholars of the time got to study the fossils, they realized it was a giant sloth. After word made its way back to the King of Spain, he ordered explorers to capture a live ground sloth and bring it back home, which is not as crazy as you think it sounds, because even Thomas Jefferson would give similar orders to Lewis and Clark when they went on their expedition, because he thought they were still wandering around the American landmass. And there's good reason for all this confusion. First of all, many Native American legends and stories revolved around this animal, and since the continent wasn't fully explored yet, it was natural to assume there were still some out there. For example, 19th century paleontologist Florentino Ameghino would note in his research that many of the Indians told him of a quadruped in Santa Cruz that lived in burrows hollowed out of the earth, and they only came out at night. They described it as having long claws and a terrifying appearance. But it wasn't just the natives. Even the Spanish governor told him that on a hunt into the territory with his brother, he came across a large hairy pangolin-like creature, and they fired several shots at the animal, which it ignored and went off into the brush and disappeared. He noted that it had red hair instead of scales, so he knew it was not a pangolin. There's also Charles Darwin's account of an animal in Paraguay that the locals called Gran Bestia. According to him, he met a man named Rodriguez who was the commander of the Bahia Blanca garrison, and this man claimed to have seen that animal chained up further in the country. He described it as a hog with talons and was only a few months old and already stood 4 foot high. Darwin dismissed this story and theorized what the man was really seeing was a tapir. But that's just one account. There's several more sightings all over South America we could go over, especially in Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. But I want to take us back to the other part of the mystery, which is, could the ground sloth actually explain other cryptid sightings? One of the more famous examples revolves around the Mapinguari, which is a Brazilian mythical creature that has been described as being ape-like, but is most often described as a giant sloth. But let's just open our minds a little more. What if the Mapinguari is not folklore and instead a cryptid? Then that would mean some of the people who have described it as looking like an ape may have just been seeing a giant sloth. Even as recent as 1997, anthropologist Glenn Shepard Jr. learned from a Peruvian indigenous people known as the Macanguinga of an animal about the size of a cow that could walk on all fours as well as on two, with dark matted fur and a snout similar to an anteater. They told him it lives in caves and forests and was said to be impervious to bullets. And while Shepard suggested they were seeing a bear, you can probably understand why someone might think they described a sloth. But if the Mapinguari is really just a giant sloth, then it allows us to take that analogy and apply it to the rest of the cryptid sightings in the Americas. Maybe the cave cow, a cryptid in the Yucatan Peninsula said to be a hairy animal shaped like a lizard, is just a sloth. Or maybe the sheep squatch, the West Virginia cryptid, is just an American giant sloth. Actually, when it comes to the US, there's a whole category to itself for sloth-like cryptids, known as gorp, or slothfoot. One of the most famous was the Beast of Sherman sightings, from the 1960s where the witness seen two white animals that he specifically identified as sloths, or the Beast of Boonville sightings in 1936 and 37 that was described as a giant sloth. The theory further elaborates that maybe the giant sloth could explain the most famous of cryptids, Sasquatch sightings. Canada is not spared either. In the Yukon, indigenous peoples have reported sightings of the Saadiya, a large hairy creature with claws. Unlike mythical beasts, they considered this animal a very real species. Interestingly, when researchers first showed them a photo of a real sloth, they identified it as the Saadiya. Or even take a look at the stories of the Micmac people in Nova Scotia, who have stories passed down about giant squirrels that, although did not attack people, were known to come to the village and eat the bark from their teepees. Sounds suspiciously like a sloth. And interestingly, Micmac legends only go back to around 500 BC, meaning that the sloth would have survived much longer than originally believed, and yet they may still be alive. Before we close this one out, it's worth pointing out it could also explain numerous other small cryptids, not just the Sasquatch type, and maybe most surprisingly, is it could explain water cryptids. The Itherium was a prehistoric sloth whose sole fossil was in an underwater cave in nearly perfect condition in Brazil, while the Thalassosnos is a species of a semi-aquatic ground sloth whose fossils have been mostly found in Peru, and cryptozoologists theorize it could explain one giant water cryptid we have already discussed early on in the mega series, that being the Ningen in the Antarctic Ocean, described as a 20 to 30 foot human being type creature. However, skeptics unsurprisingly don't believe any of these giant sloths still exist, and note that they went extinct thousands of years ago, and that most likely all people are seeing is known animals like bears, which due to poor visibility they misidentify. But what do you guys think? Summer 2003. A random sonar survey at the Sea of Galilee in Israel would make a very interesting and intriguing discovery. Looking over the results, they came across a huge monumental stone structure about 30 feet beneath the waves. It was built in a cone shape made of basalt boulders. The whole thing was estimated to weigh about 60,000 tons. It stands about 32 feet high and has the diameter of about 230 feet around, about twice the size of Stonehenge. From first observations, it seemed like the rocks had been piled up on top of each other like a giant rock cairn. But divers were sent down to get a better view and soon found out that the boulders showed no signs of cutting or chiseling, meaning whatever reason they were here was probably not ceremonial in purpose, as similar structures have been found around the world to mark burials, and usually have some kind of markings that identify it as such. However, one thing was for sure, it was man-made. In fact, it probably had been built on land before the water in the Sea of Galilee had risen. Even stranger, it is believed to have been constructed a long time ago, maybe around the 3rd millennium BC, basing that on the fact that a few other megalithic structures were found nearby. Actually, just a mile south of this structure was an ancient city called Bet Yura, or Khirbet Kerek, one of the biggest cities in the ancient world. It was pretty advanced too, having paved streets and towering defenses. If the structure really is 4,000 years old, then it was likely built by the people that lived here. However, the reason for doing so is still unknown. The most common theory is that it was a ceremonial site of some kind, or a communal burial site, and then was submerged by rising waters in the lake. Others suggest that it was actually built inside the water and was probably constructed as some type of fish nursery, or possibly a boat ramp, although I just can't see either of those last two theories as being the reason. February 11th, 2012, Mortiano, Italy. Leonard D'Andrea was driving along a road in the evening after his work shift, where he would see traffic slowing down up ahead. Rolling to a stop, the young 24-year-old assumed that there was a crash up ahead, and he would just have to wait it out. But since he was going to be there for a while, he figured he would get up and stretch his legs and walk ahead to check things out. But to Leonard's surprise, there was no accident at all. Actually, he seen something he could not believe. There, in the distance, in front of 13 cars, seemed to be some kind of strange creature walking around. And it was tall, probably around 13 feet in height. Leonard would rush over and talk to some of the other drivers, who would tell him, yeah, this thing had been here for a while. And Leonard, being pretty brave, would pull out his flashlight and actually shine it up at the being. But since it was turned the other way, he could never get a good look at its face, although he could tell that its head was rounded and ended in a cone. But what disturbed him was just how big this thing was. It moved calmly, wore no clothes, and its hairless skin was smooth and off-white. Its knees bent forward, and its tendons were visible on its legs and arms. The creature kept slowly walking about. There were at least 15 other witnesses who just sat there and watched, while at least one car driving up flashed it with its headlights, which irritated the being, causing it to walk off the road and into the countryside. The story would make it to the internet via a professor of math, Antonio Cumiento, who is also a ufologist. He was called directly by Leonard. He was the first person to investigate the claim, and he would actually hunt down these other witnesses, and they confirmed the story, but with one catch. They didn't want their names released. However, that wasn't the only sketchy thing about the being, now known as the Mortiano Giant. An illustration was also created, which was supposed to be a reconstruction of the creature. As you can see here, the artistic rendering was supposed to have been made by a Berlin professor, then an artist commission. But the sketchy part was, this image was actually created and uploaded online a full month before the sighting, and someone flipped the image to avoid it being picked up by search engines, which gives this claim 2 strikes so far. But there are other oddities. Usually, in these investigations, ufologists will not release any details until they've actually had a while to research the incident, but not our professor. Antonio, he immediately went on TV and released all the details to the case, which was made stranger by the fact that he had not even went to the site yet. Actually, he hadn't done any research. He simply reported all this after the one phone call from Leonard. Regardless, he stayed at it, giving updates on his Facebook all day, claiming new witnesses were coming forward, the military was involved, and possibly even a photo was coming later that day, and anyone who questioned him were simply blocked from viewing his Facebook, and some were even threatened with legal action if they asked him to provide proof. However, let's throw the professor's weirdness out for a moment, because maybe it's possible that Leonard never knew he was going to be so sketchy. Maybe this was not orchestrated between the two, and instead, the professor was just trying to cash in on the claim before any other ufologist. Well, then where were the photos? This was 2012, and everyone had cell phones. Leonard had an answer for that. He told investigators the cell phones were not working. Just like many of the cars began to suffer electrical and engine problems, the phones too were useless, no doubt because of this giant. But this all sounds pretty sketchy, especially when you consider none of these other witnesses have ever came forward after all these years. It is possible though that something did happen, something easily explained. Actually, the evening this happened, the carnival was in town and nearby. Maybe it was a prank, or even more likely, an elaborate roadside scare set up to draw people in, and for whatever reason, Leonard fell for it. Of course, I have to also say, maybe it was a legit case of unexplained phenomena. Are you looking for a little bit of trivia to drop in on your friends and family? If so, I have a good one for you. What is the oldest documented age that a human being has ever reached? If you are a member or patron of this channel, you already know the answer is Jeanne Calment of France, who lived an amazing 122 years between 1875 and 1997. While there is some dispute to her claim, it's pretty widely accepted. But what if I told you there is someone else that may have lived twice as long as her? That brings us to a man known as Li Qing Yuan. Li was a herbalist living in China in the early 20th century, who had a ton of experience gathering and studying herbs he collected in the mountains, going as far away as Vietnam and Thailand, all for the sole purpose of collecting them. And it's this steady diet that added to his longevity, which brought many people to want to interview him and learn his ways. But how old was he exactly? Well, that's where all of this gets a little bit cloudy. We do know his official date of death though. Well, sorta. May 6th, 1933. But his birthday, well, that's the big mystery. But allegedly, Lee was either 197 or 256 years old when he passed away. According to the man himself, he was born in 1736. However, a professor that looked into the mystery, a Wu Chung Che, found documents which pointed to a much earlier birth date of 1677. In either case, at the age of 13, he began to study herbs, guided by 3 elders, and by 51, he was serving as a topography advisor to an army general, sometime between the years 1720 and 1725. By the age of 78, he would retire from his military career after fighting in a battle. He then went back to his life in the mountains. Further research would show that the imperial government would send him congratulations on his birthdays, since they were special considering it was when he turned 100, 150, and then 200. By 1900 though, he was becoming famous the world over, as the story was now spreading thanks to newspapers, and because of this, he began to get interviewed by different publications, and it's in 1927 the first photographs of him were taken, and those also spread around. The following year, the New York Times would follow up on the story, and they sent a journalist there who found old men in Lee's neighborhood who claimed that their grandfathers knew him when they were boys, and even then, he was already an adult. The journalist would interview Lee himself and said that the man's face did not show the weathering of a person that would be of that age. Now before we move on to theories, I have to go back and clarify one thing. Remember when I said we knew his date of death, sorta? Well, what happened was, after those photos were taken in 1927, his fame would reach its peak. Soon after, a general in China would request Lee's presence, so he sent an envoy to get the old man and bring him back to him. However, when that envoy arrived, Lee's wife told the men that he had went into the mountains and died in nature, and refused to elaborate. And as a side note, Lee supposedly had married at least 14 times, maybe 23, outliving all of the former wives, as well as having 180 living descendants. Anyways, the following year of 1928, the same year that the professor found all those records wishing Lee a happy 200th birthday, the newspapers in China reported his death. A year after this, Western newspapers would carry the story that Chinese newspapers were reporting his death, and then a further 4 years after this, the Western papers claimed that he had died in 1933. So all of that is a little bit confusing, but sometime between the year 1927 and 1933, he had passed away. Regardless, is any of this true? Well, obviously, most scholars believe that Lee probably aged somewhere between 90 and 100 years old, and everything else was just legend and folklore. In fact, 256 years old, as the most common variation claims, is a multiple of 8, which is considered good luck in China. There's also the fact that these stories are actually fairly common to East Asia. For example, a man named Da Lu was actually a student of Lee's, and he would go on to tell the secret of how he lived for so long. He claimed, in addition to the herbs, he participated in a couple of martial arts which focused on health and spirituality, something akin to meditation, and that Lee had actually learned all of this training up in the mountains when he met a hermit who was over 500 years old himself. So as you can see, it's a fairly common tale, although I do like how everyone glossed over the 500-year-old hermit and focused on Lee, who only lived half as long. More than likely though, Lee took the name and records of an older relative and rode with it, or it may have just been a clerical error since record keeping from China at this time period was not that good. Zaragoza, Spain, September 27th, 1934, a day that would start off like any other for the Palazon family, would soon mark the beginning of one of the strangest cases in unexplained phenomena history. It would start at their apartment when the family began to hear screams, laughter, and voices that seemed to originate from the walls of their kitchen, specifically over the stove or in the chimney. And since the chimney did connect to a bunch of units in the building, it made logical sense that this noise had to be coming from one of the other tenants in the building. However, it persisted, so much so that the family soon began investigating. Like a lot of these cases, you might wonder, is it possible the family was just exaggerating all of this? Well, apparently not, because soon the neighbors were asked to come over and listen, and they too heard the voice, which was always male, and they could not tell where it was coming from either. This is all it took for the word to spread. Soon, everyone was talking about the haunted apartment. Now, I'm unsure what led to this next part, as I was unable to find it, but it seems like the locals all came to the same conclusion that it was a duende, which translates roughly to elf or goblin. It has its roots in Latin America, and it's basically these little spirits that can be nice or mischievous. Soon, it would earn the moniker Zaragoza Goblin, and interest in the apartment started to grow, and people from the town and around the area would come to stop in front of the room's window just in hopes of hearing the voice. A voice that, by this point, was asking and answering various questions. It all seemed to focus on the young maid who worked for the Palazons, a woman named Pascuala Alcacer, who would call her name out often and begin to laugh. The whole thing was eerie. She was actually the first to interact with the voice. She would reach out and touch the stove, only for it to reply, "You are hurting me." Or, when she would turn out the lights, it would reply, "Lights, I can't see." All of this soon spooked the Palazons enough that they actually took it to the police, who surprisingly came out to investigate, if anything, to keep the hysteria down. They focused around the stove, where the voice was loudest. The detectives would actually begin a conversation with it and ask it questions, to which the voice would answer. He would even call out to the officers by name as they entered the room. The police, not equipped to work with paranormal forces, were stuck as to what action they should take next. So some construction workers would come in to investigate, and they searched every room in the building and found nothing. However, when they stood in front of the stove, one of the men would remark that they needed to measure the chimney opening, and the mysterious voice replied, "You need not trouble. The diameter is just 6 inches, which was absolutely correct. Here's where it would get crazy though. This was becoming such a problem to the town that they actually evacuated the building, and the police would actually stand around to make sure no pranksters would come in. Likewise, a priest came to visit and sprinkled it with holy water. There was also doctors and psychologists who visited the scene, and the papers all reported that the voice continued to speak non-stop. However, just as the story grew and more people planned on traveling to the area to visit it, it all of a sudden stopped. The authorities breathed a sigh of relief and were happy everything had died down. But it only lasted 2 days, because after all the silence, a group of neighbors and visitors in the room were startled when they heard, "Cowards, cowards, cowards, here I am." The goblin was back. The police were called again, and they found nothing, in spite of the fact that the goblin taunted them the entire time. Meanwhile, the Palazon family had enough and moved out. With its fame growing, more and more people reached out to help. A radio station tried to get someone to put a microphone in the room so they could broadcast the voice over the radio, while Scotland Yard offered to send detectives down to investigate. But local authorities were getting fed up and asked the citizens to calm down and just try and find out whoever the prankster was. The last official contact from the stove came when a little boy said, while looking at the stove, "This is crazy," to which the voice replied, "Not crazy, little one." And a few days later, the governor issued a statement which read that Pascuala, the young maid, was the guilty party all along. According to him, she was using her voice via unconscious ventriloquism. Basically, the claim was she was completely unaware that she was throwing her voice to the chimney, as she was in some kind of fugue state. There was one little problem with this. Many of the times that the voice was speaking in the chimney, she wasn't even in the room. She was nowhere close. But authorities didn't really care. They just wanted everything to die down. She eventually left her employment after she was publicly shamed and taunted, and then everything went back to normal. Well, sorta. Some sources claimed that the tenants continued to report the ghostly sounds, but by this point, the media in town were not interested. We have discussed on this channel before that When it comes to cryptids, the best ones are always animals we know existed at some point and are supposed to be extinct, or of animals showing up in locations they should never be at, which is the case of this next story. The account begins on May 10th of 1810 in a place called Innerdale, located in England, when a resident named Mr. Mossop spotted a very odd-looking dog. This dog would later be described by others as mongrel, being large and tiger-striped, while others stated he was a smooth-haired dog of a tawny mouse color with dark streaks reminiscent of a tiger. Some would describe it as being a mix between a mastiff and a greyhound, while at least one person, who was eventually knocked over by it, described it as being more lion-like. But why would the sighting of a rather large dog that had weird stripes create such a ruckus? Well, that goes back to the first sighting by Mr. Mossop. See, right after that, sheep from the local herders in the area began getting killed and eaten, and obviously, this strange dog was suspected. But there was a catch. These attacks didn't seem to have been committed by an ordinary dog, as the sheep often had only their organs removed and eaten, while many times it was drained of blood while still alive, and many times only small portions were eaten, and the sheep was left behind crippled and mutilated, but alive. One gruesome case in particular, a farmer would find one sheep with its heart exposed and still beating. The attacks appeared sadistic, not purely for food. The creature struck mostly at night, hitting only occasionally during the day, and it slowly increased how many sheep it would kill in a night, hitting a max about 7 or 8. It never made any vocal sounds either. Residents, however, would often try to track the creature down with hounds, but they were never able to capture it, and, on at least one occasion, it seemed to wait on one of the hounds, only to bite and crush the dog's foreleg. They even tried to attract the animal using dogs and heat, which did not work, and obviously indicated that, hey, this wasn't a dog. Because of this, the animal was thought to be very intelligent, and it might observe human activity from high ground. It was also known to never attack the same flock on consecutive nights. By this point, the legend of the animal began to spread, and soon, it took on the nickname Worrying Dog of Innerdale, or just Gert Dog of Innerdale. Now, as papers were picking up the story, and it became more widely known in the valley, more people were on the lookout, especially since a hefty reward was offered. One man spotted the dog about 30 yards away as it was urinating on a thistle. He pulled up and shot at the creature, but the gun misfired. Finally, on September 12th, the dog was tracked down by more hunters, and one man was able to get a shot off, spraying it with pellets. The hunt continued for many miles down the river, where the creature dove in. The dog stopped pursuing it, and a hunter shot it from the bank, mortally wounding it. The creature was then hauled out and weighed, and it came to a little bit over 110 pounds, and just like that, the sheep killing ended, and the carcass was paraded around the area, and after all the locals seen it, it was stuffed and sent to be put on a display at a museum, but it eventually began to rot and was thrown away. In total, the animal killed about 350 sheep over a period of 4 months, or about 3 sheep per night. But the key question to this mystery, what was this dog-like creature? Well, it goes back to the beginning. This is not some fanciful type of creature. Instead, a very real animal, which went extinct in 1936, over a century after this story. And here's the catch. These animals weren't native to England, and I'm speaking of the thylacine, or more widely known as the Tasmanian tiger or Tasmanian wolf, native to, you guessed it, Tasmania, as well as Australia and New Guinea. So how does the Tasmanian tiger, in 1810, show up in England? The theory that cryptid enthusiasts suggest is the traveling circus, or menageries, which were the precursor to zoos, were known to carry what they described as tiger wolves, a description that fits the Tasmanian tiger, or Tasmanian wolf, and specifically, it fits the animal in our story. And at this time in England, import laws and animal control were almost non-existent. So could a circus or traveling zoo have brought the animal from England to Australia only for it to escape to the countryside? Well, they were known to prefer the softer organs of the prey that it killed, and also had a fondness for drinking blood. They too had distinctive dark stripes running from shoulders to tail. They could also grow up to 9 feet in length, so it seems very possible. In fact, most people that have researched this case, not just cryptozoologists, put the escaped thylacine as the most likely theory. Others suggest similar theories though, like a striped hyena, which were known to be transported across Europe for shows, and an escape wouldn't be impossible there either. While others suggest it was just a large feral dog, or maybe even a wolf-dog hybrid. When one thinks of pre-Columbian claims, you wouldn't typically even consider Rome having any connections whatsoever. Even more specifically, Pompeii. Yes, the ill-fated city that would be destroyed yet preserved by a volcano, holds a secret that has long interested historians and scholars alike, especially those of the more fringe-minded, because it's in a floor of one of these well-preserved buildings that a mosaic existed, which has since been lifted and sent to a museum. The mosaic, at first glance, appears to be nothing more out of the ordinary, just a simple scene of a fruit basket with figs, grapes, and pomegranates. But there's one thing that sticks out as odd. In the upper right-hand corner of the basket, there seems to be a pineapple, and for those that are not aware, this should be impossible, because pineapples are indigenous to South America and would not be known about, which begs the question, why is it in this mosaic? This theory first came to prominence in 1976 when Associate Professor of African Studies Ivan van Sertima proposed in his book They Came Before Columbus that the indigenous peoples of the New World actually ended up in Rome via going through Germany in 62 BC, bringing the pineapples with them. The fruit and visit from these people left such an impact on the Roman aristocracy that the Miro was soon created to honor the occasion. He would also cite that Pliny's description of people from India was really supposed to be about these natives that had came across the Atlantic. Now, if this was just Ivan van Sertima's claim, then it could easily be looked over, but he also cited a botanist, Domenico Casella, who identified the item in the picture as being a pineapple, along with plant taxonomist E.D. Merrill, although he was not an expert in Roman art. But as you might imagine, it's heavily disputed by scholars of ancient Rome, who carefully point out that it's nothing more than a pine cone, which was a pretty common thing in Roman art from the time period, since many Romans would have eaten pine nuts, not to mention pine cones were often linked with fertility. Others believe that it could have been a fennel bulb, large acorn, artichoke, or some kind of unknown fruit, while only a few actually believe that the indigenous Americans were trading back and forth with the Romans. October 1886, Hamilton, New Zealand. Workers at the slaughter yards would come across a sight they found very unusual. As they made their way through some of the carcasses that were still hanging from the hooks about to make their way to the butcher, they would find one of the sheep that, well, was no longer a carcass. It was just a skeleton now. It appeared that the meat had been picked off the bones completely, but that wasn't what really surprised them. When they looked to the ground to try to find some tracks of whatever animal had done this, they noticed that the footprints leaving were very lizard-like. It was this, plus the finding of no animal hair, that led workers to speculate that this was some kind of aquatic reptilian monster, a rumor that would soon take hold of the nation, with the newspaper headlines that read, Saurian Monster Roaming Countryside. Saurian meaning anything from lizard to crocodile, and it worked the small population into a frenzy. Some men around town began arming up and hunting the countryside for this strange creature. But there was an issue. Of the 110 lizard-type species in New Zealand, they fall into two reptilian categories, the gecko and skinks, and these rarely get over half a foot, and definitely nowhere near big enough to devour a sheep carcass hanging from a meat hook. And since crocodiles and alligators are not native to New Zealand, maybe the whole thing was just a hoax. Well, about that, it wasn't long after this little saga that sightings of the creature really took off, the most famous being a report from a farm where a Mrs. Castleton claimed that one of her sons came back into the home with a clear look of fear on his face, almost passing out. When questioned, he revealed that the creature had been in pursuit of him. That was only one encounter this family would have, though. A few days later, they would see it swimming in a nearby creek, just poking its head above water. This was investigated by the local constable, who stated he believed the family's account, and that he did not believe they were mistaken. But after he investigated, he could find nothing. They claimed it was about 4.5 feet long, with a tapered ear. on a head that took up about half the length of the body, and it was covered by brownish colored scales. Interestingly, one of the boys stated it looked very similar to a lizard he had seen the year before that was close to a foot long. Was this the same animal? Adding intrigue to the claims were that of the local indigenous people, the Maori, who already had a legend about an animal very similar to this description, the one they called Taniwa, supposedly an eel-like creature that would come out of the water and chase people. But how much of this was a legend versus what the Maori believed was a real creature is disputed. The sightings would continue, with 2 tourists claiming to have seen a strange creature with the head of an alligator swimming in the river, while a teacher from a local school claimed to have seen the animal swimming in a sea serpent fashion, lashing the water with its tail. In addition, many young pigs were now apparently prey of this creature, as they disappeared from many of the farms. But the scariest report would be when a native Maori girl was found dead in a stream, and apparently the flesh had been ripped off of one of her arms. The account doesn't elaborate anymore, so it's really hard to draw any conclusions from that, but it definitely seemed like this creature, if real, was very aggressive. In fact, 2 men in canoes would claim that they were attacked too, and almost had their boat capsized by the creature. In their account, they claimed it had large jaws showing jagged teeth, and even more interesting, they stated it was covered in a long black shaggy hair. This is when the description would change, and it was now a big hairy beast and not a reptile. Specifically, a lot of witnesses compared it to a Bengal tiger, leopard, and cheetah, and they speculated that it escaped from a circus or a private zoo. After this, the sightings died down, and it would be a year later that a Maori man in a canoe would claim to have seen the animal sleeping on the beach. When they got closer, it began to grunt, bark, and snap its ugly jaws. They would actually shoot it before it could escape, and it was taken to a wharf where a crane positioned it for inspection. They measured it at 11 feet in length and 6 feet in circumference, and it was not a crocodile, nor an alligator, nor did it have thick black shaggy fur. Instead, it was a fine layer of fur from head to toe, with 2 flippers and no ears, and a mouth that could swallow a man whole, with 16 teeth in each jaw, 4 of them being like tusks. The craziest part was it was stated to have 2 large screw-like propellers instead of a tail, and a head like a leopard. And once its silver-colored stomach was dissected, they found it was full of dead birds. If this creature sounds familiar to you, well, that's because it was a gray seal. And you're probably thinking, that's a pretty lame cryptid mystery with a simple explanation. But not really, because researchers don't actually believe that either. You see, gray seals are not native to New Zealand. They're actually only found in the North Atlantic. New Zealand does have the fur seal and southern elephant seal, which sometimes visits the coastlines. But do either of these really match the description? And what about the lizard footprints and reptilian descriptions from the early accounts? Those are not similar at all. Regardless, most researchers today believe this was the so-called saurian monster. Southern elephant seals have been known to attack livestock, and they will scavenge carcasses, and they do come to New Zealand on rare occasions. However, others think it could have been just pigs that had escaped from a farm and became wild. They do leave odd tracks and strip carcasses clean. And actually, there was a report in the papers right before this about 100 roaming pigs that were running around in the area. So it makes sense. Others think, considering the lack of physical evidence, the whole thing was a prank or exaggeration. (1904), London, England. A 3-year-old girl named Dorothy Eady was playing in her family home when a sudden accident would happen to the little girl. She would fall down a flight of stairs, and her parents found her and feared the worst because little Dorothy was not waking up. The family would rush her to a doctor who pronounced her dead. But before the family was reduced to tears, she would awake. It was a miracle, but little Dorothy was acting strange. First, she asked to be brought home, and she was speaking weird. Actually, the doctor would eventually diagnose her with foreign accent syndrome, a rare condition when patients develop speech patterns that sound like a foreign accent, in spite of the fact they've never lived near the place of the accent. This typically happens as a result of a stroke, but can also occur with head trauma. And it only got worse from there, because before long, her Sunday school teacher would ask for Dorothy to be removed from her class because she kept comparing Christianity to ancient Egyptian religion. And then she got kicked out of a girls' school for refusing to sing a hymn which called on God to curse the Egyptians. As she got older and began to visit a Roman Catholic church, she would also be banned after stating she came to the church because it reminded her of the old ancient Egyptian religion. But things would reach a whole new level when her parents took a visit to the British Museum, and she seen a picture of some ancient Egyptian temples in an exhibit and exclaimed, "There is my home, but where are the trees? Where are the gardens?" She began to run around the halls of the Egyptian rooms, whom she claimed were her people, and she began kissing the statues' feet. After this, she would visit these rooms every time she could, and eventually began the study of the hieroglyphs. This behavior, as well as sleepwalking, nightmares, and claiming that a mummy visited her at night, all led to her being put into a sanitarium, several times actually. However, she would get out and would once more pursue the study of ancient Egypt, even beginning to collect several artifacts. She would go on to get a job working for the Egyptian Public Relations magazine, and she would meet her future husband there, who was an Egyptian student. This of course led to her moving to Egypt, where she kissed the ground upon arriving, claiming she was finally home to stay. She was excited and extremely happy, although the upper middle class family she had married into, not as much, considering all the strangeness that she exhibited, especially her telling everyone about the apparitions she had seen and her out-of-body experiences. One of these was an entity called Hurrah, who allegedly was the spirit of Seti I, a 13th century BC pharaoh. This entity would spend a year with her, dictating his story about her former life, which she would write about it in hieroglyphic text, about 70 pages worth. This is when she found out she was reincarnated. In her former life, she was Bentrashid, meaning harp of joy. Apparently, she had lived a pretty humble life. Her mom was a vegetable seller, and her dad was a soldier. But after her mother died, her father could not afford to raise her, and she was brought up to be a priestess, and eventually a consecrated virgin. And if you think that's crazy, hold on. She would eventually become the lover to Seti I, and she got pregnant. When she told this to the high priest, he told her she had broken her vow of celibacy, and as such, she would be sentenced to death. But she could not face the public scandal around a trial, so she ended her own life. Now I know all this sounds a little bit ridiculous, and you're wondering what the mystery is exactly. Well, that was to come, because this woman, who was poorly educated, had an impressive knowledge of ancient Egypt, even more than the archaeologists and doctors of Egyptology. It was so unprecedented that some started to believe she might have really lived in ancient Egypt and might be reincarnated. In fact, she would eventually take a job at the Department of Antiquities, where she would end up surprising everyone and became a very important employee. Not only was she translating many of the scholarly articles to English, but she was also a draftswoman, making many detailed drawings and diagrams for the articles, as well as writing her own, along with essays and books. She was becoming so important that other Egyptologists began to recruit her. Archaeologist Ahmad Fakhri would lean on her extensively during his excavations, and he would end his volume, called Excavations at Giza, by giving her thanks for all of the editing, drawing, indexing, and proofreading. But it got even spookier. She would tell archaeologists that in her past life, she remembered the temple had a garden, and she told them the area that it could be found in, and lo and behold, it was uncovered and matched her exact descriptions. She also claimed that Nefertiti's tomb was close to Tutankhamun's in the Valley of the Kings, which went against everything that Egyptologists at the time believed. But now, in the modern day, although the tomb hasn't been found, they do believe it's in the area that she described. So we're left with the question, was Dorothy really reincarnated? Or is there a more mundane cause, like maybe she was just incredibly smart and put in the research needed? Interestingly, most historians deemed that her work was worthy of a true scholar, and while they do respect her findings, they didn't believe she was really reincarnated. But as far as theories go, this is the go-to case for people who believe in reincarnation, and it's not hard to see why. Others, however, believe she may have had an ace up her sleeve, something like photographic memory, which allowed her rapid hieroglyphic fluency and the ability to recall obscure details that she learned by hanging out with the Egyptologist. And finally, maybe she concocted the whole story to begin with, using all of these sensational claims just to legitimize her scholarship in a male-dominated field, which was way more important in the early 20th century. In 1992, German scientist Svetlana Balabanova would undertake a scholarly endeavor that would inadvertently turn the history world upside down. Her stated goal was to research how ancient societies used hallucinogenic drugs in their day-to-day lives. This was not new research, as it's long been known that many cultures in the ancient world partook in hallucinogenics, usually in religious or spiritual ceremonies. So it was here that she and her team would look at a mummified priestess named Hennet Tawi, who lived around 1000 BC. It was her and 9 other mummies that would be tested for various drugs and produce surprising results, because while hallucinogenics were expected, the researchers actually tested positive for cocaine, and in 8 of the mummies, tobacco. Now what is the big deal about this, you might ask? Well, quite simply, both of those items are from the New World, begging the question, how did an ancient Egyptian woman who lived nearly 2,500 years before Columbus have drugs that were indigenous to North and South America? The test, as you may have guessed, immediately started a controversy, with many scholars coming out and crying foul. They would insist she and her team had messed the test up, that there was just no way this could happen. Because of this, the teams would test again with the most modern equipment available on the bones, tissue, and hair, and they all tested positive for tobacco and cocaine. Further tests were done in 1995, this time on intestines and a liver, which revealed that nicotine and cocaine were most likely ingested. She would continue her research over the next few years, and by the time she was completed, she had tested an additional 71 mummies, and 56 of these would test positive for cocaine, with the highest concentrations being found in the ones that died the youngest. So how could any of this be? How did they get a hold of these plants unless they were actively trading with the ancient indigenous peoples of the Americas? Well, in spite of the decades of testing in which have all confirmed her findings, many are still not convinced, and they offer up other theories, like archaeologists smoking around the mummies during the original excavation, because although this research took place in the early 90s, the tomb of Hennet Tawi was actually excavated close to 200 years before this, as it had actually found its way to a museum by the early 1800s, and it's quite possible that the archaeologists in this time period just smoked like freight trains during the whole dig, and it's not a stretch to think they were also snorting coke while doing it. Which brings us to the other crucial point. Pretty much every test done since the early days of the research has confirmed nicotine, but not all of them have found cocaine, pouring water on the pre-Columbian claims. Not to mention, the Egyptians kept records on just about everything, yet there is nothing recorded about traveling across the Atlantic to get these 2 plants. Then, there's issues with the cocaine findings too, because even in the ones that have been found positive, the amount there is super tiny, almost undetectable. And interestingly, as far as the nicotine goes, in the 19th and early 20th century, nicotine-based sprays were commonly used on mummies to keep beetles and other pests from infesting it. When looking at the history of video games, maybe no time period is more important than that of the 80s. Of course, the actual development of video games can be traced back to as early as 1947, although the first true video games we know in the sense of the term didn't come out until the 1950s, and these largely came to mean nothing on the broader scale, considering the public wasn't really getting to play them. That would actually begin in the 1970s, with the coin-operated arcade becoming popular across the country. Likewise, home systems will soon follow, with the Atari 2600 coming out in 1977, followed by Nintendo debuting in the US 8 years later in 1985. And it's the 80s, as mentioned, that the real development of gaming as we know it today began. The era was known to have famous characters like Pac-Man coming out in 1980, or Mario, who first debuted in the Donkey Kong franchise, only to have his own franchise launched a few years later in 1983. But lost in this era of classic characters is Q*bert, who debuted as an arcade game in 1982, to praise from gamers and critics alike. In the game, players take over the character simply known as Q*bert, and they are tasked with the goal of changing the color of every cube in a pyramid by making Q*bert jump on top of every one of them. Of course, you have to avoid obstacles and enemies, which increases the difficulty along the way. It was such a hit that it was ported to Atari in 1983, where it again was met with praise. And it's here our mystery begins. In the game's 40-plus year history, there have been 7 releases spread out over 20-plus platforms. But it would be in 2018 something strange would happen. It started when researchers at the University of Freiburg in Germany would create an artificial intelligence that was trained to play Q*bert on the Atari. Specifically, it was set up to try and get the highest score possible in whatever way was feasible on the game, as well as it was set to look for bugs and other glitches. And keep in mind, this game had been around for decades before this AI experiment began, and conceivably, you would think all the bugs had been found. But not only did it discover an exploitable glitch in the game, it learned a successful strategy pretty quickly, which we'll look at first. The AI would begin to position itself next to the edge of the platform, which, if you accidentally jump off of it, it equals a loss of one of Q*bert's lives. From here, it would wait on one of the enemies to land onto the cube next to it. The AI, knowing that the enemy will follow it, jumps off to its death, followed by the enemy. It does this because it knows it counts as a kill on the enemy, which gives Q*bert enough points to gain an extra life, which totally exploits the system. But it's what the AI discovered next that really turned heads. After completing the first level of the game, the AI randomly began jumping around, scoring points every time it moved back and forth between the cubes. This is crazy because, at the completion of any of the levels on the game, everything stops. Q*bert should not be able to move, or at least, no human player had discovered that yet. Everything is frozen in place until the second level was loaded, or at least, that's what players thought for decades. In either case, the AI discovered this glitch, and just jumped indefinitely between the cubes, running the score up until it starts back at 0 and goes on to an infinite loop. It completely ignores trying to complete the level and begins focusing on getting the highest score possible. How the AI managed to figure this out is still unknown. In fact, one of the original creators of the arcade version of the game, Warren Davis, said the bug didn't look right, and he believed it was exclusive to the Atari 2600 version of the game. Many players of the old game would also chime in, stating that they had played the game for several hours and tried to move after the completion of the level, and it never worked. Some would even dig out their old Ataris and try to exploit the glitch, but could never reproduce it, casting doubt on the claim. However, the creators of the AI actually responded that even it couldn't replicate this hack every time, but it was observed at least 8 different times. But that leaves us with a few questions. If this was an Easter egg left in the game by a creator who has now forgotten it, or may have even passed on, how exactly is it triggered? And how did the AI know? Did it observe it by patterns it detected? And as far as the AI baiting the enemy to jump off the platform, was that strategy or part of the pattern needed to exploit this glitch? I don't want to focus this entire segment on Q*bert alone, as it actually plays into something much larger, and that's the future of AI and its implementation into these old retro games. You see, we tend to explore games with a strategy, and we do so by recognizing familiar patterns, like clearing levels, dodging enemies, or maxing out your combos. Because of this strength or flaw, depending on how you look at it, we tend to ignore huge regions of a game's state space. AI, on the other hand, can be trained purely to maximize the score, or to find flaws. And because of this, it will systematically probe every combination of inputs, finding quirks and exploits that would fall outside the typical human player. So this outside-the-box thinking will ultimately unearth more hidden mechanics, which means Just like the AI built strictly for Q*bert, other AI-driven discovery tools could be created to comb over old video game code and would find Easter eggs or glitches. Think of it like video game archaeology, digging through old retro games, trying to find new ways it can surprise us. In fact, you could even do it on modern games as well. You wouldn't even need a team of video game testers, just an AI built along with the game, which could then be used to test for any exploits before the game is released to the market. But it doesn't end there either. Video games are just a tiny part of this equation. If a simple game ported from the arcade to Atari can hide decades-old hidden bugs, only discoverable through exhaustive random exploration, what undiscovered vulnerabilities might lie in wait on critical systems, maybe even financial platforms? Now, AI-driven bug hunters become the norm, leading to much quicker patches of vulnerable software, and it's all thanks to Q*bert. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. That is a famous quote almost everybody has heard, yet nobody knows where it came from. It is kind of like a reverse of the Mandela effect. The scene is from a movie or TV show, or something, that is often quoted. The first person asks, "What does it do?" And the second character replies, "That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything." Upon first hearing it, people will make the typical guesses. Back to the Future, The Big Lebowski, Office Space, etc., etc. And yet, all of these are wrong. Some people even take the other view that this quote doesn't come from any famous scene, yet that's most likely wrong too. It's currently one of the biggest cultural mysteries out there. So far, online sleuths have narrowed it down to two possible sources. One is from a TV show in the 60s called Burke's Law. In an episode called Who Killed 711, a detective questions a murder suspect and notes the man is building a curious machine. And when the detective asks him what it's for, he says, "Well, nothing. Nothing, I mean. That's the beauty of it. Every machine in the world does something, but not mine." Which is pretty close, but not the exact quote. A second possible source comes from a play called Apocalyptic Butterflies, which is about a relationship between a couple named Hank and Muriel Tater. In the play, Hank's father Dick, who is an eccentric character, shows up to Hank's house with a truckload of painted wooden butterflies. When Hank, who's obviously confused, asks what it is, his father replies, "It's a butterfly." Hank continues, "What does it do?" His father then says, "Doesn't do anything. That's the beauty of it," which is the correct wording, but flipped around from the mystery quote online sleuths are looking for. But this misses the larger picture. Just how many people have seen this play, or this TV show? Not enough for this quote to be so popular. As an aside, when I first read it, I kept seeing a car commercial, and I feel like for sure I heard it there. And that's not uncommon, because to the people that discuss this, they remember hearing this quote distinctively, yet just don't remember from what. Aintree Spectres. It was an early autumn night in 1967 or 68 when a young man in his late teens, going by the pseudonym Jeffrey, of Aintree, Lancashire, England, was walking back to his family home. He had actually missed the bus earlier in the evening, leading to this predicament of having to walk, but at least with the moon out, it was a clear night. Unfortunately, as it got later, around 11 p.m., his vision was dampened by the darkness, since at this time, there had been no street lighting installed on this back road. That would only serve to terrify Jeff more, because as he was walking along, he noticed something to his right. It was lights, about 150 yards away in a field. He stopped and counted. It was 9 men carrying torches, walking along the riverbank, heading away from him. He noticed they were wearing grayish robes with pointed hoods similar to those worn by the KKK. They were marching in line like soldiers. Obviously, this would terrify anyone, and Jeff took off running back home and immediately got his father out of bed. They went to a window on the upstairs floor and peered out and could still see the torch-lit procession moving on. Not knowing what to do, his father would go back to bed. Jeff, meanwhile, decided to sleep on his parents' bedroom floor due to his fear. This would be the first sighting of the beings known as the Aintree Spectres, because a few years later, sometime in the early 1970s, Jeff's parents were driving home after his father had picked his mom up from bingo. As they passed that same exact field that Jeff had seen the specters in years ago, his parents would see a dozen or so men holding torches and wearing robes, and some with pointed hoods. They were standing in a circle, like they were involved in some kind of seance. The parents did not stop, obviously, but he did remark that when they got home, it would have been impossible for other people to have not seen them. Yet, that seemed to be the case. As the family asked neighbors over the next few days about the strange gathering of these hooded individuals, no one had any idea what they were talking about. This would stay that way for a bit, until one of the friends of Jeff's father, Glenn, would actually bring up the strange sighting unprompted to him one day. That would be it, though, for the next decade. Soon the whole event was forgotten about, and it wouldn't be until the late 80s, when Glenn was chatting with an old friend, that the conversation turned to the supernatural, and Glenn started telling his story about these hooded individuals, and before he could even finish, this friend interrupted him and told him about the same encounter he had, although he had witnessed it way back in World War II, when the countryside was under blackout procedure. Now, I can't go into every one of these sightings, simply because of the time it would take, but after this story was printed in the local newspaper, it was a little bit of a surprise that some people wrote in to say they too experienced the same phenomenon, always in the same field, although sometimes the people carried no torches or lights at all. It is worth noting that many other residents were interviewed for this article, and none of them had ever seen any robed individuals at night. But if this witness testimony is accurate, what are people seeing? Most likely, it's nothing more than a prank. Maybe local teens or college kids masquerading as ghosts. The first appearance in the late 60s at least, and every sighting since has been other kids trying to keep the folktale going. Of course, there's also the possibility that it could have been some kind of secret religious group, as the newspaper found at least one person who stated he knew of a tight group of Christian fundamentalists that would do these torchlight meetings, although this refers to the sightings of the 80s, which doesn't explain the earlier ones. Then again, maybe it really was ghosts. Phantom Blimp Crash, 1931. October 10th, 1931, a man named Harold McKenzie of Gallipolis, Ohio, was standing on the riverbank when he would peer up into the sky and see something he was not accustomed to. There, far above, was a mysterious airship. Now, I have to point out here, before we go any further, unlike other stories we have covered in the past, by this point in time, airships were indeed a very real thing, and not just a concept. And while Harold knew exactly what it was he was looking at, it didn't make sense that it was out here in the middle of Appalachia, just coasting around in the sky. He quickly rushed to town and stopped by a local dairy plant where he told his friends to go out and look. Soon enough, these friends, Robert Hinkey and his wife, along with Dr. Claude Parker and his wife, would go out to First Avenue and share binoculars as they watched the craft go over the sky. This unsurprisingly drawed the attention of local residents in the small town, who all came out to watch. They estimated that it was about 100 to 150 feet long and about 300 feet high. Here's where it gets a little bit more interesting. Soon the neighbor town of Point Pleasant, yep, the same Point Pleasant that Mothman would be a fixture of 30 years later, would also have residents who seen the blimp. In fact, it was workers along the state highway that would see it first. Then, people at Raccoon Island, before it went over into Huntington, West Virginia. But this is when it would get really crazy, because at 2:50 p.m., the witnesses who would never dreamed of seeing a blimp over Appalachia would be shocked when they seen the airship begin to buckle and break apart into two pieces. Smoke filled the air as the ship crashed down the hills near Gallipolis Ferry, and that's when several of the witnesses saw 4 people in parachutes jumping off the side to save their lives. The witnesses, of course, contacted the owner of the nearby Gallipolis Airport, owned by Dr. Charles E. Hoser. It was also just 10 minutes after the reported crash that a Lieutenant D. Eckford Hodgson, employed at the airway, was checking out plane engines when one witness drove up and asked him if he had seen the blimp overhead. Although Eckford had not seen it, the witness described it as not having any markings or a cabin, and that it stayed in the same location for about an hour before the crash. At this point, Sheriff H.E. Burdett would launch a search immediately. They made it to the wooded area by midnight, but by dawn, they had found nothing. Meanwhile, the state troopers launched a ground search of their own, while airplanes flew over the general area of the crash, looking for any sign of debris or survivors, but found nothing. After a day of searching and not finding anything, search and rescue gave up until they could find who the craft belonged to and what direction they were going. That's when they found out that all of the blimps were accounted for, and none of the debris, wreckage, or remains have ever been found. Yet, there were over 30 witnesses who reported it to the police. So, what did they see? Well, it's very plausible they really did see an airship, but it's very doubtful that it crashed and was never recovered. That was either added in, or they saw some kind of illusion created by weather. But then again, considering the time frame, it's just as likely the whole story was a hoax. Cape Aya metallic humanoid with a sea dragon. July 2000, Cape Aya, Crimea. A Russian family from Moscow was on vacation at a very lovely resort on the shores of the Black Sea. Little could they know that this relaxing time would soon turn into one of the most bizarre experiences they would ever have. The father, who chose to remain anonymous, was using his binoculars to stare out into the sea, when all of a sudden, something caught his eye in the water. It was some kind of humanoid entity swimming around. He claimed he knew it wasn't human, nor the common diver, because this thing was about 9.5 feet tall. But even stranger, it was wearing some kind of tight-fitting, shiny metallic suit. And if you think that's strange, you haven't heard anything yet, because this weird humanoid seemed to be playing around in the water with a huge light brown snake-like creature, something that resembled a sea dragon, which swam nearby the man. The two continued to stay close to each other. Soon, more witnesses spotted it and ran close to the water, where they all took in the scene for about 15 minutes, at which time the sea snake swam further up the coast, only to be followed by the humanoid. The crowd of onlookers watched for about 10 minutes, until it vanished behind some coastal shrubbery. This story, as crazy as it sounds, was first documented by a legit oceanographer, Anatoly Taverchesky, and although he is a legit oceanographer, I have to point out, the same man has claimed to have discovered an underwater city, and he's had a lifelong pursuit of a cryptid known as the Karadag serpent. Regardless, his account was picked up and printed in various articles by a Russian UFO researcher, Anton Amphilov, and it's Anton that has went on to document numerous other reports of this sea dragon that is often seen near the Crimean coast. But the question is, what exactly are people seeing? Well, considering the waters here are home to coastal dolphins and porpoises, along with other large marine animals, it's most likely just that. The conger eel in particular looks very snake-like, not to mention there are very large sturgeon in the area. It could also just be an optical error caused by looking through the binoculars. Or hey, maybe it really is a sea serpent. You are no doubt familiar with the legend of the Pied Piper, the story that was made famous by the writers Brothers Grimm, two brothers who collected folklore. In it, a rat catcher in the Middle Ages is hired to lure out all the rats in the town of Hamelin because they are just being overran with them. So much so, they attack animals, bite babies, ruin food supplies and property, and even overwhelm the town with noise. He is often depicted wearing his multicolored clothing and blowing on his magical pipe, which the rats are unable to resist following. When the citizens refuse to pay for the service as promised, the piper takes his revenge by using this magical instrument to lure the children out of town, 130 of them to be exact, and he took them to a cave where the children are never seen again. Or in some versions, he takes them to Koppelberg Hill, which will prove important later on. Only 3 children were left behind, one who was blind and couldn't see where to follow, a second one that was deaf and could not hear the music, and the last one which was lame and could not follow quickly enough. These 3 children would inform the rest of the village of what had happened. Although this story becomes sort of a children's classic, a story which every kid knows, what if there is a darker meaning behind it? Well, that might just be the case, because the story in all likelihood is based on an actual historical incident. That's not to say that the piper and magic flute are real, but 130 children, or thereabouts, did disappear from this town in 1284. Hamelin, which is a huge tourist destination in Germany today because of this story, actually has a residence there dating to 1602 called the Pied Piper House. In this home is an etching on a window with the inscription AD 1284 on the 26th of June, the day of St. John and St. Paul. 130 children born in Hamelin were led out of town by a piper wearing multicolored clothing. After passing the Calvary near the Koppelberg, they disappeared forever. However, it's not just this one inscription. A look at Hamlin's town records reveals more. In an entry dated to 1384, the line, quote, "It is 100 years since our children left," end quote. This standalone entry gives no explanation as to why they left. Meanwhile, a stained glass window in the town's church, which has since been destroyed, reportedly illustrated the figure of the Pied Piper leading several ghostly white children. While finally, a 15th century Lundberg manuscript refers to an event of 130 children, or young people, that vanished on June 26, 1284, following a Pied Piper to a place called Calvary or Coppin. So with all these records, it is very likely it's not just a fairy tale. So it begs the question, what happened to these children? The theories vary wildly, yet there is one that seems to get the most traction. It's very possible the town's youth were part of a migration of Germans to Eastern Europe, which was fueled by an economic depression. The Pied Piper, in this account, would actually be the recruiter, the one who organized the migration. And if you think that is crazy, well, this actually used to happen, although he was usually just there to recruit a few people, and these recruiters always wore colorful garments and played musical instruments to attract the attention of people that might be interested in colonizing unused land. Now, where these children, or most likely teens, actually went is debatable, but it's probably somewhere in East Germany. This makes the most sense because this land had just been liberated from the Danes and was ripe for colonization, although some theorize it could have even been as far east as Transylvania. However, others doubt the colonization aspect and suggest a more fanciful theory that these kids disappeared because they were part of a wave of medieval crusades, known as the Children's Crusade specifically, which aimed to take the Holy Land back. Another wild theory ties into one other classic mystery, the Dancing Plague of 1518. Remember this mystery we previously discussed, where 50 to 400 people just started randomly dancing for weeks, and scholars now believe it might have been tied to digesting a fungi in bread? It's possible the same thing happened here, except the children, who were shaking uncontrollably and bouncing around singing, could have just left the town and died eventually due to exhaustion. In fact, one town south of Hamlin, known as Erfurt, saw this same exact thing happen around the same time. A group of youths began wildly gyrating as they left town, only stopping when they made it to a neighboring town 12 miles away. Many of these children would die from exhaustion. So could it be that Hamlin suffered a similar fate, just with way more children? There's one issue with this one. In the case of Hamlin, we have a very specific date, June 26, 1284. It's recorded, as if there was some sort of local sense of trauma, something so bad that it was burned into the town's collective memory and remembered for centuries. That doesn't seem like some kind of dancing fever. This leads to another theory, although less believed, that date fell at a time when many locals had midsummer celebrations which were pagan. One of these involved lighting fires on a hill, and since Coppin translates the hills, and since the children followed the piper to Coppin, it could be a link for that. But the explanation would be that since Christianity was growing in the region, it's quite possible some extreme Christian faction massacred the would-be pagan ritual goers, and that's why the children never came back from Coppin. Or it could be just as likely they forced the children into monasteries to give up their pagan ways. There are also other theories which sometimes gain a little bit of traction, like the children drowned in a river or a flood, or were killed in a landslide, or sinkhole, or a fire, or maybe even during an epidemic. There's even the theory that this hill was an area where local teens would gather together to party. Yes, that was a thing back then too, and a religious noble was so offended by this, he had them killed and hidden in a cave. If I ask you the trivia question, what is the average lifespan of a bat? What would you say? 10 years? 20 years? 30? Well, if you said any of these, you could be correct, considering that much of a bat's lifespan is determined by its size, type, and habitat. Heck, there's even some bats that have made it up to 40 years, which is simply forever in the terms of small mammals. But what if there was one that made it much longer, like over a century? Well, according to some, it is possible. Philip Henry Goss, was an English naturalist from the late 19th century who is known as the father of the aquarium, mainly because he created and stocked the world's first public aquarium, along with creating the word itself. But it's his book called Romance of Natural History that our next mysterious account comes from. It was actually the bestseller when it came out in the mid-1800s, and it's known to cryptozoologists around the world because it's one of the earliest publications that actually discusses cryptozoology, which didn't even have a name yet, because not only did Goss discuss insects and extinct creatures, but he also discussed accounts of sea serpents, night attacks by wolves, combat with a kangaroo, and other bizarre animal stories. And that brings us back to the bats. Goss would come across quite a few accounts about bats that not only lived for an abnormal amount of time, but also in unique conditions. For instance, he discovered an account from the vault of the Bishopbourne Church in Kent, England, where a bricklayer observed a large bat clinging to the wall. What made it interesting was that vault had been closed for 20 years, leaving the question, did this bat hibernate for that long? Well, there's an account even crazier, and it's the one this mystery revolves around. The report goes back to February 18th, 1854, and it's documented and witnessed by Reverend A.C. Smith of Yatesbury Rectory near Caen in southwest England. He would note that while some repairs were being done to the pavement in the aisle of his church, that the masons needed to remove a few bricks from the solid wall of a nearby burial vault, and they wanted to place an iron bar that would support the heavy stone slab above. After removing a couple of bricks, they peeked inside to see several large coffins. One of the workers was curious and reached inside with a candle to read some names and dates. He would discover that the last coffin put inside was 1748, or 106 years ago. Now, about this same time, Reverend Smith was walking inside to observe their work, and just as he did, he seen the mason jump back, as he had obviously gotten spooked, because his hand had just brushed up against a bat hanging from the ceiling of the vault. The man then pointed the candlelight at the bat, which seemed to be in a halfway hibernation stage, and they reached up and took it out and gave it to Reverend Smith. He was a bit perplexed, so the men decided to just enter the vault and look around to try and find a crack or any kind of opening that would have allowed the bat to get inside. But after a long and thorough search, they discovered there wasn't even the slightest crack, not even wide enough to push a pin through. Reverend Smith would go on to note that the roof was a brick arch covered by large stones, and the walls were solid masonry with no signs of decay, as well as the vault itself was located near the center of the church. Because of this, he had no idea how the bat could have even gotten inside, not to mention considering it had been sealed shut for 106 years. They began to speculate that it must have gotten trapped inside when the last workers had been in there in 1748, and it went into hibernation. Reverend Smith still couldn't believe it though, and he would go digging through the church's archives, and he found there too that the last burial occurred in 1748, and it was indeed sealed shut afterwards. He still found it impossible to believe, and he began asking some of the church's oldest members, several elderly men in the parish that were at least 60 plus years of age, all confirmed that the vault had never been opened in their lifetime. Even crazier was a very old man, whose exact age is not given, but he was older than the men in their 60s, had actually been the church clerk at one time, and lived beside the church, and he too confirmed that in his life, the vault had remained sealed. The Reverend would also study the last coffin put inside, and that's when he noticed that the plate and nails were still bright, and it looked new, and because of that, he knew that if air had been getting into the vault all that time, these plates and nails would have begun to deteriorate. Because of all this, he had to concede that the vault had not been opened in over a century. So what about that bat? Well, the Reverend would hold on to it for over an hour before he took it home and placed it under an upside-down glass container so it could breathe. And by that time, the warmth from his hand already caused the bat to start moving around, and it began sniffing and trying to escape the glass enclosure. He would try to feed it little pieces of meat, cause, after 106 years, who wouldn't be hungry? But the bat refused to eat, and it would lay over on its side as if it was dying. The priest then decided to release it to see what would happen. he placed it on the grass inside the garden, which it clung to and shivered and fluttered along the ground before it finally was able to get up into the sky and fly away, although he would dip several times as if it was going to fall from the air, almost as if it had forgotten how to fly. Eventually, it disappeared behind some trees. Reverend Smith noted he regretted letting it go, since he knew it should have been studied more, and he himself was not knowledgeable about bats, but he detailed it as being a small size with very large ears. Specifically, he thought it was that of the long-eared bat. Now we also have to go back to Philip Henry Goss for a second, the man who wrote the book that this account comes from. After receiving the story from Reverend Smith, he would actually go to the church vault himself to inspect it, and he also could not find any crack or opening that even the smallest bat could fit through. But here's the problem with this whole account. Bats typically only hibernate for about 5 to 6 months, basically enough to get them through the winter. So, what to make of all this? Today, most biologists believe the likeliest scenario is a bat was able to squeeze into some undetected tiny gap, something like a drainage pipe or vent, and had been hibernating inside when it was discovered by the workers. These men, only having candlelight, could never fully see the vault to find any gaps which would have allowed the bat to come inside. If it wasn't that, the second most likely theory is the whole thing was a prank. It's quite possible that the bricklayers were trying to pull one over on the Reverend and probably never expected the story to go any further than it did. But as the Reverend took the story and ran with it, they felt they couldn't come clean about the deception. Finally, is it possible that bats have the ability to have extremely prolonged hibernations, and scientists just haven't discovered that yet?